If you thought this time of year wasn't tumultuous enough, now there's word from the feds. CBS has learned, apparently, about a potential terror attack the day before the election, meaning Monday, which means 3 days from now. Today is Friday, November the 4th, 2016, and we may very well be in a pivotal point in American history. I really do believe that we are at a pivotal point in American history because things have not been this way for a very, very long time. And yet, at the same time, people don't really change, do they? We're all the same. We're all going to stay the same. People don't change. But then, I mean, you might be an individual. I hope you're an individual. But human nature stays pretty much the same. We're narcissists. We want what we want. We're lustful. We're slothful. We commit the 7 deadly sins every day. All that good stuff. We're all people. We're all going to continue to be people. And as long as we are still people, we're still going to have stuff like this happening, like what's happening with the election, the people who are running in the election, the people who have been nominated to run in the election. And then we tell ourselves that, well, you know, this is the best thing that we could ever have anyway. You know, it's a bit of a contradiction because we complain about the system all day, and then you'll have the same person who complains about the system all day turn right around and say, but it's still the best system that we could have. Seems a little bit contradictory there, you know, just a tad bit. They talk about, yeah, you know, we're at war with 8 different countries. We bombed Yemen. We just blew up a village full of kids to catch one terrorist, actually to blow his head off one terrorist. We're invading the countries of many, many different people, violating their rights as individuals. We here at home are spying on the American people. The government is spying on American people every day for collection of information purposes. You don't have freedom of travel. You don't have the freedom of speech for the most part. The Second Amendment is constantly being threatened, but it's still the best system we could ever have. It seems kind of contradictory. But, you know, when you word it that way, it does. It's when you put it in plain words that it seems like there's a contradiction. And that's part of the problem with the modern American, is that he doesn't connect the dots. The modern American does not connect the dots. And it's sort of his fault and sort of not his fault, because the modern American is not taught to connect the dots. The modern American is not taught to think critically, to think for himself, to think for the considerations of other people, right? You are not taught growing up that you should think critically and try to decipher how to handle a situation on your own. You're given parameters, and you're told to operate within these given function and parameters. You're like a computer, especially if you've gone through the public schooling system, which unfortunately so many people have. It's really ruined quite a few people, I would say. This public schooling system, it really has ruined quite a few people who would otherwise be very bright people. They're crushed by the system. And we talk about the system, and it's hard to talk about the system without sounding like a hippie from the 1960s, you know, smoking pot at Woodstock, talking about the system. Man, the system's just keeping us down, man. But it is. And I think that is also a problem where people who question the so-called, you know, the system are seen as losers. They're seen as people who are, you know, wastes of time in life. And really, maybe we should do a little bit more listening to them. They might look a little bit grubby, but they're right about quite a few things. Look at what's happening in the election right now. Because, again, the election is happening on Tuesday. It seems like it was yesterday Donald Trump was nominated, and we had the whole scandal with Bernie Sanders having the nomination stolen away from him. But now we're talking about the election happening in just a few days. And Hamilton County, I'd say it's a good thing. Hamilton County has had many, many, many people go to the polls to vote. They've gone to the polling centers to vote. Now, I don't necessarily think that voting is something you absolutely must do, otherwise you're a bad American. I don't really think that. What I do think, though, is that the fact that you still can, at least symbolically, vote is an important part of our culture. We think about that as a very American thing. Everyone on November the 8th gets up, goes, and votes. It's what we all do. And it's a very American thing, and it's part of the American identity. And I'm all for things that are part of the American identity. On the flip side, though, you do have people who say you must vote, otherwise you're not a real American. To which I responded, I talked about this with Keon on our show, Two Millennials Talk. We talked about this yesterday, and you can look at our live stream, and don't think that you've missed anything, because you haven't. That's wonderful thing about the 21st century. We talk about things that have happened before, but you haven't missed anything because everything is still available on YouTube. You can watch our shows recorded live on YouTube. If you wanted to hear the David Tulis show but didn't have the opportunity, maybe you're driving to work and your car radio's busted, or maybe you were at work and your boss doesn't like it when you listen to things on the radio, and that's all right. That's his prerogative. You can always listen back on YouTube, so you've not missed a thing. You've never missed anything in radio. In our radio station, you've never missed anything because it's all available for you at your fingertips. And I really like that about working here. There's always opportunity. You know, you always can go back and listen to it. There's no worries about, oh no, I missed Binary, or oh no, I missed Best Shot, or I missed the David Tulis show. You haven't missed it because it's still there online, and that's a great thing. But I was talking with Keon yesterday about the voting system and how he's talking about his perspective about voting and how he's not going to vote, and I think that's fine. You don't have to. That's your choice. That's your prerogative. If you don't want to vote, that is perfectly fine. My view on this is, if you are not allowed to do something, right? Like say this people group cannot vote, and that was the case not too long ago. This people group cannot vote. That is equally as bad as saying this people group must vote, or you must vote. You must do something. I would say is just as bad if it's being pushed on you by government. It's just as bad as disallowing you from doing something, because it's not necessarily the ability, and it is the ability. It's the ability that's the wonderful thing. The ability to do or to not do. That's what makes America great, actually. You know, that's one of the things that actually does make America great, is that freedom of choice, where I can say, I'm going to go vote for Hillary Clinton, or I'm going to go vote for Donald Trump, or I'm going to go vote for Gary Johnson or John McAfee, my man John McAfee. I'm going to vote for any one of those guys, or maybe I won't. I'm not going to vote. You can do that. You can do any one of those things, and there's no federal system to oppress you for doing it. That is one holdover good thing about America that I really do value, and we do take for granted so often. There are a lot of benefits to living here, and that is one of many. So I don't think that this is the Bash America Day. This might be Bash the Federal System Day, but it's not Bash America Day, because I do love America, and I love the Southern American states especially, and I love the country I live in. Tennessee and Georgia, this sort of Appalachian foothills area, is amazing to live in. So I want to think about that for half a second here. Think about where we live right now in Chattanooga. If you live in Chattanooga, or maybe you live in Cleveland or Ringgold or wherever you may be, that's the best place to be. If you're in Chattanooga right now, it's the best place to be. Look at all the opportunity that you have right now in Chattanooga, all the different startups that are, starting up, all the different businesses. I was just hearing the other day about a guy who has 10 different locations. 10 different locations in the Chattanooga area. How crazy is that? And that's a good thing, because, man, he's prosperous enough that he can have 10 locations in Chattanooga. That tells you something about the local mindset that we have here, where we're fine with supporting 10 different locations for one different business. David Tulis just had on some folks from Earth Fare. I think that's awesome, because, Earth Fare provides a lot of local cuisine to local people. Now, Earth Fare is a privately owned entity as well. Yeah, maybe it has locations all around the country, but it provides a valuable service to local people, and that's awesome. I'm not being paid to say that either. Not getting a cent, not one red cent to say that. I'm saying it from my heart here. It's an amazing thing what we have here in Chattanooga, so let's not take that for granted. No matter who you're voting for, no matter if you're going to vote or if you're not going to vote on Tuesday, it's something that we all need to remember, is we all need to be thankful for where we are right now, because things seem really bad, and they are really bad, quite frankly. We are at a turning point in history where what happens on Tuesday, believe it or not, actually does determine the future of the country. Whether we like it or not, that is what determines the future of the country. I'm very locally minded. I'm a locally minded guy. I don't like to think that a presidential election makes any difference whatsoever. But on a level of how we feel about the country, it does make a really big difference. Imagine if in the 1980s, Jimmy Carter won instead of Ronald Reagan. That would have been catastrophic for the country, most likely. It would have been. Whether you like Ronald Reagan or not, we can probably agree that 4 more years of Jimmy Carter wouldn't have been such a good thing. And the country may very well not have recovered the way it did, because we had possibly exemplified through Ronald Reagan that American optimism that led to the boom that we had in the 80s, and then carried over into the 90s and sort of petered out by the end of the 2000s. But that era was a great and prosperous era because of the optimism that Americans had. And it was a good thing. Can we possibly, maybe, regain that era? I think we can. In right now is comparable to the American 1970s. I think the era that we are in right now is very much the American 1970s, although to a much lesser degree. You don't have the end of the Vietnam War. You have the ending of the war on terror in the Middle East, which I know was not even slightly comparable to Vietnam, but it is in this instance. And you have also a semi-oil crisis, although not nearly as much as you had in the 1970s. There's still questions about oil and gasoline and natural gas, and there's all sorts of different questions that are being asked about, should we maybe do alternative energy? Should we focus on energy efficiency? All the same questions that were being asked in the 1970s. And the presidential election is a very similar climate. Even the slogans are the same. Let's make America great again was a slogan that Ronald Reagan and George Bush used back when they were trying to get elected in the 1980s. So the climate is very, very similar to that 70s and 80s, mostly early 80s sort of vibe. We're even culturally wanting to relive the 80s through music and through movies. You've got that vibe going on. You've got that vibe. I think the problem we have right now is we're looking back perhaps too much. It's important to look back as a country and as a people. It's important to look back and say, yes, we made mistakes here and we can fix that now. Yes, we made mistakes in this area with this policy that was made by this government entity, but we cannot do that now. We have that opportunity here and now, but not necessarily exclusively with the national election. That's the other thing that's interesting. It's not necessarily the national election, because remember, that much like back in the 1970s, you have an issue that we have here now, where there are a lot more openly progressive people who are looking to get elected, and there are a lot more openly very conservative people who are looking to get elected. And these are people who are running in local elections. Think about this right now. Have you thought about whether or not you're going to vote for Todd Gardenhire or his opponent? Have you thought about that? It's worth noting. It's worth voting on because it does affect you here locally. Talking about the Tennessee legislature, that is something that actually affects you. Remember the Uber ruling, or sorry, not the Uber ruling, but the Airbnb ruling that happened in Nashville. That affected us here in Chattanooga, where precedent was set in Nashville by the Beacon Center, a Supreme Court ruling in Nashville about Airbnb. That affects us here in Chattanooga. So state issues are, I would say, much more important than national ones, just for that reason. They affect us immediately and regularly. National issues, yes, they do affect us, but not so much immediately and not so much regularly. Locally, as a state, as Tennessee, the legislature can say, we reject this federal idea, and instead we're going to replace it with our own. That happened with healthcare, where the state said, we're not going to use this healthcare, we're instead going to, because we have to, we're going to use, say, New Hampshire healthcare or Tennessee healthcare instead, which is unfortunately turned out to be a disaster, but it was a step in the right direction in that it was rejecting the federal system, which is always a good thing, I would say. It's always a good thing to reject what the feds tell you because they're probably wrong and they probably don't have your best interest in mind. Well, with that in mind, the feds are now saying that there is going to be or could be a terror attack in the United States from Al-Qaeda, which is odd because this is the first time I know of that the U.S. intelligence agencies have ever warned us of a terror attack potentially happening. It seems like every other time there's a terror attack, they knew about it or knew that it could have happened and didn't tell anybody in the American public. So why now? Why is this happening now? Because it's political. There's no two ways about it. This is a political problem. It's a political statement that's being made by the intelligence agencies to sway your opinion of the election one way or the other. Now, what's the Fed's intent here? I don't know because I'm not a mind reader. But I do know for sure that this is a political move. Now, is there a threat by Al-Qaeda? Yeah, there very well could be. But mentioning it like this and putting it out there like this, because we know American intelligence, if it really wanted to, could probably stop a terror attack. You know, if you ignore things like 9/11 or the Boston Marathon bombing or what happened here in Chattanooga that everyone seems to have forgotten about, or San Bernardino, which everyone still remembers, or the nightclub in Bataclan, the Bataclan nightclub in Orlando, the Orlando nightclub shooting. Sorry, Bataclan is in France, forgive me. the Orlando nightclub shooting, and of course in France with the shootings there, American intelligence seemed to have at least some modicum of knowledge about it, but didn't really do much of anything about it. So, or especially didn't warn the American people that it was going to happen. So why now? Because the election is coming up. That's what it is. The election is coming up. That's why we're hearing about it. It's because the election is coming up. It's so obvious that it's blatant, and people are probably catching on to the fact that that is why. Well, I'll give you the story anyway, so you can hear it unbiased, not from me. Sources told CBS News senior investigative producer Pat Milton that U.S. intelligence has alerted joint terrorism task forces that Al-Qaeda could be planning attacks in 3 states for Monday. Now, that's, again, just in a few days here. It's believed that New York, Texas, and Virginia are all possible targets, although no specific locations have been mentioned. U.S. authorities are taking the threat seriously, although the sources stress the intelligence is still being assessed and its credibility has not yet been confirmed. Counterterrorism officials were alerted to the threat out of abundance of caution. Senior FBI officials told CBS that the counterterrorism and homeland security communities remain vigilant, of course, and well postured to defend against attacks here in the United States, they say. But again, if you point at any other terror attack that has happened here in the United States, you'll notice that the intelligence agencies and the enforcement agencies kind of failed to prevent them from happening, even though supposedly that's why we have these gigantic intelligence and surveillance apparatuses. Apparati? Yeah, apparati. That's why we have all these giant systems to stop these things from happening, right? But it doesn't seem to work unless, of course, there's always the excuse, unless there's a whole bunch of terror attacks that didn't happen because they prevented it, that they haven't told us about because of threats to national security. It's always the big threats to national security. It's like with the NSA, when the initial information was coming out about the National Security Agency that Edward Snowden, bless him, came out with. He came out with all sorts of information that showed that the NSA was spying on Americans, but the Americans didn't really want to talk about that too much because of threats to national security. And they said Edward Snowden is bringing about these threats to national security. But still, the proof is not yet in the pudding. In fact, I'm not sure if there is any pudding yet. So what's the deal here? There doesn't seem to be any logical reason as to why the U.S. intelligence agencies would alert a senior producer at CBS as to what's going on with this potential Al-Qaeda threat. Now, if it's real, and there's some reason to think that it might be, if it is indeed real, it's good to know about, right? It's good to know that there might be a terror attack in Texas and Virginia, but is this going to color the election in any way? When I think of national security, and this is just me, I could be thinking completely wrong here, but when I think about the national security issue, I don't necessarily think about Clinton nearly as much as I think about Donald Trump. Donald Trump seems to be a lot stronger on national security than Clinton is. And that might not be a weakness, but that does seem to be the case. Clinton doesn't seem to be the strongest when it comes to national security, and Trump is talking about it quite a lot, especially with the whole issue of not letting the radical Muslims in. And Clinton, on the other hand, seems to be very interested in letting refugees into the country with a more open border policy. So when I think of a terror threat, I'm thinking more positively of Donald Trump than I'm thinking positively of Hillary Clinton. Could this potentially be a move by the security or intelligence agencies to color the Americans' interest in perhaps getting someone who's strong on national security elected? The FBI seems to have done the same thing, too, with the leaks about Hillary Clinton coming out at the perfect time. Now, am I saying that I want Hillary to get elected or that this is in any way unfair? Not really, no, because I don't think Clinton is the best option. If someone put a gun to my head and told me, you must vote for either Donald Trump or Clinton, or I'm going to kill you and your family. The family part's really what does it. If they said they'd just kill me, maybe I'd say go ahead and do it. But I'll kill you and your family if you don't vote for one or the other. I would pick Donald Trump over Hillary Clinton and not feel too badly about it. I wouldn't feel like I'm making the mistake of the century. Like I would feel if it was, say, back in 2012 and you had Mitt Romney versus Obama. That was a travesty of an election, and I think everyone knows it. Or 2008 with John McCain and, again, Barack Obama. It was basically set up so that Obama would win. And Obama winning, interestingly enough, it's worth noting, was actually really good for local economy in a lot of ways, funnily enough, sort of in a mistaken way. It's a very straight line drawn with a extremely crooked stick. I'm talking right angles and dodecahedrons out of wood here with this crooked stick that's being drawn, that's drawing a straight line here. But it is interesting. Think about the stimulation to the gun market as an example. Local gun sellers here in Chattanooga made a lot of money after Barack Obama was elected. It stimulated local economy, and there's the whole issue of prepping. Preparation suddenly became a big thing after President Obama was elected, and that's also kind of a good thing because it brings the public eye in the right area. So Barack Obama, oddly enough, was not the worst thing for local economy because it didn't really do a whole lot to it. Not a whole lot of crazy economic stuff happened under Obama, but this next presidential election, I'm wondering. I think a lot of economic decisions are going to be made, and who makes them is going to be extremely important for all of us because unfortunately we put ourselves in a place where people in the federal departments can now affect us locally, which really shouldn't be, but unfortunately is. This is the best shot here on Hot News Talk Radio, info 40 hotnewstalkradio.com. Get us on TuneIn, like us on Facebook. Hot 1240 Hot News Talk Radio with your Hot News Now update. Colonial Pipeline is now saying repairs can be made to the exploded line as soon as Sunday afternoon. That's the goal that's been set by the company. That gas line exploded, causing the price of gas to shoot up 10 cents during the week. Right now, the low price in Hickson is $1.82. On the higher end, $1.87. $1.92 is the average price. That's still lower than the national average. On November the 17th, the Hamilton County School Board is going to consider naming Superintendent Cupelli as the permanent superintendent of schools in Hamilton County. He was appointed as the interim after Rick Smith left following the Ottawa rape case. The school board appears to not be ruling out the option of using a search firm to find an outside source for superintendent of schools in Hamilton County. We here at Hot News Talk Radio want to remind you daylight savings time ends 2 a.m. on Sunday, so remember to turn your clocks back before you go to bed. Your smartphone should do that automatically. If it's going on the Tennessee Valley, it's going on Hot 1240 Hot News Talk Radio.
Truex Jr. is off the pace and he is headed to the pit lane. Elliott Powers around the outside. Michael McDowell pops a race front tire. Here's Martin Truex to the bottom. Boy, he's walked him off too. Meanwhile, Chase Elliott went forward wide on the back straightaway and they're side by side for the lead.
Here at live on Chattanooga's official NASCAR radio station. Hot News Talk 1240. The voice of NASCAR. Cash, 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 and more cash. Rick Davis has the cash when you sell gold, silver, diamonds, rings, and jewelry. Sell Rick your precious metals today and lock in your price. Hey, Rick Davis will trade your cash for shiny, brilliant, and heavy gold. Gold cheaper now by $100 an ounce. Join the Rick Davis Silver Bonanza too. Price is so low, the Lone Ranger is bound to gallop in, Kimosabe. Hey, Silver, away! The markets are changing, so buy now. Cash, 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 and more cash for your silver and gold, gold, gold. Rick Davis, 5301 Brainerd Road. That's 5301 Brainerd Road. Rick Davis Gold and Diamonds. Oh, and cash, cash, cash. You know where it is. Hey, Silver, away!
We're at the Cantina at Amigos Mexican Restaurant. Yes, ma'am. 2 orders of nachos with beef and beans and 2 beers. Chattanooga loves its Amigos restaurants, but the Amigos in Hickson has something extra. NCAA, the week's big game. How about a house wine? Really good. Big name beers. Just tell Maria what you want. And here at Amigos, margaritas are popular. And well, it's only $3 a day. If you come here on a game day Saturday, a Natty Light is only $2.25. Here at Amigos, just during NCAA, Natty Light, $2.25. Amigos Mexican Restaurant in Hickson. The happy hour is 3 to 9 today and every day. I'd say the atmosphere is festive. Look at that huge TV. It's like being amid the fans under a bright sun, but without all the heat. Stay cool. Quench your thirst. Amigos, between the Staples and Hobby Lobby. Take the table next to mine and enjoy the great NCAA game with friend or family here at the Cantina at Amigos Mexican Restaurant. Okay, shh, it started.
Hi, I'm Sabrina with Sabrina Realty Associates. Now is a great time to sell your home. In our area, inventory is at an all-time low, which translates into higher sales prices. Call us today at 423-499-7780 to set up a free consultation and discuss our unique and aggressive marketing programs. We will provide you with a free market analysis to determine the right value of your home. Call us today at 423-499-7780 or visit our website at sabrinarealty.com.
Here's what advertisers are saying about AM 1240. HotNewsTalkRadio.com.
Radio station, they really care. They're always calling me probably once a week, checking on me, seeing how things go, and see if they want to change any of the ads or do anything different, seeing what my needs are. I've gotten business off the ads that you do for me, and seems to be working well at this point.
Prices were very fair. Areas in this town that we aren't able to get other ways, your radio station is able to help us out, and I really appreciate that.
We've been very pleased with the services we've got. It seems like everybody over there cares about what they're going to do, how it's going to work for us on this end, and we've been very impressed with the creativity of the ads that we've heard, and they always seem to be right on point, even without us having to come up with what's going to be said.
I've been doing business with News Talk Radio for quite some time. It's the best place and the best value you can get for your advertisement. The commercials are great. They're very professional. I was actually blown away.
The commercial that they put together was awesome. It was way far above all the other radio stations we've dealt with. And the best we've had yet, guaranteed, by far.
AM 1240, HotNewsTalkRadio.com gets results. Let us get results for your business. For no obligation free consultation, call General Sales Manager Steve Johnson. Call 423-240-5459. That's 240-5459. Or you can always email Steve at NoogaRadioSteve@gmail.com. That's NoogaRadioSteve@gmail.com. AM 1240 Hot News Talk Radio. We get results.
You give us 12 minutes and 40 seconds, we'll give you Chattanooga and the world.
News Talk 1240.
The situation in Venezuela right now is a perfect demonstration of what happens when you have too much government and too little personal intervention. That's what's happening right now in Venezuela, where the military has taken over the distribution of medicine to hospitals, something which seems unthinkable here in the United States, but could happen if enough people were apathetic enough. This is Matt Shot here on Hot News Talk Radio and 1240, HotNewsTalkRadio.com. Be sure to like us on Facebook, by the way. Get us on the TuneIn Radio app, where you can listen to us on Facebook anywhere in the world. That's Facebook on Hot News Talk Radio, and you can search for us there, and you can watch our live streams. David Tulis does a live stream for every segment of his show, so you can see him talking to the folks from Earth Fair. You can see his interview with various different local farmers. He had one, I think it was yesterday. It was very good. They held up some okra to the camera that was very interesting, and one of the guys there gave me a tomato, and I think it was what's the name? Is it like a grape tomato? One of those small ones, anyway. Really good, actually. I'm not a huge fan of tomatoes, but it wasn't terrible, actually, believe it or not. And that's something for me, because I usually not a big fan, but it turned out pretty well. Now, here in the United States, we usually think of our government not very much as benevolent, unless you're receiving benefits from it. We don't think of it as very benevolent, but we think of it as more an entity that we dislike but tolerate. The American association, or the American attitude towards its federal government, is kind of odd, actually, because we have a very much a love-hate relationship with it. On the one hand, we talk about how much we hate, say, the decision that's been made about, say, as an example, healthcare. We hate that healthcare is being taken over by the government. We hate that. It's ridiculous. But then we talk about a national military, and we act like that's the best thing that's ever happened. You know, instead of a militia system, which is what the country was designed to have, we have a nationalized military. And, you know, this is not to knock any of the people who are serving in that nationalized military, of course, but it's interesting, the American fervor over military structure, but the absolute hatred towards government takeover of medicine. You had a government takeover of defense, and everyone cheers it on. And you have a government takeover of medicine, and everyone acts like it's, you know, the Antichrist in flesh. Seems kind of odd. And in fact, there were quite a few people I know of who thought the ACA, the American Health Care Act, actually was, Affordable Health Care Act, I should say, actually was a mark of the beast. There were elements in it, they said, that were the mark of the beast. RFID chips were proposed that could potentially be implanted into people, and people said that was the mark of the beast. Weird stuff, but no one ever talks about, you know, the defense industry. No one ever talks about government contractors operating overseas in a corporate government agreement on defense. That's fine, but healthcare, terrible. Kind of strange. Well, in Venezuela, you have a mix of both. because now the armed forces of Venezuela are taking control of the distribution of medicine and medical equipment to public hospitals. Defense Minister Vladimir Padrino announced this on Wednesday. General Padrino said the measure was taken to avoid medicine being rerouted. Venezuela is mired in an economic crisis, which has led to shortages of items ranging from basic goods to medical supplies. Officials blame the shortages on an economic war being waged against it. The opposition says the crisis was caused by government mismanagement. So what's the truth? Well, the truth, like most things, is kind of a mix of a lot of things. It's a mix of both this economic warfare, yes, it does exist, and it's a mix also of government mismanagement. I think the mismanagement is the larger factor here. But let's use Venezuela as something to not allow to happen here, despite the fact that we are quickly allowing this sort of thing exactly to happen. Think of what's happening in Venezuela right now, where there have been price controls, inflation has gone through the roof, and Venezuela had a dependence on a petrodollar. Essentially, it was a dollar that needed oil in order to exist. It was not based on gold or silver. It was instead based on oil. Not a very good idea, as any economist could tell you, but they didn't really care because oil was plentiful and it was right there. The price of the Venezuelan dollar, which I don't recall at the time, was pegged to the price of oil, which was great for Venezuela because Venezuela had a lot of oil. But then something really bad happened just a few years ago, and the price of oil went way down. Now, that's good for us, the consumers. We love cheap gas, but it's really bad for countries which depend on the price of oil to sustain themselves. Now, Saudi Arabia can take a hit. The United Arab Emirates can take a hit. Iran can take a hit. Israel can probably take a hit just fine. They certainly prepare themselves for it. But Venezuela, not so much. The Venezuelans didn't really think ahead as to what would happen if that supply of money suddenly went away, which is exactly what happened to Venezuela. They put way too much faith in one thing, which is an easily affected thing. Oil is something where the price fluctuates like crazy every few years. Why would you peg your dollar to that? Because they were thinking short term. And that's a problem that we have in most governments, is they're thinking short term. But also, it's a false benevolence. That's another problem that we have with government, and we have it here especially, is this false benevolence, where we assume because we see a short-term benefit to it, the overall program must be in our best interest. As an example, healthcare, right? It's good, you would think, that people are able to receive healthcare without having to pay very much for it at all. That sounds like a good idea, but it is a good idea short-term. If it worked, it would be a wonderful idea. Unfortunately, it tends to not. Now, Canada is one of those situations where, yes, the medicine is a lot cheaper because it's subsidized by the government. But if something were to happen to that money flow, if something were to happen to Canada's economy, suddenly healthcare would become unaffordable. In fact, the government might not be able to pay for healthcare anymore. Doctors would go without pay. Medicine could not be purchased because, again, pharmaceutical manufacturers make this medicine. So government being involved in this is actually, in the long term, not a good thing for the citizenry. Short term seems great, but long term, not so much. Any doctor can tell you, and I know quite a few. Father works at Erlanger. I know quite a few doctors. That any doctor worth his salt can tell you they don't like it when the government gets involved in things. I mean, HIPAA regulations in and of themselves are a pain in the neck for IT. Yeah, information technology specialists can't stand HIPAA because there's all these different regulations on how you can use your computer based on HIPAA regulations in hospitals. All the flash drives have to be encrypted in a particular way, which is, of course, not the best way. Hard drives have to also be encrypted, so they're way slower. The operating system can't just be regular old Windows 7 or Windows XP. No, it must be HIPAA-approved Windows 7 or Windows XP, which has to go through government inspection. And to some degree, you can understand that idea of government inspection. I mean, after all, we work in radio here. We're subject to government inspection. Anyone from the FCC could walk in right now and ask to see our papers, and we, because we are licensees, have to show it to them. So we are subject to that because we agree to it as a radio station. But the people, regular people, oftentimes agree to these things without understanding what they're agreeing to. You might make an argument about the driver's license thing, but that's a whole huge subject I don't really want to get into. But there are other topics too, like Social Security. Now, if you're under 18, you can't legally consent to a contract. I think it's 16, actually. You can't legally consent to a contract, especially if you're an infant. But Social Security is something that affects you even as an infant, and it's signed to you as an agreement for you. But it's a contract, right? So how can a minor, especially an infant, like newly born, consent to that? There doesn't seem to be any logical way that happens, but it happens nonetheless. Can you get away from using the Social Security system? Yeah, you can. There are ways to get out of that. There are kids I know who never had a Social Security number. You don't have to have one. It's not necessary to exist in the United States to have a Social Security number. You don't actually need one, believe it or not. Despite what they may tell you, you don't really need one. It might make life a little bit easier, but you don't absolutely have to have a Social Security number. It's amazing, but it's the truth. And it's interesting, too, because we, again, through society, teach ourselves that we need to have an SSN. It's just something that we talk about as an understood thing in society. You must have a Social Security number because it's just something that we all have. We are used to that. Especially in the 21st century, we are used to that. We don't really raise a stink over that. But something I don't understand people not raising a stink over is what happened back in the 1960s when it was announced that the dollar would no longer be backed by silver. You could no longer redeem your silver certificates, your dollars, for dollars, your paper dollars for dollars, your Federal Reserve notes, which said silver certificate redeemable for this particular amount of silver. You couldn't redeem them anymore as of a particular year in 1960. Why didn't people riot over that? Their money was essentially stolen from them. It was stolen from them. All value was suddenly gone from this currency, and yet they went along with it, and no one seemed to riot at all. No one seemed to really care that much that all the value from their currency was suddenly gone. No one really talked about it. Now, there was media collusion going on there, and there were a lot of factors, but it all seems very strange. What if tomorrow, as an example, President Obama says, I'm not going to be here much longer. My last move is I'm going to announce that the dollar is now worth a tenth of what it used to be. Thank you and good night. There'll be riots in the streets. But if you vaguely word things, you can pretty much get away with anything. And that's exactly what happened with the U.S. dollar, which is no longer a dollar because a dollar is a measurement of weight. It's like a kilogram. A kilogram is a measurement of weight. There's not a kilogram that's not a kilogram, if that makes any sense. You can't call it something without it being that thing. It doesn't make any sense. A dollar is a weight measurement, particularly of gold and silver. It's a weight measurement. So how can you say that it's a dollar when it's not a dollar? Because the dollar refers to a weight. Now, I know for a fact that a paper dollar does not weigh a dollar. Federal Reserve note does not weigh $1 because it's not nearly that heavy. So how do they get off calling it a dollar? Well, that's how they deceive you. They change the wording. They change what words mean. Words will continue to mean the same thing for the most part, but if you can change what society thinks a word means, you basically got them controlled. If you control the language, you control the people, and that is exactly what happened back in the 1960s when the sudden value change happened. People just went along with it because dollar doesn't really mean a measurement of weight. A dollar is just this thing that we have. Like, we refer to dollar as a unit of currency, like a single dollar is a single unit of currency. We think now as a dollar of like base 1 unit of currency. But that's not what it is. We may use it that way, but that's not what it is. Like we talk about a Canadian dollar. Canadian dollar is exactly the same as an American dollar if you're using a measurement of weight. There's no difference. But a Canadian paper dollar, actually it's polymer nowadays, Canadian paper dollar and an American paper dollar are not worth the same thing. In fact, a Canadian banknote is worth a lot less than an American banknote. Seems kind of weird, doesn't it? That's one of the ways that you're deceived, and it's one of the ways that we grew up being deceived. It's not necessarily your fault that you've been deceived all your life. After all, when you're lied to, do you blame yourself or do you blame the liar? So who's been the liar all this time? Well, it's been the Federal Reserve. It's been the federal government all this time. They've been lying to you. So why do we then have this sort of odd idea of benevolence that exudes from government? Oh, but they have our best interests in mind. Oh, but it's the best system we could have. And yeah, America is a great place to live. There's no doubting that. The United States is a wonderful place. America is great. Sure. But is it the best that it could be? No, there are always improvements you can make. In fact, as soon as the Constitution was drafted, there are probably improvements that could have been made. I'm not smart enough to know what they were, but there were probably improvements which could have been made. So why do we keep having committees? Soviets. The Soviet is a council. Literally translated, Soviet is a council. So why do we keep having councils, Soviets, to determine how we should live our lives, how Americans get to live their lives? Think about this for an example, and this might bristle some hairs here, and I don't mean to step on any toes, but think about the issue of, as an example, marijuana, or better yet, prohibition. Prohibition is probably a better example because most of us can agree drinking's not really a big deal. But think about back in the turn of the century, there was a whole big temperance movement, and then you had a constitutional amendment, that banned the sale of alcohol in the United States for the most part. Prohibition happened. Americans agreed for at least a short period of time that it was all right to tell other people what they could or couldn't consume. What sense does that make, that you get to tell me what I can or can't consume? You're not my pastor. You're not my parent. You're certainly not divinity. So where do you get off telling me what I can or can't consume? It doesn't make any sense, but that's what happened. And we think of that as being utterly ridiculous. We think of the idea of government telling you what you could and couldn't drink as being utterly ridiculous. But it happens today still. Up until the 1990s, absinthe was illegal because there was this bizarre idea that absinthe, because it contained wormwood, contains psychedelics, and obviously psychedelics need to be illegal for some reason. Mind-controlling substances must be governed by government, after all, because it has your best interests in mind. Why is it anytime there's any kind of new substance in existence that might alter your mind, government immediately bans it? And I'm not even defending the usage of it. I'm really not. I don't think it's a good idea to use LSD. I don't think it's a good idea to smoke marijuana. I don't. But I'm not your dad. I am certainly not divinity. I'm not your pastor. Why should I tell you what you can and can't do? That's your decision to make. That's your sin to commit, if that is what it is. It's not my responsibility. It's definitely not government's responsibility. So why is this happening? Because it creates control. It's not about looking out for Americans. It's creating a perfect horticulture. It's creating a perfect microcosm of people who need to exist and people who other people don't want to exist. You created a perfect microcosm. It's like a bowl of fish, right? When you've got an aquarium, you need to have this fish here. You have this fish here. You need to make sure the pH levels are correct. That's how government seems to see itself, and that's how congressmen and senators seem to see themselves. They see themselves as the people who are tending the aquarium. If they screw up in one way and the pH levels go off, then the fish die. But think about this. If the fish were out in the wild, there's nobody there to fix the pH levels. There's nobody there to make sure that all the fish are appropriately tended for if the fish are out in the wild and not in the aquarium. So what keeps them all from dying? Seriously, what keeps all of the fish from dying because there's no one to tend the aquarium? Well, maybe there's this bizarre idea that there's a higher power than the mere aquarium tender, and that there's a much larger picture at play here. That's an idea that's very dangerous, though. That's a very dangerous idea to suggest, even passingly, that there might be a higher power than governmental systems. I know that's kind of a crazy thing, but that actually is a frightening idea to a lot of people. Because, President Obama, he'll reference God, and he'll do it in sort of a patronizing way. As an example, we heard the other day, I think it was today actually, President Obama saying, first and foremost, we're children of God. First and foremost, we're Americans. We're not Democrats. We're not Republicans. And it seems so pandering. It's just a passive remark. And I know President Obama goes to church and all that good stuff, but where does he get off making these statements when I've never seen any example of him doing anything that was particularly evangelistic while in office? I've not really seen an example of that, because he'll say, well, it's not his place, but it's a good opportunity, isn't it, for evangelism? But why bother? You're president, after all. You can do whatever you want. Seems kind of strange to me. I don't know. This is Best Shot here on Hot News Talk Radio, AM 1240, hotnewstalkradio.com. Get us on TuneIn, by the way, the TuneIn radio app on your smartphone, where you can listen to us anywhere in the world on your smartphone. That's Hot News Talk Radio on TuneIn. We are also, by the way, on Facebook, where you can go to Facebook and search for Hot News Talk Radio, and we are streaming live on Facebook, and we're also posting articles there constantly that you should check out. That's Hot News Talk Radio on Facebook. Drudge Report, if you're looking at Drudge Report's front page, it's a lot more headlines than you normally see. The headlines are as such. Wiki Wicked, Podesta practices occult magic, FBI sees Antichrist. Assange, Clinton ISIS funded by same money, terror threat warning Monday. 94,609,000 not in labor force, according to the Drudge Report. It's just aggregate, it's not really a source, but huge headlines on the Drudge Report today for this election. And I want to talk about this election again real quick, because the election is one of those things that is important, but also isn't at the same time. It has value. The election has value, but it doesn't have nearly as much value as we like to think that it does. Yes, voting in the presidential election is a good thing. Sure, you should vote in the presidential election. It's your choice to vote or not to vote, but it's not the most important election of the year. I would say, and this is maybe misguided, but this is what I've learned over the years. I would say the most important election overall for where you live is probably actually the sheriff, because the sheriff is the chief law enforcement officer of your area. If you're in Hamilton County, as an example, well, we know who the sheriff is, and he is the chief law enforcement officer in the area. He has complete control. He has complete jurisdiction. The entire county is his jurisdiction. You might wonder, say, if the mayor, heaven forbid, committed a crime, who would arrest the mayor? Well, the sheriff would, because the sheriff has that authority. Well, what's to keep the sheriff from becoming a despot? Well, the people, because the people elect him or don't elect him, right? They elect someone else instead of him. If he runs unopposed, well, someone else can run against him, or if he runs unopposed, then they can oppose him. It's a pretty well-working system, and it's been around for thousands, potentially, of years, at least 2,000 years. The system of the sheriff, or the sharif in the Middle East, has been around for a very, very long time. And that election is probably actually more important than the presidential election, because the sheriff to enforce or not enforce law as he sees fit, which is very interesting. I could be a sheriff, say, as an example, in Catoosa County, where I live. Yes, marijuana is illegal, but we choose to not enforce marijuana laws because it's a ginormous waste of your taxpayer dollars. And yes, we will handle cartels if they come through, but possession is not something that we will worry about. Selling, yes, but possession is not something we'll worry about. We won't spend the money on putting people through the system, processing them through court. We're just not going to bother with it. So we as a sheriff's office are not going to enforce that. The sheriff could do that, and that's perfectly within his power to do so. The sheriff also has a unique power in that the sheriff can tell the feds to go right the heck away. Say the FBI comes around and says, yes, we want to investigate this or that. The sheriff can say, all right, yeah, I'll help you out. Or, sure, go ahead. Or the sheriff can say, get out. So the sheriff could essentially put a de facto ban on, say, the IRS coming into his county. Yeah, that's something that could actually happen. And if I were sheriff, I'd probably do that. I would say, hey, I'm sheriff, and listen, I'm going to arrest all the abortionists, and I'm also going to expunge or expel, without violence, of course, hopefully, I'm going to expel all the revenue men, all the IRS agents. Get out of my county. There's to be no IRS involvement in the county of Hamilton County or the county of Catoosa County. If I were sheriff in either one of those counties, that's what I would do. And I would be perfectly within my power as sheriff to do so. And amazingly, that would probably be a pretty good platform to run on. That would probably be a great platform to run on. Actually, imagine that. What if you ran the platform of, I will tell the IRS to leave our county if I'm elected sheriff? That's kind of a really good platform to run on, amazingly enough. Or what if you're running in a very conservative county that unfortunately has a rather liberal state capital? You can say, I'm going to arrest all the abortionists in this county and charge them with murder. You could do that. And that would be your power as sheriff, or your perhaps granted authority as sheriff. Because if the people don't like it, they can always expel you, either by force or by ballot, which is probably the better way. By bullet or by ballot, as the old saying goes. We'll get what we want. weren't they? The election is coming up on Tuesday, and we're going to have a new president-elect by the next time we talk on Best Shot. And it's a very exciting time we live in. Things are changing. The times, they are changing. And I can't wait to see what happens next. If it's for the best or for the worst, you should probably be prepared either way. This is Best Shot here on Hot News Talk Radio, AM 1240, hotnewstalkradio.com. Go out and vote. Have a good time, and enjoy your weekend. Kick back and relax while you still can. And the oil pipeline is supposedly going to be fixed on Sunday. I would gas up just in case. Average price of gas right now about $1.79. Not bad. This is AM 1240, Hot News Talk Radio. Colin Cowherd coming up next.
Staying quite nice out there through your evening hours with fair skies. Still a little breezy tonight. Lows a little cooler into the mid-40s. For the weekend, looking great. Lots of sunshine. Still dry for the next several days, though, but comfortable with highs through Sunday into the lower to middle 70s. The halls are decked at Abbas House Bookstore and Cafe in Hickson. Get a meaningful gift and feel good that the proceeds go to missions. Come check us out in the front lobby of Abbas House for discounts. abbashouse.com/coupon. And I'm Swarteen 12 Chief Meteorologist Patrick Orr.
On AM 1240, Hot News Talk Radio.
Wars come and go, but my soldiers stay eternal. Now you can listen to Hot News Talk Radio anywhere streaming live at Noogaradio.com. That's Noogaradio.com. Hot News Talk 1240.
My pipe's encrusted. My sink is busted. A floor rots soft that once we trusted. A plague of drips and shower stall. Raise the one, our beam of sun. 421-6341. Your pride shrinks low, or you need a care? Raise gracious Manly. He has some to spare. Call Raise now. 421-6341. 421-6341.
Whole body vibration really works for weight loss, pain relief, circulation, and building bone density. Go to Lily's at Single TV and talk to Dottie at the Gun Barrel Road Store and Robert at the 153 Hickson location. 10 minutes equals 1 hour walking. It really works.
Hi, this is Eric Felton, tax services, accounting, cash flow. We're small business specialists. I've been helping families and businesses for 35 years. E.J. Felton Company, 332-3339. We make life less taxing.
Listen up, y'all. Ben Phillips, Home Rate Mortgage, 805-9100. I'm in the business of saving people money. And if you want to save money, pick that cell phone up right now, 805-9100. I received a call that I won't forget. The guy is
about 12 minutes and 40 seconds. We'll give you Chattanooga and the world.
WSDG Sunny Daisy, Chattanooga.
Yesterday on the Herd.
The Cubs really should be better next year. And there's a lot of reasons for this. Number one is some of their players are still developing. Many of their stars are 22, 23-year-old kids. Addison Russell, like 22 years old. So number one, this team's still developing. These guys are not in the prime yet.
A new day in the Herd. Ladies and gentlemen.
You guys can laugh at me all you want.
This is the Herd. With Colin Cowherd.
I'm setting the tone.
This show on radio.
This is the Herd. Broadcasting live from Los Angeles. The Herd with Colin Cowherd starts now.
This is the Herd. Wherever you may be and however you may be listening, live in Los Angeles on iHeartRadio, Fox Sports Radio, and FS1. Christine Leahy is joining me on a Friday. We are packed today. Blazing 5 is in about 1 hour from now. Mike Lombardi, who is just remarkable, Bill Belichick's guy, joining us in about 30 minutes. We have a lot today. Today's a big show. Today's the biggest show of the week. I know I'm hard selling it, but it's very good. So, what do you know? Kevin Durant met Russell Westbrook, and it was an absolute blowout. This is exactly why Kevin Durant left Oklahoma City. Did you see all those open jumpers Kevin Durant got last night? And all you NBA fanboys and pom-pom wavers and media, you fall in love with these flashy 6'3", ball-centric, 43% shooting guards, Westbrook, Marbury, John Wall, Derrick Rose. and they're no fun to play with. They're fun to watch. They're no fun to play with. Jimmy Butler didn't like playing with Derrick Rose. Bradley Beal doesn't like playing with John Wall. And Kevin Durant doesn't like playing with Westbrook. And nobody liked playing with Marbury. Nobody. Even Kyrie and LeBron's been an adjustment. The difference is Kyrie's a really, really, really good shooter. But I read all these glowing pieces all the time. Oh, Westbrook is a great kid, and he knows fashion. He's got great work ethic. He's got great drive. He's got great family. Not great to play with. Same in a marriage. She's got great looks, great sense of humor, great style. She's fun to hang out with because that'll make the marriage. I did support, I always will support all-time talents like LeBron, like D. Wade, like KD, moving to teams, moving to cities, moving to players that are more fun to work with. And you pom-pom wavers can read all those sappy stories on Westbrook. Flashy, 6'3", ball-centric, 43% shooter. They're no fun to play with. And I have a new rule in our show. I'm just looking at KD's stats. 39 points. That's pretty impressive. I have a new rule on our show. Here's the new rule on our show. And the media always argues about this, Christine. The media always argues about this. That LeBron leaves, and KG leaves, and Ray Allen leaves, and Shaq leaves, and Durant leaves. And then on the show the next day, big debate show, we argue, right move, wrong move. Here's the new rule on the show. If a star leaves, it's always the right move. Bosh, his career is better. LeBron left twice, better both times. Shaq left, got a title. KD left, you watched last night. Ray Allen left multiple times. If a city burns a jersey when you leave town, it was the right move. When Urban Meyer left Florida, they were pissed. When Ron Zook left Florida, nobody cared. When Nick Saban left LSU, they're furious. Les Miles leaves, they're okay with it. If you break up and she's really mad, you had an impact. We always argue about this stuff. Do you think he should go? Do you think he shouldn't go? So let's look back at the guys that left. Chris Bosh, how can you? Ray Allen, how can you? Kevin Garnett, how can you? Shaq, LeBron. They all won titles. Bosh wasn't winning one in Canada. He wasn't winning one in Canada. Ray Allen wasn't winning one in Seattle. Minneapolis, they weren't getting Kevin Garnett any titles. And Durant wasn't going to win a title in OKC because he played with a guy in Westbrook that's a blast to watch, but would give Kevin the ball with about a second left on the shot clock to hoist up a guarded triple from the corner. Kevin Durant last night, jumper, give, love, fun. If a city burns your jersey, you made the right move. Because they're burning that jersey because you're breaking their heart. And you don't break anybody's heart unless they love you, and you don't break anybody's heart unless they had the best time with you. They're burning those jerseys in Cleveland when LeBron left out of respect. They're burning those jerseys in Oklahoma City out of respect. They'd have been much better off Westbrook leaving, because Durant can play with a lot of guys. Durant can play with Chris Paul. Durant can play with Steph. Durant can play with Clay. Russell Westbrook, he had Durant. Durant's like, I can't play with you. So when you piss a city off, you made the right move. Last night was a prime example. And after the game, Russell Westbrook boards a plane realizing we will never win a title because I couldn't get the ball to KD.
I noticed you were checking your phone. Did Kevin Durant text you?
I was talking to my wife.
Do you expect a text from him?
I expect to get on the plane, get ready to go home, go lay in my bed, get ready for Saturday.
Very sad. I support strongly jersey burning and the people whose jersey they're burning.
Do we all have to follow this rule, or is this just a rule for yourself?
I went on Undisputed yesterday, and I told Skip and Shannon, they're like, close game, close game. I'm like, Warriors.
I said the same thing.
Roll. Kevin Durant's having a blast. He's having a blast. Why wouldn't you want to play with and work with more talented people? I don't understand that. It's like saying, why wouldn't you want to marry a smart woman? Why wouldn't you want to work and play with better people? Like, what's the downside to that? I don't understand people who criticize upward mobility. It must be jealousy.
Well, sometimes you're running from yourself, right? It's not the place that you're with or the woman that's you're with. It's that you're refusing to look within yourself, and you're looking for the grass is greener.
Well, sometimes the grass is greener.
Sometimes,
not always. The grass is greener in Oakland than it is in OKC, mostly because of the heat. But the point still remains, the grass is greener in Golden State.
Yes, in this situation.
And why do people resent that? Why does it... If I told you, you're a basketball player at the Y, and you can play on that really good team, or this team that has talent, but the point guard never gets you the ball, you go like, I'll play for that team. What's wrong with that?
It's jealousy. It's people who can't make those decisions for themselves and resent the people who can.
So I was also thinking about this. So last night was a great example of how lucky all of us are in October and November if you're sports fans. So I watched the Cubs the night before, and I went home last night, and I'm just like, I don't check every day what's on TV. And so I got home last night, and I went to my media room, and I flipped on the TV, and I got Golden State and Oklahoma City. I got LeBron against the Celtics. I got UCLA, Colorado was a good football game. Oklahoma, Iowa State, NFL Falcons, Buccaneers. And I'm like, God, like I didn't have enough TVs for it. It was like great television. And here's what happened. The NFL, Falcons in Tampa Bay became an afterthought. And I'm thinking to myself, why am I watching NBA, regular season game, over a really important NFL game? And the answer is the same reason you watch the Cubs. Stars. The NBA last night gave me Steph, KD, Westbrook, Draymond, Clay, Charles Barkley, Shaq, and KG on TV. The NFL gave me the Bucks. The NFL has made a mistake with Thursday games. They've added qualifiers. We love the NFL. But the NFL puts every team on Thursday at least once. There's your problem. The NBA doesn't have any qualifiers. They just load Thursday up with stars. Next Thursday, you know who the NFL has on TV? Cleveland and Baltimore. You know who the NBA has on next Thursday? D-Wade returning to Miami. Now, the NFL gets better ratings in the regular season than the NBA. But these Thursday night games, and the NFL ratings are down, these Thursday night games are bad business because the NFL has put qualifiers all over them. If you opened a restaurant that was really popular and it was called the NFL restaurant, and you love their steak, but the NFL restaurant put qualifiers, okay, you can order steak, but you have to only order orange juice with it and a side of waffles. I'm not interested. We like the NFL, but these Thursday night games are garbage. The players are tired, and because you have to put every team on once, the games are afterthoughts. I've said this with Monday Night Football. It's a coin flip every week if I even turn it on. So when I look at last night and all these games on, and there's a big question in America, what's happened to the NFL ratings? Part of it's just greed and hurting yourself. You've hurt yourself. Thursday night, you're forcing teams on television that have not qualified to be on television. They're not good enough. They're not interesting enough. Here at Fox, our NFL ratings are great because we only put on the good teams you're interested in. The Cowboys or Cam or Russell Wilson or Aaron Rodgers. These Thursday night games, the NFL's backed themselves into a corner. You put Tampa Bay on, I'm not watching. You put Tennessee on, I'm not watching. You put Jacksonville on, I'm not watching. Next Thursday, you're putting Cleveland and Baltimore on. I'm not watching. D-Wade returns to Miami. I'll watch that instead. Don't, if you run a business, put up a bunch of walls and qualifiers. It's bad business. So Blazing 5 in less than 1 hour. Michael Lombardi will be joining us. Jack Del Rio, Chris Broussard, absolutely loaded on a Friday. Very fired up. Very good college football weekend tomorrow. Not just LSU, Alabama. Tomorrow night, for about 5 hours, it's just tremendous college football. It's a very, very good college football weekend. And I'm going to support somebody that I can't believe I'm going to do, but I've got a solid reason for it. I've got a very solid reason for it. I'm going to talk LSU, Alabama. And I'll not only tell you who's going to win that game, and I'm sure they're going to win this game, but I'm going to throw my support towards somebody. And when I tell you why, you will agree with me. You won't think initially you're going to agree with me. You're going to agree with me. First, gentlemen, if you're wondering whether your shirt's too long to wear untucked, the answer is almost always, yeah, dude, is. Finding a shirt that looks good untucked been one of the biggest problems in men's fashion for years, until Untuckit.com appeared out of nowhere to solve the problem. Untuckit.com.
Compass Media Network's coverage of the NFL. Hi, this is Jerry Recco. Join Kevin Ray, Danny White, myself for all the action.
Fox News Talk 1240.
If it's the NFL, it's right here.
You give us 12 minutes and 40 seconds, we'll give you Chattanooga and the world. Fox News Talk 1240.
A $500 gift card. $500? What? That's right, Funky. A $500 gift card from a store of your choice. The agents at Exit Realty Scenic City are confident they can sell your house. They can do it in 99 days or less. If your listing proves a slowpoke, they will give you a $500 gift card. No one works harder for you than agents at Exit Realty Scenic City, licensed in Tennessee and Georgia. Exit sells quickly all types of commercial and residential properties and vacant land. Looking for a dream home, or maybe you're just a first-time home buyer? Let an agent get you started today on your house search. If you're a real estate agent looking for a change, see what Exit can do for you. Training, technology, branding, culture, and financial freedom. Again, Exit Realty Scenic City. Call 423-551-EXIT to learn more. Call 423-551-EXIT and learn more. Terms and restrictions may apply.
Listen up, y'all. Ben Phillips, Home Rate Mortgage, 805-9100. I'm in the business of saving people money. And if you want to save money, pick that cell phone up right now, 805-9100. I received a call that I won't forget. The guy is a Chattanooga police officer who served our great country in the Air Force. A true American hero. Our hero is renting, which costs too much for a space too small. We helped him achieve the American dream. And the best part is this. He purchased a $180,000 home with zero down. His payment is $200 less than what his rent was. And now he has a safe place with more space to raise his family. It's easy, and you can do it too. It just takes 10 minutes and one phone call. 805-9100.
Explore the world, or maybe just the Caribbean, from the sunny deck of a cruise ship. You're cooled by ice drinks and dozing off amid quiet chit-chat by the pool. Glenn Holcomb runs Expedia Cruise Ship Centers on Gun Barrel near the mall. She'll hold the door for you. One-of-a-kind offers from among 11 cruise ship lines. Through October 22, one cruise line is offering $100 onboard cash credit, another a $500 cash credit. Maybe there's a good fit for you. Expedia is a full-service travel agency. Land, sea, hotels, rental cars. How about an upscale Mekong Delta river trip? Expedia Cruise Ship Centers, Chattanooga. Expedia.
All systems go!
Got a printing project on deadline? Advantage Printing in Brainerd offers the highest quality one-stop service in Chattanooga. Graphic design, printing, addressing. Don't create a mailer unless you first check with Alan about the latest postal hassle. He'll handle the whole thing for you. Advantage Printing. Your advantage is in our name. 4031 Brainerd Road next to the Bilo. Print digital or offset, wide format, engineering drawings, start to finish. Advantage Printing. Check the details with Alan. 629-1800. That's 629-1800.
All systems go!
At Iyer Optical, it's a well-known fact. When you buy one pair of glasses, you get a second pair absolutely free. But did you know Iyer Optical has the largest eyeglass selection in the area, with top-name brands and styles in the latest trends? Schedule your appointment with one of the doctors today for a comprehensive eye exam. And remember, when you buy one pair of glasses, you get a second pair absolutely free. Visit IyerOptical.com for a location near you.
Cash, 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 and more cash. Rick Davis has the cash when you sell gold, silver, diamonds, rings, and jewelry. Sell Rick your precious metals today and lock in your price. Hey, Rick Davis will trade your cash for shiny, brilliant, and heavy gold. Gold cheaper now by $100 an ounce. Join the Rick Davis Silver Bonanza too. Price is so low, the Lone Ranger is bound to gallop in, Kimosabe. Hey, silver, away! The markets are changing, so buy now. Cash, 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 and more cash for your silver and gold, gold, gold. Rick Davis, 5301 Brainerd Road. That's 5301 Brainerd Road. Rick Davis Gold and Diamonds. Oh, and cash, cash, cash. You know where it is. Hey, silver, away!
Don't punish your gun by leaving it in a corner. Shoot it, sell it, or just toss it. Okay. Don't toss it. Make money with it. Shooter Supply at Indoor Range, the hottest gun shop in town. Finds buyers for your extra firearms. Put cash in your pocket today. Are ARs cluttering your closet? Rugers rusting in your rec room? Shooter Supply at Indoor Range in Hickson will take your firearm and put it on consignment. To you, that means no money out of your pocket with a small fee when the gun sells. Larry at Shooters has got an online store. He's licensed to ship anywhere. It's as if Shooter Supply were giving your billfold cover fire. Get the biggest number of bucks from the smallest Derringer to the longest Barrett. Maximum price, shortest time. What a great deal. Shooters-range.com. Shooters-range.com. That's shooters-range.com. Check with Larry.
Wars come and go, but my soldiers stay eternal.
Now you can listen to Hot News Talk Radio anywhere streaming live at Noogaradio.com. That's Noogaradio.com.
News Talk 1240.
Shopping for car insurance, consider this. Geico has been saving people money on car insurance for over 75 years. So if you're serious about saving, it's simple. Go to Geico.com. After 75 years, they know how to save you money.
Now back to the herd.
How good was Kevin Durant last night rubbing it in Oklahoma City's face? God, did he rub it in? And that was bad. But he made the right move. Chris Bosh leaving Canada made the right move. LeBron leaving Cleveland made the right move. They all make the right move. Shaq leaving and going and winning titles made the right move. Ray Allen leaving made the right move. KD leaving made the right move. You should move in life. Whatever the best fit is for you and your family, you move. Kevin Durant in Golden State, did you see how much fun he had last night? Everybody loves Westbrook. He's got style. He got good work ethic. He's handsome, smart, but yeah, blah, 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 4,000 articles. Nobody wants to play with him. Victor Oladipo wouldn't mind playing with him because he's better than anybody in Orlando, but Victor Oladipo can't give you more than 14 a night. Enes Kanter wants to play with him. How much did he play last night? Steven Adams wants to play with him. He's an Aussie. He's not going to be a 25-point-a-game guy. The great players in this league, Kawhi Leonard, they don't want to play with him. KD don't want to play with him. LeBron didn't want to play with him. You ever notice this? And nobody wants to play with John Wall. Had Paul Pierce, he left. Had Bradley Beal, he didn't like him. Jimmy Butler's a great player. Smart kid. Derrick Rose, don't want to play with him. Nobody wants to play with Iverson. Nobody wants to play with Marbury. 6'3" guys, pound the rock, 43%. Nobody wants to play with him. Here's Kevin Durant last night. Just what? This is smooth as butter by KD. Here's Westbrook. His pass picked off. Durant pulls it off.
He is on. That's ridiculous. Welcome to Golden State. These fans will appreciate you here.
Yeah. Jeremiah Albert on fire. Then Enes Kanter.
Really good.
And the Warriors. All right, then Enes Kanter, yap from the bench, started chewing on KD. Let me hear that tape.
And now you see him, Mark. He's talking to the bench. And this is, only Adams is on that team and Collison there. But, oh, there we go. He's talking to Kanter. And Kanter needs to be quiet because you just got on this train last year. That's what I mean. Kanter doesn't know how to take up for Westbrook. You just sit on the side and you be quiet. Just Kanter could have said, be quiet. You do not want to wait a train. It's already waiting, tearing up the town.
By the way, did you hear Katie after the game take a shot at Enos Kanter? This is my quote of the year in the NBA. Listen closely.
Was it just normal trash talking with Cantor there during the free throw, or did you see him to go on for a long time?
He was talking to me, but how many minutes did he play? 3 minutes. I'm trying to focus on whoever's on the court. He's trying to talk to me from the sideline. But I'm sure he's gonna put something on Twitter tonight.
Oh, he'll talk on Twitter.
It's the greatest thing ever. How many minutes did you play last night? 3 minutes? God, that was beautiful. By the way, all the articles, Kevin Durant's a bad guy. Bad guy. LeBron goes to Miami. Bosh leaves Toronto. Shaq, KG leaves Minnesota. Bad guy, bad guy. Burn their jersey, bad guy. All those guys win titles. They all win titles.
It says a lot that Steven Adams is reaching over telling him to be quiet because you don't want to hype him up.
God, that was great.
So fantastic. I could just watch those highlights over and over. It was beautiful. I went on Undisputed yesterday, I tell you that. Old Skip and Shannon, close game down to the wire. I'm like over in 10 minutes.
I said the same thing. Remember, I thought it was going to be a close game.
Those guys.
You were so right.
Those guys should listen to this show. So are all the results over here, the accurate results. Oh, by the way, I got to defend Ed Orgeron. LSU plays Alabama this weekend. LSU should give the job to Ed Orgeron. That's kind of crazy because he had a chance to get the USC job, and I'm like, don't hire Ed Orgeron. But Ed Orgeron isn't Southern California. Ed Orgeron is Baton Rouge. There's this trend in college football to hire the young hip guy, the slick guy, the good recruiting guy, the guy who looks good on camera guy, the Cliff Kingsbury, the Will Muschamp, the Lane Kiffin, the Kirby Smart, the Steve Sarkisian. How are those guys doing? They're young, they're slick, they're telegenic, great recruiters, emotional. Ed Orgeron is the opposite. Ed's not slick. Ed's not smooth. Ed's got a Cajun drawl. Ed loves his family. Ed loves LSU. And the only big program in America that's going to give that job to Ed is LSU, and they should. Because nobody gets LSU like Ed Orgeron. Nobody. He is LSU. He feels like LSU. He sounds like LSU. And by the way, he's the greatest interim coach in the history of college football. At USC and LSU, he's 9-2 because he's all sorts of passion, and players love him. And I don't know if Ed Orgeron is going to be a great head coach, but I know this. Here's two things I know for sure. Nobody fits LSU like Ed Orgeron, and Nick Saban's leaving this conference within 4 or 5 years. So if you take Nick Saban out of this conference, he disappears in 4 years. You tell me Ed Orgeron can't match up with the Tennessee guy, the South Carolina guy, the Georgia guy? You tell me for sure? You know that absolutely? The Kentucky guy, the Vanderbilt guy? You absolutely sure Ed can't match up? I think Ed can recruit. I think Ed learned his lesson at Ole Miss, where he was too restrictive and tried to do everything and did really funny Hummer commercials. I think Ed Orgeron fits LSU. I think Ed Orgeron is LSU. Sounds like it, smells like it, talks like it, lives like it. He is LSU. And by the way, I followed SEC football for 40 years. The conference changed back in 1990 when Steve Spurrier entered the conference. And from that day forward, it was cutthroat. Spurrier embarrassed people. Then Urban came, and then Saban came. And do you know the number of coaches in the last 26 years since Steve Spurrier came to the conference and changed everything? How many football coaches have had head coaching jobs in the SEC in 26 years? 77. Think long and hard about that, LSU. 77. So it doesn't matter who you're going to hire. You're going to fire them too. 77 coaches in 26 years. You can do worse than Ed Orgeron. You go get the young guy. You go get the slick guy. You get the guy the cameras like. Sounds good with the boosters. 77 coaches since 1990. You can do a lot worse than Ed Orgeron. Baton Rouge is a unique feel. It's a unique city. It's not for everybody. Tom Herman, not that interested. Ed Orgeron would sell limbs to have the job. We have this thing in college football now. We're hiring young. We're hiring slick. We're hiring smooth. Ed's none of the above. But I think he's a good fit. And I think Alabama, LSU this weekend is really, really close. Christine, the news.
No. Turn on the news. This is the Herdline News.
Tony Romo is at practice currently running the scout team while Des Bryant is with the first team. And Des Bryant's talking about what he sees out of Tony Romo and said that he is, quote, throwing missiles. So let's just picture this, right? Throwing missiles. We'll picture this. Des Bryant with the first team looks over at the scout team, sees Tony Romo throwing missiles. How much does this say he misses Tony Romo? As much as I hate to admit this, it does sound like he misses him.
Well, Tony Romo is a better quarterback. I mean, he's the better throwing quarterback. If I was Des Bryant, I'd want to play with Tony Romo too. If I was Cole Beasley and Ezekiel Elliott, I'd rather play with Dak Prescott.
Okay, so Russell Westbrook, he talked about what he showed up to the arena wearing. It was an orange vest that said official photographer. Now, the background to this is Kevin Durant loves photography. Yeah. He was at Super Bowl 50 on the sidelines taking pictures with a very professional-looking camera. Yeah. So obviously, I think Russell Westbrook knew what he was doing. Yeah. He says he saw the outfit while he was in Madrid and thought it was very fashionable, and his stylist agreed. Okay. Now, if he shows up to the arena wearing this, you're pretty gutsy, we'll say. I would expect him to go off and have an amazing night if he's wearing something like that. Granted, they're coming off last night. They played the Clippers, or the night before they played the Clippers, coming off a back-to-back where it was a close game and they won. This whole thing just reminded me of two exes seeing each other for the first time since the breakup.
And one did much better than the other. Much better.
Yes, but it's kind of like if you break up and you go to a party where it's all your ex's friends and then he's got a really hot girlfriend and you're just kind of there like, hey, I look real good. You know, it's not a situation.
For the record, Durant doesn't have to go back to OKC till like February. They play Golden State.
Yeah, he's got a long time.
Oh, God, so he's just going to jam it in Westbrook. I mean, my first takeaway last night was, does Durant have to go back there in like a week and go back there for like 4 months?
I said, too, I thought last night was going to be a really close game. I thought, because Russell Westbrook's been great so far this season. I thought he was going to go in and just try to demolish Durant, but he didn't.
That team can't shoot. They can't shoot.
And finally, I was paying close attention to this, too, before the game and after the game, if there would be any sort of interaction between the two. There's Durant shaking his own teammates' hands, but not paying any attention to the Thunder. And then after the game, same thing. Durant just puts his towel over his head, doesn't even look over there until you can kind of see that they're both making those eyes like, hey, hey, are you over there? Am I going to make eye contact with you? Do I see you? I'm not going to say hi. It was a super awkward situation, but I do think they both were thinking about it more than they will.
Sure, absolutely. Of course they would be. Yeah, absolutely. It's like when you go to the party, you're thinking about it.
Like you want to see what they look like, but you don't want to be caught looking.
Yeah.
See what's this like.
Christine, the news.
Well, that's the news.
And thanks for stopping by.
The Herdline News.
Well, our next guest worked for a couple years with the New England Patriots, and this was, let's bring Mike Lombardi on our show. I'm going to embarrass him. So this was Bill Belichick this week when asked about Lombardi, because Lombardi says stuff on our show and it makes national news, and Belichick was asked about it where he usually says nothing, wouldn't even acknowledge Tom Brady's birthday. Here's the great Bill Belichick on Sunday or Monday. Listen to this.
Since Michael Lombardi worked here the last 2 years, a lot of people take his views as being those reflective of.
Mike's one of the smartest people that I know. He's one of the smartest people I've worked with. And he was a huge asset to me for the 2 years that he was here. So Mike's a smart guy, and he studies football, and he knows it very well. I would say on probably all teams.
Would you say that?
So you talking, Mike?
Did you ever disagree with Belichick?
That's the greatest thing about Belichick is he's a great listener. I mean, and disagreeing is you have ways to say your side. So, the best way to prove your point is to listen to the complete opposite point, correct? Right. So if you believe in something strongly, you have to take the opposite approach and really reinforce what you believe. Because if you have a little doubt in your mind, then maybe your point isn't as strong. And I think he's one of the greatest listeners of all time. He listens. Now, you better bring facts because he's got a bunch of them. And so you better make sure you have a lot of information. But you have conversations, whether it's disagreements or not. Hey, I see this. Well, maybe look at that or this. And you come back to it and you both learn. You both improve. I mean, that's the way life should be. You're trying to challenge everybody to improve and get better.
Yeah, It's interesting. I told you my goal in life, I've been very fortunate, is to have dinner with Belichick. But if you're there, and I would literally come with cards, and I would ask him I would have all sorts of stats and data, and I'm thinking, well, then I'd be a terrible guy to go to dinner with, because he'd probably want to talk about life and Jimmy Buffett.
No.
Maybe John Bon Jovi more than Jimmy, but I mean, look, he's really a smart man, and he sees things that a lot of people don't see. I can remember Nick Saban and I were sitting next to each other. We were getting ready to play the Philadelphia Eagles, and he was predicting this game was going to be a blowout. This is in '94. The Eagles were 6-2. We were 6-2. And Nick and I walk out of the meeting saying, what game's he watching? This is going to be a really close game tomorrow. I don't get this.
And he thought they would blow you out, or vice versa?
No, he thought we were going to blow them out. And he was right. By the second quarter, the game was over. He literally said in the step in. That's one of the great things of all time. I think Belichick's Saturday night meetings before the game, I think they should be filmed for the Hall of Fame. They're the most incredible meetings you've ever attended, because he lays out the game to the staff. So he lays out the game to the staff. Okay, here's how the game's going to go tomorrow, and here's how we're going to play it. So the fourth down call against the Colts, that's not by chance. That was laid out well in advance. Hey, if we get an opportunity to put the game away and keep the ball out of Peyton Manning's hands, we're going to take advantage of it. So those meetings, that's what a head coach does. Here's how I want to play the game. Here's what I want to do. If this guy's not playing well, get him out. I'm not going to watch him for 4 quarters. And so he tells the coaches what he wants for the game. There's no chances.
So when Norv Turner abruptly resigns in Minnesota, what happens there?
Well, I think this has been a pattern of discomfort within the organization going back to when you brought Pat Shurmur in as your tight end coach, a West Coast kind of guy.
That had worked with Bradford? Was he?
Well, this is before Bradford even gets there, but you bring him in. It's not really Norv's style. Norv's offense is Ernie Zampese, 5-step, bang the ball out, throw it down the field, run the football, take chances up the field, and it works. But when you bring Pat Shurmur in, you're really kind of saying, maybe I'm not really comfortable with the offense. You're Mike Zimmer. And then you trade for Bradford, who's really only played well within the Pat Shurmur system when he was in St. Louis.
That's right.
So, it's a little bit where I'm sure Norv was probably discomfort in terms of, why don't we try to do this? Why don't we try to do that? Or maybe we should think about this. And I think you get to the point where you're Norv and you say in your life, you know what? I don't really need this. They either want to do it my way or you don't want to do it, so maybe I'll just go home.
So I watched Atlanta last night for a while. And Matt Ryan, another great game. But there's part of me that I don't know. I don't trust the Falcons. Am I wrong?
I don't trust the Falcons at all. And I think, look, that you take them for what they're worth. They're the Indianapolis Colts of last year or 2 years ago. That you're going to fall in love with their offense. You're going to really be entitled to think that they're going to go farther. But when they have to play defense against a good offense, they won't. And when they have to block a good front, they won't. And I think those are the two issues that come up. I think their guards are going to be a liability down the stretch, Chester and Levine. I think those guys are really inside when they have to protect Matt Ryan. I mean, last night, the Bucs got some pass rush, but it wasn't consistent enough. The Bucs are about a 50-minute team. They can't play good enough all year. They've not won a home game. So you can't judge a playoff team against a team that couldn't win a home game, that hasn't won one yet. And I think the Bucs are the perfect example, Colin, of a team that promoted their offensive coordinator and now got worse in 2 spots. They're not as good as offensive coach, and they're not as good as head coach. You follow me? So you promote a guy and you think, well, we can't lose him, but now you've made yourself worse in 2 spots. Same thing happened with the Giants. They promote McAdoo from assistant coach.
So he can't pay attention to the offense as much.
Right.
So the offense gets worse.
The Giants haven't scored an opening touchdown the first inning of the game. They haven't done it all season. I mean, they're averaging 7 less points a game, and it's the classic problem. We promoted the guy because of what he did as an offensive coordinator. Now we're not as good as head coach, and we're not as good as offensive coordinator. That's what's happened in Tampa. And I think that to judge the Falcons, and that's the question here, is to judge the Falcons against a team like that is not fair. Now, the Falcons are a good team. They're going to play really well. They're going to play against certain teams. Kyle Shanahan deserves to be a head coach in the NFL. I think there's no doubt what he's done with that offense. And I think the Falcons were strategic in the offseason. They spent a lot of time, Matt Ryan and Kyle Shanahan spent a lot of time bonding together to build that relationship, and they worked on it. It wasn't by chance. They planned this. And I think it's paid dividends, but their defense isn't good enough for me.
Okay, so I'm going to talk about this later, where I've been critical. Cam Newton and Luck have some similarities. Profoundly big, mobile, strong athletes. They like to throw it down the field. They can throw some picks, both #1 picks. Luck, I think, is inauthentic when he always blames himself. Cam's overly emotional, lacks discipline, constantly tells exactly what he thinks. So I look at both these, and I'm not happy with either.
Right.
Okay, so one guy is literally just faking it. It's all my fault always.
Right.
Where I'd like him to be more of a leader. Cam, I'd like him to have more discipline at the mic in front of the camera, So where do you fall? Like in this situation, am I wrong on both counts? What would you like Luck to say, and what would you like Cam to say?
Well, I'd like Luck to basically do the, Larry Brown, the old 76er basketball coach. He was great at blaming everybody without saying anybody's name. We got to pass the ball better. We play like strangers. I mean, I think, Luck, you need to be a little bit more candid and honest, because Al Davis always said this. When you talk to the media, you're talking to three people. You're talking to your owner, you're talking to the fans, and you're talking to your team. And you got to use that podium as those opportunities to talk to all three. And when you go up there, whether you're a player or you're the head coach, you've got to be able to do that in a mature fashion. My problem with Cam is that what he said may not be right, may not be wrong, but what he should have done on his bye week is flown to New York with about 20 plays that he felt were critical on him, and sat down with Dean Blandino and sat down with the commissioner and said, guys, look, they got to call this on me. And you know what? As critical as you want to be about the league office, Blandino would have welcomed him in with open arms. The commissioner would have welcomed him in with open arms. That's the mature way to handle it. It isn't after your best win of the season to come out and start complaining. And I think I think that has to change. I think Andrew Luck, I think he's got to sit there and say, look, we all got to play better, but the line, you need more. You need to be able to do it. If not, everybody's not going to take you seriously.
Okay, so you look at the running quarterbacks, RG3. Johnny Manziel had personal issues. Russell Wilson's not playing well. Cam's struggling. Andrew Luck's beat up. Do you think it's possible that the NFL defenses have now caught up after about 3 years? Kaepernick, they've caught up to the running quarterback thing.
I think it's a little bit like a basketball player who can only dribble with his right hand. When RG3, once he defined himself who he was, he really didn't have another part of his game.
Didn't have a second gear.
Didn't have a second gear. Colin Kaepernick doesn't have a second gear. All the other stuff on the side, he doesn't play, doesn't throw accurately enough. I think running quarterbacks have their place, but I think the difference is the guys have to make plays from the pocket. Luck can make plays from the pocket. And when Cam's at his best, he's making plays at his pocket, or he's moving around. I mean, Roethlisberger slides a little bit right or left, and he makes some plays. But I think the defenses do a better job of pass rushing and containment. Colin, the worst place to be in football is past the quarterback, because you've never seen the quarterback turn around and run that way. Okay? So teams are really good at squeezing the pocket. It's about controlling the pass rush. It's not about just running up the field. And I think that's where teams have improved on these guys that run around in the pocket. But like Russell Wilson, when he slides, it's not his running that worries you. It's when he slides, finds an open window, and throws it through there.
When Belichick faced Russell Wilson in the Super Bowl, what was that 2-week period like?
It was all about controlling the rush. The way you stop great quarterbacks is it's not what you do with coverage, it's what you do with your rush. So you almost have to field goal rush him. You want to keep him in front of you. You don't want to be past the quarterback. You don't want to be too far on the line. You want to squeeze them. It's the basketball terminology. We got to get in the paint. We must get in the paint. If you want to be the good quarterback, you got to get in the paint. And the paint is that area right between when he steps up to throw the football. You ask any great quarterback, he hates people around his feet, especially when he has to step and drive the ball. So that's how you control him. And if you don't do that, whether it's Drew Brees, Russell Wilson, or any great quarterback, you're going to have a problem. And that was the key to Russell Wilson. Keep him in the pocket, but keep him in front of us. Control the rush and force him to beat us when we're in the paint.
Okay, it's a really, really good college football weekend. It's a really, really good NFL weekend. Eagles, Giants, Colts, Packers, Broncos, Raiders. I think Bills, Seahawks could be very interesting. Seattle's not scoring points. Mike Lombardi comes back. We have our picks. Blazing 5, top of the hour. Broussard 2 is the herd.
Are you hiring? Do you know where to post your job to find the best candidates? Posting your job in one place isn't enough to find quality candidates. If you want to find the perfect hire, you need to post your job on all the top job sites. And now you can. With ZipRecruiter.com, you can post your job to 100 plus job sites, including social media networks like Facebook and Twitter, all with a single click. Find candidates in any city or industry nationwide. Just post once and watch your qualified candidates roll in to ZipRecruiter's easy-to-use interface. No juggling emails or calls to your office. Quickly screen candidates, rate them, and hire the right person fast. Find out today why ZipRecruiter has been used by over 1 million businesses and
And right now, my listeners can post jobs on ZipRecruiter for free by going to ZipRecruiter.com/herd. That's ZipRecruiter.com/herd. One more time, ZipRecruiter.com/herd.
Listen up, sales professionals. Are you a closer? Do you have what it takes to close the deal? If you are a talented sales professional and you are making less than 6 figures, then you have the wrong sales job, plain and simple. If you are ready to go pro and find a rewarding sales career, visit ProFinderUSA.com. That's ProFinderUSA.com. Say goodbye to cold calling for good. Instead, customer appointments will be scheduled for you. That's right. Pre-scheduled appointments will be scheduled daily. All you have to do is close the deal. ProFinder USA is seeking talented sales professionals. ProFinder USA is America's home improvement marketplace. Visit ProFinderUSA.com. That's ProFinderUSA.com. Create your account in just minutes and apply for free. Visit ProFinderUSA.com. That's ProFinderUSA.com. Apply now.
I look at Kelly, and she's like so many children. She's happy. She's healthy. So full of life. And, oh yeah, she was adopted.
To all those who give birth to, pose to, or just give thought to people adopted as infants, thanks for considering adoption.
Brought to you by the Infant Adoption Awareness Training Program of the National Council for Adoption.
Hi, this is Bruce Hornsby. I'm here to tell you that when it comes to housing discrimination, that's not the way it has to be. Some things can change and should, and you can help. Join the effort to end housing discrimination by becoming a member of the National Fair Housing Alliance today. Visit our website at www.nationalfairhousing.org. Fair housing, it's not an option, it's the law.
Hey kid, over here, inside your radio. Name's Ralph. I'm an energy hog. Hey, if you're gonna waste energy in your home, I'm gonna pig out on it. Anyway, I got a deal for you. There's this new website called energyhog.org. Forget about it. It teaches kids how to get rid of us energy hogs. So you promise not to log on to energyhog.org, and I promise not to eat your radio. Deal?
A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Energy and the Ad Council.
Hey, pal, driving a big rig. Time for a little reality check. Let's say you're standing in line to buy movie tickets. A guy wants to cut in front of you. What do you say?
Don't even think about it.
Right. Now, what if a four-wheeler out on the highway wants to cut in front of your truck?
Don't even think about
it. Wrong. Out there, the stakes are higher. So take the high road and back off. In a wreck, everyone loses. A public service safety message from the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration.
Across Cambodia, vaccines are reaching more children in more places than ever before. Globally, UNICEF and our partners save the lives of over 2.5 million children every year. Immunization is vital to help children survive and thrive in Cambodia and around the world. For every child, advance humanity. If you think depression is all in a person's head, you're right. It's a brain illness. Like other illnesses, it has symptoms. Depression can make those who suffer from it feel hopeless. It can even lead to suicide. Learn how to stop depression from taking another life. Call SAVE, Suicide Awareness Voices of Education. 1-888-511-SAVE. On the web at save.org.
Strike up the band. Drums, please. And let your school colors fly high. I had the best of 3 years. College football is on and cracking for your speaker.
He's at 25, the 20, they got him. They miss him. He's in the end zone.
The plays.
How about that?
The breakdown.
You know what I want to talk about? College football.
And all the action that makes you scream. All of your teams are covered right here on Fox Sports Radio.
Hi, sir. When shopping for car insurance, consider this. Geico has been saving people money on car insurance for over 75 years. So if you're serious about saving, it's simple. Go to geico.com. After 75 years, they know how to save you money.
Now back to the herd.
Belichick says Mike Lombardi's the smartest guy he knows. Now you have a podcast called Make Me Smarter Football Podcast with Mike Lombardi and Nick Wright. It's up on iTunes right now. Other podcast platforms, check it out. All right, we go to our games. Let's start Eagles at the Giants. Now Philadelphia comes up a highly emotional divisional game. Now they got to go on the road again to a highly emotional divisional game. How does it work out for you?
With the team coming off a bye, too, I think of the Giants, if they have anything left, the Giants offensively are down 7 points from last year. And they haven't been able to get control of the line of scrimmage, partly because of their offensive line. And I think this is where the Eagles win the game. The Eagles' defensive line is really good. Brandon Graham, they get Benny Logan back this week, which will help tremendously. And I think the Eagles have to pressure Eli. Eli doesn't feel comfortable in the pocket, has missed a lot of throws. People say it's Eli. I say it's because of the offensive line. The Giants have talent. I just think the Eagles are the better team here.
Cowboys at the Browns sounds like a blowout.
Right.
But when you come off those emotional divisional games, Cleveland plays hard.
I think Cleveland's about a 50-minute team. I mean, they'll play great for 50 minutes. And if you're not prepared to play for 60, they got a chance to beat you. They had Miami beat. Look, they were up 20-12 at halftime against Baltimore. They were up on another team, the Jets. They were up 21-7 on the Jets at home. So
Jackson's done a nice job.
They can move the football effectively. They're just so bad on defense, Colin. They're so bad on defense, and they can't play the run. They're almost 5 yards to carry, giving up on in the rushing game. This is where it's going to be a challenge. I think the Cowboys have to be prepared to play. The worst thing you can do in these games is you think the game's going to be over in the first quarter. It's not. You got to sell your team on the fact that we got to play 4 quarters, that this game's not going to get decided until the 4th quarter. We have to be the boxer who's going to wear you down with body punches and win the fight in the 10th round, because everybody wants it to end quickly. It won't end quickly in Cleveland. Cleveland will play them tough. They're going to play Kessler this week, the quarterback. I don't know if he can stay healthy throughout the entire game. I think the Cowboys have to control the clock, 35 minutes, which is good for them, and then I think they'll wear them down.
Colts at the Packers.
The Colts team. You know, this Colt team is...
Their schedule, by the way, they've been on the road a lot.
Yeah, and the road's not friendly for the Colts because their offensive line isn't very good. When you have a bad line, it's tough to travel. Their tackles did not block last week at all. Tom Bahali came to life against them last week. And D Ford, they rushed up. Andrew Luck took a beat last week. And I think this week it's going to be a challenge for them to pass protect against the Packers, assuming they get their rush back. Clay Matthews comes back, assuming he could play. But I think the challenge is going to be, can Aaron Rodgers do anything? If he can't move the ball effectively down the field, I mean, Aaron Rodgers is one of the worst yards per attempt quarterbacks in the league this year. And I don't think it's on him. I think it's on the talent around him. But they got to make the throws up the field. And I think this is the team that has to do it. No production from the tight end at all. And the Colts can't cover tight ends whatsoever. They don't have a safety that can cover. It's not Mike Adams. It's not Gathers. They need somebody to cover the tight end. And the Packers really, whether Cook comes back or Rodgers plays, they don't get a lot of production from the tight end.
So it's a close game.
I think it is, yeah. I think it's a close game because the Packers aren't explosive on offense. That's why. If the Packers were more explosive, if they had more dynamic players. And the other factor that weighs in, I don't know if Starks is going to play. Colts can't play run defense, but the Packers don't have a back to really dominate the running game. I think it's kind of an interesting matchup.
Broncos at the Raiders. Denver is remarkably good in division. I mean, and I think, I watched Trevor Siemian. Okay, he's limited. Most of these young quarterbacks are. Simeon's been the surprise of the league. Now, I know everybody loves Dak, but he's doing it without Dak's offensive line and Ezekiel Elliott. I like Denver in this spot. Do you?
I like Denver here, too, although Denver struggled last year against Oakland. But I think Oakland can't play defense very well. I think Oakland will struggle. I think Simeon will play well. And I also think that the Raiders offensively will have a tough time moving the ball effectively against Denver consistently. I think this is one of those games where you can't have 23 penalties. Discipline matters in football. It's really important. And the Raiders give away too many what I call unforced errors. They give too many unforced errors. False start, illegal motion, illegal formation. You just can't overcome that. You can't do that to beat a good team. And every time they've had to play a good team, whether it's been the Falcons at home or whether it's been the Kansas City Chiefs at home, the Raiders have fallen short. I think Denver's the better team. I think Denver will run the ball on them.
Let me go to Carolina. Cam Newton is going to be at the Rams. Now, the Rams, I think, are off a bye. There's almost 2 Carolinas. They're still in the playoff race.
Right.
And there's the first month, I don't like them. In the last couple of games I've watched, Cam's turnovers go down, and I'm like, okay, it feels like Ron Rivera's, there's something working. So I always try to remember, Belichick's always like, football starts post-Thanksgiving. I'm trying to forget the first month of Carolina. Right. And I'm trying to look at Carolina in the last couple of weeks. And I'm seeing something.
Right, you are. You're seeing that they're playing really good run defense. You cannot really run the ball effectively on Carolina. They only give up 3.3 average per rushing attempt. This is a bad game matchup for the Rams. The Rams are going to have to prove they can throw the ball to beat Carolina. I don't know if they can. I don't think that Case Keenum can throw the football effectively. And then conversely, I think they kind of have found their rhythm offensively. They have some skill on that team. Whether Jonathan Stewart plays or not, he always is the guy that drives you crazy because he makes them go offensively, and yet he's not there enough durability. But I think Carolina is a dangerous team right now. I think they're better on defense in terms of their defensive front. Short played much better last week. They need their front to dominate, and I think the Rams are going to have to throw the ball. And if you're telling me Case Keenum's going to have to win the game, I like Carolina.
Finally, Bills at the Seahawks. I am so close to calling an upset here. Because here's the thing: when Rex runs the football, Buffalo's pretty good.
Right? No, they are. They are, and it's going to be hard to run it up there. Monday night crowd, noise, the stadium, all that. But look, the one thing I said, and I thought Seattle would lose in New Orleans only for this reason. Because Seattle doesn't score enough points to ever put the game away. They never really get it.
They don't.
They'll keep you in the game. They'll keep you there. And when their best teams were, the fourth quarter, they always dominated. Now, I think Seattle wins the game in the fourth quarter. McCoy says he's healthy. He thinks he felt better than he's ever felt. It's the key to their football season because, remember, they run as many touchdowns as they pass for touchdowns. So they need McCoy on there because they're going to have to make some people miss. Without Michael Bennett, Seattle's not the same defense. But they're still great defense, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, and it's interesting. If you look at the NFC right now, with Atlanta winning and Dallas winning, and you say to yourself, Seattle the last 2 weeks has had a tie and a loss. So it's a really, really big game.
And New Orleans could sneak somewhere in there. They play San Francisco. You think they beat San Francisco. They're 4-4. They're 4-4. They're right there and they play Atlanta in Atlanta. And look, that'll be an ABA game. That could be like one of those 47-42 games.
Mike Lombardi, good seeing you, buddy.
Thanks, Colin.
Blazing 5 around the corner, Chris Broussard. Oh, Kevin Durant. Majesty. Talk more about that, too. It's the herd. Sooner or later, your vehicle is going to break down. And if you're lucky, it'll be covered under the manufacturer's warranty. After the warranty expires, though, it could cost you thousands. I know from experience. A new engine alone could cost over $4,000. That's why getting car care coverage from CarShield.com makes sense. When you're protected by CarShield, you'll pay nothing for a covered repair. Just pick the repair shop, and CarShield does the rest, getting them paid directly when the job's done. You don't have to worry about getting reimbursed. CarShield administrators even make the process as stress-free as possible, providing 24/7 roadside assistance in a rental car while yours is getting fixed. If you own a car, you may qualify to save thousands in potential repairs with an extended vehicle service contract. So get the ultimate protection against repair costs. Call 800-423-2160 and mention the code HERD. Or visit carshield.com and use the code HERD to save 10%.
You give us 12 minutes and 40 seconds, we'll give you Chattanooga and the world. Fox News Talk 1240.
Hot 1240 Hot News Talk Radio with your Hot News Now update. Colonial Pipeline is now saying repairs can be made to the exploded line as soon as Sunday afternoon. That's the goal that's been set by the company. That gas line exploded, causing the price of gas to shoot up 10 cents during the week. Right now, the low price in Hickston is $1.82. On the higher end, $1.87. $1.92 is the average price. That's still lower than the national average. On November the 17th, the Hamilton County School Board is going to consider naming Superintendent Kurt Kelly as the permanent superintendent of schools in Hamilton County. He was appointed as the interim after Rick Smith left following the Ottawa rape case. The school board appears to not be ruling out the option of using a search firm to find an outside source for superintendent of schools in Hamilton County. We here at Hot News Talk Radio want to remind you, daylight savings time ends 2 a.m. on Sunday, so remember to turn your clocks back before you go to bed. Your smartphone should do that automatically. If it's going on at Tennessee Valley, it's going on Hot 1240 Hot News Talk Radio.
Staying quite nice out there through your evening hours with fair skies. Still a little breezy tonight. Lows a little cooler into the mid-40s. For the weekend, looking great. Lots of sunshine. Still dry for the next several days, though, but comfortable with highs through Sunday into the lower to middle 70s. The halls are decked at Abba's House Bookstore and Cafe in Hickson. Get a meaningful gift and feel good that the proceeds go to missions. Come check us out in the front lobby of Abba's House For discounts, officehouse.com/coupon. And I'm 1412 Chief Meteorologist Patrick Moore. On AM 1240, Hot News Talk Radio.
At Eye Optical, it's a well-known fact. When you buy one pair of glasses, you get a second pair absolutely free. But did you know Eye Optical has the largest eyeglass selection in the area, with top name brands and styles in the latest trends? Schedule your appointment with one of the doctors today for a comprehensive eye exam. And remember, when you buy one pair of glasses, you get a second pair absolutely free. Visit eyeoptical.com for a location near you.
Don't punish your gun by leaving it in a corner. Shoot it, sell it, or just toss it. Okay. Don't toss it. Make money with it. Shooter Supply and Indoor Range, the hottest gun shop in town. Finds buyers for your extra firearms. Put cash in your pocket today. Are ARs cluttering your closet? Rugers rusting in your rec room? Shooter Supply and Indoor Range in Hickson will take your firearm and put it on consignment. To you, that means no money out of your pocket, with a small fee when the gun sells. Larry at Shooters has got an online store. He's licensed to ship anywhere. This is if Shooter Supply were giving your billfold cover fire. Get the biggest number of bucks, from the smallest Derringer to the longest Barrett. Maximum price, shortest time. What a great deal. Shooters-range.com. Shooters-range.com. That's shooters-range.com. Check with Larry. You feel better outside your home or business than in. Indoor air quality is important. Mildew, mold, smoke, water, and rodent damage are prime causes of poor indoor air quality. Ducts, Indoor Air Professionals, better known as Duct Busters, cleans HVAC systems using 127 definable Duct Busters steps. Let Mark Thompson address the indoor air quality at your business to help reduce employee illnesses. Prevent fires by cleaning your dryer vents. Mark and his parents, Dick and Joan Thompson, have been building our local economy and helping local people with HVAC systems 16 years. Ducts, Indoor Air Professionals. Call 876-9907. 876-9907. Ducts. Call now.
Finding just the right place to live can be a daunting task. Stop your search. In Chattanooga, the place to live is Cross Creek Villas for under $1,000 and available for immediate move-in. You can enjoy this 2-bedroom split layout, over 1,000 square feet, 9-foot ceilings, an extra-large patio or balcony. And don't forget to ask about their preferred employer program. Cross Creek Villas is a gated community, offering a 24-hour fitness facility, a beautiful pool and hot tub, and Cross Creek Villas is pet-friendly. Stroll the pet park with your best friend and enjoy the free use of their business center and clubhouse. Plus, if you mention you heard this on the radio, your application fee is free. Cross Creek Villas, close to downtown off of Highway 58. Go to crosscreekchattanooga.com. That's crosscreekchattanooga.com, or call 894-0446. That's 894-0446. Redefine the way you live at Cross Creek Villas. Go to crosscreekchattanooga.com, or call 894-0446. Cross Creek Villas.
If the South would have won, we'd have had it made. I'd probably run for president of the Southern state. Elvis passed away would be our national holiday.
You give us 12 minutes and 40 seconds, we'll give you Chattanooga and the world.
WSTT Sunny DC.
I'm Deb Carson.
Chattanooga.
Last hour on the herd. These Thursday night games, the NFL's backed themselves into a corner. You put Tampa Bay on, I'm not watching. You put Tennessee on, I'm not watching. You put Jacksonville on, I'm not watching. Next Thursday, you're putting Cleveland, Baltimore on. I'm not watching. D-Wade returns to Miami. I'll watch that instead.
There's more to come right now in the herd.
Ladies and gentlemen.
You guys can laugh at me all you want.
This is the herd. With Colin Cowherd.
I'm setting the tone.
This show on radio.
This is the herd.
Broadcasting live from Los Angeles, the herd with Colin Cowherd starts now.
This is the herd. Wherever you may be and however you may be listening, live in Los Angeles on iHeartRadio, Fox Sports Radio, and FS1. Christine Leahy by my side as always. 5 minutes. Chris Broussard stops by. What a glorious night last night in the beautiful, gorgeous, stunning, offensive fireworks show, Oakland, as the Warriors clobbered the one-man team, Russell Westbrook, OKC Thunder. I've never watched a game that wasn't competitive
and been more deliriously happy because I am a big believer in mobility, upward mobility. And all these people everybody hates for going to better opportunities, LeBron and Bosch and KD and Ray Allen and Garnett, I'm for them. We would take the same opportunities. If somebody said to you, you can play with guys that are better and more talented and more fun, you'd be like, I'd take that job. That's what I did. If you could leave and go somewhere and you felt like it was a better opportunity and you'd have more fun at work and work with better people, you'd go. So why don't we like our athletes to go? If you're burning the jersey of a guy for leaving town, he made the right decision. Garnett won a title. Durant's going to win one. LeBron's done it twice and won both times. Dwayne Wade went to Chicago. Chicago's better with Wade than Miami without Wade. I celebrate with conviction mobility, and I'm totally gloriously happy for Kevin Durant last night, though I do believe they'll lose in the finals to LeBron. I love the idea of an all-time talent saying, I want to have more fun. I'm secure in myself. I can give up shots. I can play well with others. I think it speaks very well of KD. And I read a million articles. What a great guy Westbrook is. And what a great dude he is. What a great dresser he is. Okay, that's great. But he's not fun to play with. Not fun to play with.
You just said Durant's going to win a championship, by the way. So that's not this year, but the next year.
He's going to win championships. He's not going to beat LeBron this year. But he's going to win championships. Before we get to Chris Broussard, we do it every week at this time. Had a very good year, several games ago, above 500. Here's our blazing five.
Let's blaze it up. It's Colin's blazing five. Panthers and Rams.
I don't like swallowing points, but Carolina -3 is too good to pass up against the Rams. I'll take it. Listen, Los Angeles, third worst offense in the National Football League. And since he's returned in Week 6, Carolina is averaging 34 points a game, second best in the NFL. And Cam has cleaned up his turnover. Since he returned only one turnover or fewer a game, he's won 67% of his career games with one or fewer turnovers. I like Carolina here. I think Cam's been taking some hits nationally in the media. I think he rebounds. He's resolute. He's focused. I'll take Carolina 27-20.
Cowboys and Browns.
Oh, this is a trap game, ladies and gentlemen. Cowboys come out of an intense overtime win against rival Philadelphia. The legendary Steelers next. And little old Cleveland in between. I'll take the Browns +7. You think I'm nuts. I don't like it. I love it. Josh McCown starting for Cleveland. It's their two best yards per play games this year. This will be the classic come out flat and survive game. I'll take the 7. Dallas wins 28-23.
Bills at Seahawks.
Rex Ryan's getting 6.5 at Seattle. Too tasty to pass up. I'll take the Bills. Colin, are you nuts? No, I'm realistic. Seattle's got one offensive touchdown over their last 2 games. Russell Wilson's banged up physically more than Pete Carroll is admitting. Russell Wilson hasn't thrown a touchdown pass since Week 4. And the Bills are 4-0 when they can run that ball 27 times. So this is a low-scoring, close game. Buffalo's not going to take any chances. They're going to run the football. And the Seahawks' rush defense has been dented recently. They've allowed over 100 yards rushing in each of their last 2 games. Okay, before that, it was 1 of 5. I like Buffalo in a near upset. Take Seattle 21-20 to win. I'll take Buffalo in the 6.5, though.
Colts at Packers.
Green Bay's not good enough to give 7.5 points to anybody. I'm taking the Colts and Andrew Luck +7.5. Listen, the Colts have scored 120 points in the second half this year. That's the most in the AFC. Even if they get outplayed, there'll be a great backdoor cover. And the Packers have allowed opposing quarterbacks to have a passer rating of 110 or higher in 4 of their last 6 games. Green Bay is the better football team, especially on defense here. They're not good enough, though, offensively. They're not consistent enough to give anybody 7.5. I'll take Green Bay in a squeaker, 29-26.
Broncos at Raiders.
My bet of the weekend, Broncos pick them at the Raiders. I'm taking Denver. Strangely, the Raiders are unbeaten on the road and 1-2 at home. And they're also 0-3 against the spread at home. Are they a young team? Is that playing out? I don't know, but they're better on the road. But even in their road wins, they're atrocious defensively. The Raiders have allowed over 400 yards of offense 5 times this season. 400 yards over 5 times. And Trevor Siemian is a lot better than we think. If you stack up Trevor Siemian and Dak Prescott's numbers side by side, Siemian's about 85% of Dak Prescott. The Broncos are 6-0 and scoring 20 or more points this year. They're going to score 31. The Raiders are going to score 23. Take the Broncos in a pick'em at Oakland. Let's bring him in. Chris Broussard, our NBA analyst, brand new employee at FS1. All right, let's get right to it. First of all, Russell Westbrook's outfit, Mr. Broussard. What did you make of that?
Well, I take issue with you when you said he's a great dresser earlier. I mean, maybe I'm getting older, but I'm sorry. I love Russ, but the gear, him and several of these younger players.
So highway worker gear, it doesn't.
You're never going to see me in a photographer's vest. I think that's safe to. There's very few things that are safe to guarantee. That's one of them. But look, I think what this shows, along with the cupcakes, the revelation we found out in Sports Illustrated about the cupcake Instagram or tweet or whatever, a reference to Durant being soft. This shows that for all Russell saying it's just one game, it doesn't matter, I moved on, it stung him. It bothered him, and it still bothers him. And what I think from all that happened last night, because Durant interacted with Mo Cheeks, assistant coach for the Thunder, Nick Collison, a few other players. He and Westbrook apparently, we saw on the court, no interaction, no eye contact, no fist bump. But the reports are that even when they went to chapel together, there was nothing. And I've been to the NBA chapels. That's not unusual that, nobody's talking except the preacher and all that. That's fine. But if there was a time at this point where they're going to make up, it would have been in chapel or before or right after chapel, where you just give each other a hug. Hey, man, look, we don't have to do it for the cameras, but we good. It's cool between us. They didn't do that. And so I think this feud, if you want to call it that, this could go a lot longer than people think. This could go throughout their careers. Because you brought up Durant winning championships. I agree. He's going to win championships. How's that going to sit with Westbrook?
Not good.
And so that's why I think this animosity, this tension, this silence between the two could be something that goes on for years, if not their entire careers.
What'd you make of Kevin's performance?
Look, it wasn't LeBron going back to Cleveland because that was in Cleveland with that hostile environment. But I still think he showed a lot of heart, because people have called him soft, mentally weak, this and that. That was an environment, a situation that could have been emotionally overwhelming, and it could affect your play. You just don't play as well. You defer.
That happens all the time.
Carry you. Yeah, the fact that he could come out and shoot the way he did and play the way he did, I thought it spoke to him having heart. And I'll tell you this, Colin, I think that he has to play that way with that attitude and that chip on his shoulder throughout the season, throughout the postseason, into the finals and the playoffs. He's not going to score 39 every night. He's not going to take 24 shots every night. But if he continues to play like that, that's how you silence the haters and the skeptics. Because, Charles Barkley criticized him when he went to Golden State, said he's trying to cheat to get a championship. Some people would rather be the bus rider than the bus driver. And I get that. If I'm Charles Barkley, I want to be the driver, rather than the rider to a championship. But Durant's going to be the driver. You saw that last night. Like, he's going to drive. If they win championships, he's not going to go there and be a role player and average 17 and Steph carries him to a title. He is going to be a driving force, if not the driving force. And you can't hate on that. Just like when LeBron went to Miami, it took about a month, and then all of a sudden D-Wade's like, he's pretty good. Exactly. Like, when they combine forces, I really believe D-Wade thought, I'm just as good as LeBron. And Bosh thought he was as good as D-Wade. I'm in their level. And then, like you said, after some practices, you see, oh my gosh, like I thought I was good.
No, that's exactly what. Because I think Wade and LeBron have similar games. LeBron's just bigger and stronger.
Exactly. And Wade, to Wade's credit, because that's one of the first times, I think the first time in NBA history that an alpha dog in his prime on a team had his own team and gave his team over. Yeah, gave it to LeBron and want to win championships. So I give Wade a lot of credit for that. Steph may have to do that. He's still going to be a superstar just like Wade was, but. And the thing I like about Golden State is that they don't have a pecking order, or like a typical team. They move the ball finds the open man, whoever it is, and he shoots it. But to the degree that they're going to have a number one option, I think it's Durant.
I am a believer, because of my own life, in upward mobility. I love when stars leave. Listen, professional athletes, the great ones, the greater they are, the higher in the draft, and the crappier team they go to. A lawyer, a medical student can pick an intern, can pick. A professional athlete is punished for being great. So after 7 years, if it ain't working and my point guard's dribbling the air out of the ball, I'm going to the Bay Area. What do you make of stars leaving for better opportunities? Because the old school guys, Mark Lee, MJ, they don't like it.
Well, first of all, with all due respect to the old school guys, they didn't have the freedom of movement that these guys have, right? We don't know what they would have done if they had free agency like these guys do, and that type of freedom. So that's number one. Number two, I didn't kill LeBron. I'm like you. I didn't kill LeBron for going to Miami. I didn't kill Durant for going to Golden State, in part because we always criticize athletes for being about ego and I got to be the man, and they don't care about winning or money. They don't care about winning. This is a guy that gave up ego, gave up money to win and to have fun and play with guys he wanted to.
Kevin Durant is giving up some money. He's also giving up points.
Yes.
He's giving up spotlight.
Well, and you know what else? To what I said earlier, Steph Curry is giving up some spotlight too. Steph was in that meeting. He recruited Durant. And so Steph may never win an MVP award again. I'm sure he thought about some of that stuff before Durant, they recruited Durant. So both of these guys, and Clay and Draymond were there as well. So they all sacrificed ego. I'll say this about stars moving. This is a copycat league. If there's a leader in the league, it's LeBron James.
Oh, sure.
The dress, the way he handles his business off the court, players look at that and they emulate that. LeBron started a trend when he went to Miami in 2010. And if you notice, a lot of superstars got this grass is greener mentality. Like Dwight Howard all of a sudden wasn't happy in Orlando. Even though it was his team, it was Disney, they went to the finals. Now he wants to play with better players, but for him it didn't work out. It was a disaster. May have ruined his career. Carmelo Anthony. All of a sudden, I'm not happy in Denver. I want to go. He went to a worse team.
And the worst owner.
Yeah, exactly. Now, it worked out for him off the court. Business-wise, his platform is huge. But from a basketball standpoint, it didn't work out. Chris Paul, same thing. All of a sudden now, New Orleans, I'm not happy here. Now, it's not been bad for him with the Clippers, but he hasn't gone any further in the playoffs. Durant, the latest to do it, it's going to work out for him, I believe, because he and LeBron are such high caliber players that wherever they go, they're gonna play well.
And finally, you know him well. Kyrie, LeBron beat the Celtics last night. Let's talk about that relationship.
From what I'm told, it's better than ever. Remember last year there was a lot of talk about tension between these guys.
Yeah.
And it wasn't beef, but Kyrie's a different type of guy.
I heard that from my guy.
Yeah,
what do you mean a different type of guy?
Well, he's not a follower.
No.
He's not concerned about fitting in or things like that. Yeah, of course he respects LeBron and knows how great he is, but he's not like, well, I got to get in this guy's crew or I got to get in his good graces. He's just going to be himself.
Right.
And some people think it might be aloofness or whatever. I wouldn't call it aloofness, but he's just going to be who he is. And I know for a fact, now Kyrie may deny, but people close to him told me a few years before LeBron went back to Cleveland, when Kyrie was early in his career,
getting some criticism.
But playing like the stars individually. He didn't want LeBron to come back because he was like, look, I want my team, and I'm gonna establish myself, as a superstar, which a lot of young players feel that way. Get my max contract, become a superstar in my own right. By the time LeBron came back, he had changed his tune. He wanted him back.
After you draft a few Anthony Bennett's.
Yeah, exactly. You lose it. You take a few lumps. You're ready to bring the best player in the world to you. But now what I'm told is that when LeBron went there, he was like, he even shared this in his letter, I'm going to, teach these guys and help them learn how to win and things. They've got great talent. Kyrie, Deion Waiters, he mentioned other guys, but I'm going to kind of be the leader, show them how to win. From what I'm told, Kyrie was just a little reluctant earlier in, their relationship to accept all that. Now that he's seen, not just through the championship, but you see the success, how to win. Winning basketball and losing basketball are totally different. Even though you're the same player, you're still a great player. It's a different mentality, and I'm told Kyrie is a lot more open now to, hearing what LeBron's saying in certain instances. And look, let's face it, Kyrie was a point guard that used to have the ball in his hands, and now LeBron had it in his hands. So that was tough to handle. But now, look, LeBron's the point guard on that team. We can call him what we want. He's the point guard. He's averaging 10 assists, and Kyrie really is the scorer.
Yes,
and they're both.
By the way, most fans look at that as a weakness.
Oh,
Listen,
no.
I've never a problem. People forget that Magic Johnson was not a great scorer.
Yeah.
Later in his
wasn't
career,
much of a shooter either.
LeBron's self-awareness. LeBron's like, listen, Kyrie's a better pure shooter, and LeBron can make them a better team, scoring less.
Exactly. By averaging close to a triple-double. Exactly. Like now, Kevin Love is scoring more. Kyrie Irving is of the elite point guards.
Oh, I love it.
The only one who would be a better combination with LeBron is Steph, because he's obviously a phenomenal shooter. But Kyrie, I would say, is second because he's the great shooter in his own right.
And LeBron trusts him. And LeBron
he does trust him now. He's trying to help take Kyrie to the next level, from what I'm told. And obviously, it's happening.
All right, Broussard, where do you go from here? What are you going to do the rest of the day?
I'm actually going to fly to Michigan, University of Michigan. It's Parents Weekend. One of my daughters is a student there. She's a freshman. So I'm going to meet my wife there. We're going to have fun. Going to the game tomorrow.
Who are they going to?
I wish it was Ohio State.
Oh, God.
Or
Maryland?
somebody like that. But
we only have to go to the first half.
That's what my daughter does.
48-0 at half. Chris Broussard, it's the Herd. Hi, it's the Herd. Okay, this is a 30-second commercial, and I'm going to throw a lot of numbers at you, but please stay with me. In just 15 minutes, you can save 15% or more on car insurance. This company has been offering great rates and services for over 75 years, and anytime you need help, you can speak to one of their trained specialists 24/7. The company is Geico. Go to geico.com, and in 15 minutes, you could be saving 15% or more on car insurance. Sorry for all the numbers, and in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, I'm out of time.
Is the season to save big right now at Lowe's. So hurry into your neighborhood store today for great Black Friday deals happening all month long. Now get a DeWalt 20-volt Max cordless drill for only $99. Plus get a DeWalt 20-volt Max 4-tool combo kit for only $299. Don't miss out on all the great deals right now at Lowe's. Drill offer valid 11/2 through 12/24. Combo kit offer valid 10/31 through 12/13. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See store for details. U.S. only.
Okay, here we go, people. This is the Herd.
Where are you again?
With Colin Cowherd.
I noticed yesterday I'm tired of chewing. I think I'm going to go to an all-smoothie diet.
Well, it makes sense because really a smoothie is just cold soup. And you really love soup, so just have smoothies.
Yesterday I'm eating my sandwich, and I'm like, you know what? I don't want to chew anymore. I'm chewed out. I think I'm done with chewing.
You also have a fear of choking.
I do.
While chewing.
Oh, I
So
almost
it makes
choked.
a lot of sense.
Almost choked as a young child on bacon. My mother, Patricia, who had big fingernails, reached down my throat, ripped it out, pulled the bacon out. I remember where I was sitting, the color of the chair, the tile, so I don't let anybody in my house eat steak alone. So if we ever go out and have a piece of steak and bring it home, I just throw it out. I'm just done with chewing.
Okay, so just a complete liquid diet.
I think you can do it.
Smoothies.
No, I think you can do it.
This is The Herd.
No, you see it now
with Colin Cowherd.
What?
Our son was a freshman living in a dorm.
As a mom, you do everything to get them ready for college.
Mike Cupelli and Judy Miller want to prevent what happened to their families from happening to yours.
One day the phone rang. It was the hospital near my son's college.
They said our daughter was very ill with a rare disease.
Meningococcal meningitis.
We didn't know about vaccination.
We didn't know college kids are at risk.
The meningitis spread so quickly.
We all thought it was the flu. We had no idea it was so serious.
Hours after her first symptoms, her condition was critical.
Less than 24 hours, he was gone.
The vaccine's been around for years.
Of all the things you do to get them ready for college.
My daughter didn't have to die.
Parents and college students should learn more about this type of meningitis and vaccination. That's the recommendation of health officials and parents like Mike Cupelli and Judy Miller. A public service message from the National Meningitis Association. For more information, visit www.nmaus.org.
Would it be crazy if you just stopped everything, packed your bags and left for a week, a month, a year? What if you left for 2 years? Would people think you lost your mind? What if you were going far away to help in a village on the edge of the Gobi Desert? A village crowded with Buddhist temples, not skyscrapers. A place where there isn't a word for recluse, but 1,000 words for community. Would it be crazy to go 5,000 miles from home? To spend time with people the rest of the world only reads about? To build libraries and fill them with stories? Prepare a meal with food you helped grow? To teach children and learn a thing or two about yourself? Would that be crazy? Peace Corps. Life is calling. How far will you go? To find out more, call 1-800-424-8580 or visit peacecorps.gov.
From the food in our refrigerator to the clothes in our closet, agriculture is part of our daily lives. Every day, America's producers work hard to provide us the food and fiber we need to survive. But they face many obstacles such as pests, diseases, harsh weather conditions, and volatile markets that can wreak havoc on their farm operations. The U.S. Department of Agriculture's Farm Service Agency offers programs that give American producers the help they need to weather tough times. FSA works to ensure a strong and viable agricultural sector in America by providing assistance to farmers when natural disasters strike, stabilizing farm income, and conserving land and water resources. FSA provides loans to new or disadvantaged farmers and ranchers, and it donates food to humanitarian organizations that feed needy people in the U.S. and around the world. Learn more by visiting a USDA service center near you or www.fsa.usda.gov. The Farm Service Agency, serving all Americans.
Get your fresh goat kebabs here. Goat kebab heroes here. Oh, hi. Since the curse has been lifted, I decided to start selling goat items. You remember Jax? Well, instead of a rubber ball, why don't you use goat balls? Or this goat mic cover. Just log on to foxsportsradio.com and you too can own some goat history. We covered this historic event on Fox Sports Radio. The Herd
From Los Angeles.
is on and popping.
Please, before you come for the great one.
And we're back at it.
Got the drink in me going bad to bad.
Once again, it's The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
From Los Angeles.
You know, one of the things I was thinking about this is I don't have any interest in clothes. I'm not really a fashion guy, obviously.
Just sweaters.
I'm not somebody that wakes up. They're just like a utility. Like, I'm the same way with cars. Like, I just don't care. And I watched Westbrook and Cam, and they had this incredible flair for clothes.
Yeah.
And I just don't have, like, I always felt as a kid, I didn't get the car gene. Like, guys in my high school would work on their cars over the weekend, and they'd be with the engines, and I didn't get that gene. Like, I just buy a car, and then I take it to Jiffy Lube. I'm not interested in knowing about the manifold. I didn't get the car gene as a guy. I also didn't get the fashion thing as a guy.
Yeah, this is not surprising to me at all. None of this is. You could not be any more different from Russell Westbrook and Cam Newton.
I don't have that flair for it.
That's okay.
Like, I'm the only person ever that bought GQ magazine for the articles. I would be at an airport, and I'd buy magazines, and I'd buy like Vanity Fair
would have a really good article. I'd look at the articles, and then like GQ would have an article, and then I'd buy a cigar aficionado, not because I wanted cigars, but they'd have like Sylvester Stallone interview, and then I'll buy like Atlantic or Wired magazine or The Economist for the articles. But GQ is a clothing magazine. I just bought it for the articles, and I would always like thumb through it, and I'm like, I would. You look at all those suits. First of all, it takes a lot of time. You
put a suit on?
Well, like Cam Newton, he's coordinating it. He's shopping for it. He's. Well, it seems like a lot of work.
Let me tell you how this works. There are people called stylists, and they go shopping, and they bring lots and lots of options. Some of the things are free from the designers. They bring it to their house, lay it all out, and then Russell Westbrook just says, yes, no, yes, no. And then the stylist puts the outfits together, catalogs them, and he just puts them in the suitcase. It's really not that time-consuming.
So here's Cam Newton after that loss, after they won, complaining. First of all, let me hear the bite from Cam Newton. Now I want to compare Cam Newton and Andrew Luck. Now here's Cam Newton, first of all, and watch it and listen.
At times, I don't even feel safe, right? And enough is enough. But it's not fun. The story of my life ever since I came in is just, well, we missed that one. I'm sorry. I try to get it. That's bullcrap. That's bullcrap.
His personality is his wardrobe. He is big. He's going to give you all his emotions. He's going to wear his emotions. And now listen to Andrew Luck, who's kind of inauthentic, and he always dresses down. Here's Andrew Luck.
I don't think the Saxon was indicative of how well our offensive line plans. All those, you probably blame me for holding the ball too long. I feel like I missed some opportunities to help put the game away. The interception, good play by the DB, bad ball by me. The fumble, I'm embarrassed about that. I should never fumble. Yeah, it was a bad read. I threw it late, bad throw. Oh, unbelievable. They really haven't given up that many points. I think he put probably 28 points on me, for the opposing offense with some of these interceptions and fumbles.
Cam and Luck are so similar. Number one picks, big, strong, physical guys. Success, now they're struggling. But they couldn't be more different personalities. Like Andrew Luck, literally, I think, would rather go out there straight out of the shower with a towel. Cam, he's got these beautiful suits. He's very expressive. So he's expressive with his words. Cam's expressive with his style of play. He's expressive with his wardrobe. It's remarkable. They're even though they came out 1 year after the other number one picks, Cam and Andrew Luck are very similar players. They are the most different guys in the league. One is totally expressive. One is like, I don't even know the word for it. It's like Andrew Luck. I'd be much closer to Luck. I don't care about clothes, and I'm not. Like, I don't know what it is. John, did you get the clothes, Gene?
Look, do you think I did?
My dad was a decent dresser.
But think about this. You just said that what Andrew Luck is inauthentic.
No. I think as far as, what I've said, inauthentic. I just think when I look at Cam and Andrew Luck, their games can be similar.
Right.
You talk about two completely different human beings.
It's because it looks to me like Andrew Luck has always been taught to kind of play between the lines and follow orders.
Be disciplined.
And be disciplined. And Cam is really just, I'm going to be who I am. Like it or not, this is who I am, for right or wrong.
Yeah. They are really different cats.
They are, but that's okay.
One guy's super expressive. Another guy is, like Tom Brady, for being the handsome guy, is really disciplined. Like, one of the things that is remarkable to me, and this is why I like Luck better than Cam. I think Andrew Luck is really disciplined when he goes to the microphone. And I don't think he was overly disciplined when he started playing in the league. The most impressive thing to me about Tom Brady isn't his arm, it's his discipline. Brady won't drink a beer during the season. Not one beer during the season. He's married to a supermodel. He won't have a cocktail. That's remarkable to me. Like, for a guy that's married to a supermodel, is the quarterback for the Patriots. You have all these guy friends. You don't have a cocktail. You don't have a beer for the season. Tom Brady 1 million times has been able to walk to that podium and has been asked questions. He has not once bit. Not one. The Boston media, multiple papers, multiple radio, multiple TV, super aggressive. Brady has never, he's like Derek Jeter. Derek Jeter and Brady's discipline is unbelievable. I'm so blown away by it. Jeter talked and never said anything for 20 years. Brady has talked for 20 years. He's never said anything. There is something to be said about that level of almost militaristic discipline by Jeter and Brady. and luck. Christine, the news.
Turn on the news. This is the Herd Line News.
The Browns and the Cowboys play this weekend. It'll be Cody Kessler against Dak Prescott. So Hugh Jackson was obviously asked questions about not choosing Dak Prescott when he was available, instead going with Cody Kessler. And he doesn't regret his decision. Not surprising, he has to say this, but he said, quote, "They found the right guy for their offense. Obviously, we have the guy that we took, and they have the guy that they took. I think that everybody has the right guy for them, and he fits for them." Now, obviously, he's not going to say, yeah, I wish we would have chosen Dak over Cody Kessler, but come on.
Yeah, I mean, in hindsight, it looks obvious because he carried a very average football program, kind of below average Mississippi State. But, you know, I remember watching Dak Prescott at Mississippi State, and I thought he was a more talented Tebow. I thought he had a better arm motion than Tim Tebow, but he reminded me of Tebow, where a lot of underneath stuff, ran a lot, strong physical kid. You know what? there was a lot of warning signs about Dak Prescott. He wasn't terribly accurate. I still don't think Dak Prescott's as talented as Carson Wentz. I think Dak Prescott has the best offensive line by a mile in the league. It's not a knock on Dak Prescott, but if you're asking me today if I could draft Dak Prescott or Carson Wentz, I'd still take Carson Wentz. And if you told me tomorrow I could start Tony Romo or Dak Prescott, I'd say Tony Romo.
You're back on that?
No, I mean, I'm not anti fans. If you don't love their team, you hate their team. I don't hate that, but I'm closer to indifferent than I am in love with what he does.
For sure, it's not about even that. It's about ruining the momentum. How do you stop here?
That's fine.
Thanks, Dak, for all these wins.
No.
We're gonna actually have Tony come in.
But even with what I know now, if you put Wentz, Romo, and Dak out, I put Dak third. And I'm not anti-Dak. Fans think if you don't embrace their team, like Washington Husky fans this week were mad at me. They're like, how can you say we're not one of the 4 best teams in the country? You're not. Ohio State's got better players. And if Ohio State played you, they'd be favored to win the football game, go to Vegas. If Louisville played you, they'd be favored to win the football game. It's not that I hate Washington. I think they're very good. They're ahead of schedule. But if you don't love a team, fans think, oh, like Joe Buck hates our team. Joe Buck doesn't care about your team. He doesn't care about your team.
We might be on the same page on this one. Jeff Hornacek was talking after the game for the Knicks. They're now 1-3, lost by 19 points to Houston. And he thinks that they need to get Kristaps Porzingis the ball more.
You think?
Yeah. We got to do a better job of getting him the ball when he's got a mismatch. I thought there were several times that, he's in an area on a smaller guy and we're not necessarily looking for him.
Yeah,
we're kind of looking for the next thing. We got to find that mismatch, throw it up there, let him, gather the ball, and make a play out of that.
Do you think he's maybe saying, hey, Carmelo, hey, Derrick Rose, pass the ball?
That's exactly what he's saying. This is exactly what Jeff Hornacek's saying is we don't get Porzingis the ball when he has mismatches. If you played at the Y and there were mismatches, you had the ball and you didn't get the ball to the guy who's got a mismatch, you're a bad teammate. Basically, Jeff Hornacek is figuring out what everybody in the world knows outside of New York, that Carmelo Anthony will go down as the most overrated player of my life. You can't win with Carmelo Anthony. He ruins chemistry. He plays on one end. All these guys love him because he's good every 4th year at the Olympics. We're playing Tunisia. Once you get into the NBA, you can't play that way. You can be Carmelo at the Olympics because you know why? It's 3 weeks. It's summer camp. Everybody gets along. You're favored in every game. When you go in the NBA and you're favored every 3rd night and there's strife and there's chaos and there's losing and it's a whole different ballgame on that team playing.
Well, they're a super team, and tonight they're going to be playing the Bulls, so it's Derrick Rose and Joakim Noah.
Where's that game at?
In Chicago.
Oh,
Are you going to watch? That's a good one.
Friday's my night off of sports.
What are you doing tonight then? I thought Ann left you for a week.
She's in town. I don't know. I tried to go out with McIntyre last night and have beers and went on a camping trip.
Yeah, because you're so against camping. How many guys did you go with? 3 or 4? That's key.
With kids.
Can't go. I can't believe Jason would go camping with his kids. What a
terrible
guy.
Friend.
Conor McGregor is at it again. He has a promise for Eddie Alvarez for UFC 205.
He has been through a hell of a lot of wars. He's been dropped continuously. I can see it in him. You can see the effects of war wall on his face. I'm respecting him. He's a fighter. Nothing but respect. But this will be it for you. You're going to be badly hurt, Eddie, and I mean that. It's over for you. You will not fight again after this. You will not look the same. You will not think the same. And that's it.
That's harsh. Yeah. You're not going to look the same or think the same? I mean, I respect the fight, but come on, you don't need to alter his life. And finally, so yesterday, I had to go to this charity event. Not had to, but wanted to go to this charity event for one of our bosses here. And
you did go last night?
I did go.
I was going to go, but I had to do stuff at home. I was going to go.
But you wanted to go with Jason McIntyre.
Well, I just had a bunch of stuff to do last night. Last night was a bad night for me to go back across.
Yeah, no, I get it. So last night I had to go to this thing. My little brother was going to be my date for the night. And he texted me at about 11:30 during the show yesterday and said, "Hey, big sis, how much would you hate me if I ditched you tonight?" I was like, "Why? What are you doing?" And he said, "I think I'm going to fly home and buy a flight right now to go to the Chicago Cubs parade."
They're having that parade right now.
Right now. So I said, of course, because I'm a good sister, I totally get it. You should go. And I had to fly solo. But he's one of 2 million people at the Cubs parade right now. It looks crazy and insane, but good for Chicago. And also, we had to throw this in because, again, you know that Sharif works with me, and he is a huge fan of wrestling. I'm starting to really debate the decision to have him work with me because this is getting, to be enough. Chris Bryant. I loved Chris Bryant. But they made a special belt for him, and here it is. It's a WWE Cubs belt, and he is wearing this during the parade today. I don't like Chris Bryant anymore. My respect goes so far down.
Christine with the news.
Well, that's the news.
And thanks for stopping by.
The Herd Line News.
All sorts of good NBA games. We have Jack Del Rio last hour, a reporter that covers the Golden State Warriors on a nightly basis, and she was there last night. Now, Golden State's in town, I think.
Yes, they play the Lakers tonight. I'm going.
Oh, you are going to that game?
Yeah, of course I'm going to that game.
That's what I should do. I should go to the Laker game. I don't get free tickets like you. That would be.
Yeah, please.
I'd love to go to the Laker game. I was talking about Cam is in Los Angeles this week. They play the Rams, and Andrew Luck is going to Green Bay. They face the Packers. And I do think I'm more of an Andrew Luck guy over a Cam guy because I don't think Cam's built to play 10 years, 15 years. I think Andrew Luck will eventually, he's already modified his game this year. I think Andrew Luck's going to be around for another decade. I do not feel that with Cam Newton the way he plays. But it's interesting. We had Greg Cosell on. And listen to what Cosell, I'm going to let you listen to what Cosell says about Cam and Andrew Luck. Let's start with Greg Cosell on Cam Newton.
He's not a true timing rhythm thrower. So even in the pocket, he tends to throw the ball later in the down. They're not a true quick game team. So he's dropping back and sitting in the pocket. And one of his strengths as a quarterback is his ability to sit on that back foot late in the down and drive the ball down the field. But that means the rush gets closer. So he's more likely to get hit.
So isn't that interesting? That's one of the reasons I don't see Cam playing for 16, 17 years. He is a guy that waits for the receiver to get open. Wait, throw. Translation, he gets hit more. Some of these hits on Cam are on Cam. Now here's Greg Cosell a couple of weeks ago talking about Andrew Luck this year.
I personally think he's playing well. I think he's playing with more discipline than he's played with before. Gore is still a solid runner, but I don't know if he's a guy you can build your offense around anymore. And their defense is always an issue. So I actually think Andrew Luck has been playing very solid, disciplined football.
Disciplined. And that's what I'm saying. There is a discipline to Jeter, a discipline to Brady, a discipline to Luck that I think that's how you last 20 years. I don't think you last 20 years on talent. I question Cam's discipline. The talent I don't question. The arm I don't question. But when you look at these guys that play for 20 years, these Peyton Mannings, these Derek Jeters, that discipline thing is a really, really crucial factor. For everybody out there who is hiring, do you know where to post your job to get the best candidate? Because if you're posting it to just one or two sites, you're not going to get the best people. In order to attract top flight people from around the country, you got to know where to put your job opening. How about ZipRecruiter.com, where you can post your job to 100+ job sites, and that includes
You give us 12 minutes and 40 seconds, we'll give you Chattanooga and the world. News Talk 1240.
Hot 1240 Hot News Talk Radio with your Hot News Now update. Colonial Pipeline is now saying repairs can be made to the exploded line as soon as Sunday afternoon. That's the goal that's been set by the company. That gas line exploded, causing the price of gas to shoot up 10 cents during the week. Right now, the low price in Hickson is $1.82. On the higher end, $1.87. $1.92 is the average price. That's still lower than the national average. On November the 17th, the Hamilton County School Board is going to consider naming Superintendent Kirk Kelly as the permanent superintendent of schools in Hamilton County. He was appointed as the interim after Rick Smith left following the Ottawa rape case. The school board appears to not be ruling out the option of using a search firm to find an outside source for superintendent of schools in Hamilton County. We here at Hot News Talk Radio want to remind you, daylight savings time ends 2 a.m. on Sunday, so remember to turn your clocks back before you go to bed. Your smartphone should do that automatically. If it's going on at Tennessee Valley, it's going on Hot 1240 Hot News Talk Radio.
You give us 12 minutes and 40 seconds, we'll give you Chattanooga and the world. News Talk 1240.
Cash, 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 and more cash. Rick Davis has the cash when you sell gold, silver, diamonds, rings, and jewelry. Sell Rick your precious metals today and lock in your price. Hey, Rick Davis will trade your cash for shiny, brilliant, heavy gold. Gold cheaper now by $100 an ounce. Join the Rick Davis Silver Bonanza too. Price is so low, the Lone Ranger is bound to gallop in, Kimosabe. Hey, silver, away! The markets are changing, so buy now. Cash, 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 and more cash for your silver and gold, gold, gold. Rick Davis, 5301 Brainerd Road. That's 5301 Brainerd Road. Rick Davis Gold and Diamonds. Oh, and cash, cash, cash. You know where it is. Hey, silver, away!
Is your career taking you where you want to go? If not, talk to Covenant Group Insurance, especially if you like helping people. Call and learn how you can work for yourself, but not by yourself. Intense with free training, plus a fantastic lead program, plus office support equals your success, your prosperity. Gross at least $75,000 your first year selling insurance. Call Steve or Jada for a confidential interview. That's 855-8484. Maybe the most important call you make all year.
You used to call me on my cell phone.
When you crack your screen, mess up your charge port, you get soaked in a rainstorm, what do? Save money, save big, fix it, get surgery. There's a cell phone hospital near you. It's the Cell Surgeon. Adam Disbro, the man in white. He replaces your screen, fixes your buttons, gives you back Twitter, Facebook, your online universe. Walk-in patients, go to Cell Surgeon in Ottawa. Cell Surgeon is new in Ottawa, next to Zaxby's. Other docs in the cell repair business are just lab coats. The doc at Cell Surgeon is the best. He wants you to be happy. Fix your phone, save money, and save time. Every minute is valuable, and Cell Surgeon doesn't want to waste a second. Your wireless MD, the Cell Surgeon, quick and precise with your device. Takes an hour or less. Northgate Mall, Cell Surgeon next to Old Chicago Pizza, 900-8263. TheCellSurgeon.com. Like him on Facebook.
You used to call me all night. You used to.
Staying quite nice out there through your evening hours with fair skies. Still a little breezy tonight. Lows a little cooler into the mid-40s. For the weekend, looking great. Lots of sunshine. Still dry for the next several days, though, but comfortable with highs through Sunday into the lower to middle 70s. The halls are decked at Abba's House Bookstore and Cafe in Hickson. Get a meaningful gift and feel good that the proceeds go to missions. Come check us out in the front lobby of Abba's House for discounts. abbashouse.com/coupon. And I'm Storm Machine 12 Chief Meteorologist Patrick Orr.
On AM 1240, Hot News Talk Radio.
Wars come and go, but my soldiers stay eternal.
Now you can listen to Hot News Talk Radio anywhere, streaming live at Noogaradio.com. That's Noogaradio.com. News Talk 1240.
Take cool games, learn how to rid the college of the energy hog, and became a hero to his family. And the moral is to use energy wisely. Log on to energyhog.org. Or, if you cry hog, it better be a hog calling contest.
This public service message brought to you by the U.S. Department of Energy and the Ad Council. I look at Kelly, and she's like so many children. She's happy. She's healthy. Hey, but she's confident.
I am, honey. Be careful.
She's such a special girl. So energetic, so full of life. And, oh yeah, she was adopted.
To all those who give birth to, homes to, or just give thought to people adopted as infants, thanks for considering adoption.
Hey, you idiot.
Brought to you by the Infant Adoption Awareness Training Program of the National Council for Adoption.
Holy the Chicago Cubs have won the World Series.
Ball game is over.
This is the most amazing thing I'll ever read in my entire life.
Damn the announcement of my first marriage, first child, first divorce.
The Cubs win is the most amazing announcement I will ever make.
To relive history, go to FoxSportsRadio.com.
Say what now?
That's FoxSportsRadio.com. This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
Broadcasting live from Los Angeles.
Don't believe it, just watch.
Back to the studios.
Colin, love the show, man.
Once again, here's Colin Cowherd.
You know, I'm just thinking about this. It's not just the Kevin Durant topic, but it's like free agency in general. If you ever noticed this, we're totally okay with a baseball player moving, and we're totally okay with a football player moving. But if an NBA player moves, it just bothers us. Like when I wake up in the morning, you're going to hear people say Kevin Durant took the easy way. And to that I say, when I get up in the morning, sometimes I'll check my GPS to find the easiest way to drive to work in the morning. Why would you choose the opposite? When I came here from my former employer, I knew I'd have triple the staff. It would make my job easier. Of course. Like, why is it that we beat up NBA players for moving? We don't beat up hockey guy for free agency. We don't beat up baseball guy for free agency. We celebrate.
Sometimes.
But by and large, football guy moves across town. We're okay with it.
Well, it's because there's something to be said about in order to be the best, you have to beat the best.
That doesn't work that way in football. Team players.
No, but football is so many more people on your roster. A lot of people, I think, have a problem, not me, but have a problem with Kevin Durant because he joined the best instead of beating them.
But again, people join the Patriots. They join the LaMarcus Aldridge joined the Spurs. Nobody had a problem with it. We have a problem in the NBA. It's actually a great compliment. We're acknowledging they're great and we'll never have another player. They burn jerseys in Cleveland because there's no other LeBron. And they're burning jerseys in Oklahoma City because there's no other Durant in the league right now. It's the ultimate compliment. When he left Minnesota, Kevin Garnett, there wasn't another Kevin Garnett in the league outside of Tim Duncan. So, I don't know. I just look at it and I think to myself, here's who I don't talk about when it comes to the NBA. Dominique Wilkins, 25 points a game. Iverson, 27. Elgin Baylor, 27. They don't have any titles. Damian Lillard, 32 points a game this year. They don't have any titles. Where in life is moving to an area with more talented people and sacrificing sometimes money and your own numbers a bad thing? I don't get this mind. Maybe I didn't grow up in a traditional family. And so this idea that you go to church and you work at dad's company, and, I didn't grow up like that. I grew up a kid of divorce. I wasn't overly religious. I kind of made my own way, kind of self-dependent, reliant. So I don't see this whole stay close to mom and dad and go to dinner on Sunday and go to church. We have 50 states. 50. It takes 6 hours to fly. Well, if you count Hawaii, from Hawaii to Maine, probably takes you 15 hours to fly. Find your own way, and if you can ever join better employees, go.
I really believe it's that a lot of people don't have it within themselves to take such a big risk to leave what they're comfortable with. So they're jealous of the people who can.
Is that it?
I think so. A lot of people are, feel safe in comfort. And so they are jealous of the people who are strong enough to leave. We're not even strong enough, but can do it.
I just watch all these other sports and people move all over the place. And if an NBA star leaves, he's somehow less of a star. It makes no sense to me. in technology, on Wall Street, in fashion, in television. People bounce around all over the place. They bounce around. God, I work in the media. Look at me. I've lived in 8 states. Am I less of a broadcaster? I don't know. Al Michaels used to work at one network. Now Al Michaels works at NBC. Dan Patrick worked at one network. Now Dan went to another network. Good for Dan. I root for everybody. Like and I also think, generationally, the world has changed. Like my kids, they don't watch as much TV as I did. They're much more technology advanced. The generations change. Like old people think differently than young people. And I think a lot of young athletes today, they're like, I'm going to go play with my friends. I think that's great. I like when I grew up, I didn't want to be a doctor like my dad. I wasn't interested. I wanted to do my own thing. I grew up in a different generation. I didn't serve in the military. My dad had a much more difficult life than I did. Every generation, it gets a little easier. My son will have a little easier life than I did. I had an easier life than my dad did. My dad definitely had an easier life than his dad did. But and again, I think some of this is just, you came from a traditional family, Christine. Hey, Goulet, you're from Connecticut. You bounced around the country. You come from a fairly traditional family, right?
Yeah, I mean, my parents were divorced, but...
Wait, what do you mean traditional?
Pretty normal.
Well, you grow up in a hometown, you stay in the hometown, it's mom and dad part of your life, apple pie, they go to all your high school football games.
You assume this is how I grew up?
Well, how did you grow up?
We needed like an hour. But go ahead.
Well, your parents aren't divorced.
No, but that doesn't mean I grew up in a traditional setting. Went to like 8 schools.
How come? You a troubled child or something?
We can talk about this later.
Were you like a drug dealer? What happened? You went to 8 schools?
Yeah, I went a lot.
You're messed up.
Why do you think you like me?
8? You went to 8 schools. Did you get thrown out of them?
No. Do you think I would get expelled from a school?
You went to 8?
Yeah, my parents moved a lot.
In the same city?
Well, in Chicago and, within like...
You know what they call
radius.
Kids who go to 8 schools in one city?
What?
Trouble. You
It
went to
wasn't
8.
my choice.
Your parents kept pulling you out of schools because you didn't get along
I have
with
2
people.
brothers also.
They didn't go to 8 schools.
Yeah, because they're younger.
No, because they got along with people.
I got along just fine.
I don't know. I like to see people move and get happy. Go to Google. Go to San Francisco if you grew up in Iowa. I don't know. I don't understand the hate toward Durant. I don't get it. Didn't get it toward LeBron. It's the herd. IRS tax collectors have more power than almost anybody in government. If you owe the IRS, it's not if, but when they'll find you. Every day is stressful because today, maybe the day, the IRS seizes everything. Call my friends at Optima Tax Relief and mention the Fresh Start program. This is a rare opportunity the IRS is offering to help end your IRS tax problems. Call now for your free consultation and ask about their one-of-a-kind guarantee. Call 800-354-9295. 800-354-9295.
'Tis the season to save big right now at Lowe's, where you'll find great Black Friday deals happening all month long. So hurry into your neighborhood store today for huge savings on all things Christmas. Now get select GE string lights for only $9.98. Plus get Minions Christmas inflatables for only $99. Don't miss out on all of the great deals right now at Lowe's. Offers valid 11/2 through 11/7 while supplies last. Discount taken at time of...
You give us 12 minutes and 40 seconds, we'll give you Chattanooga and the world.
Fox News Talk 1240.
Hot 1240 Hot News Talk Radio with your Hot News Now update. Colonial Pipeline is now saying repairs could be made to the exploded line as soon as Sunday afternoon. That's the goal that's been set by the company. That gas line exploded, causing the price of gas to shoot up 10 cents during the week. Right now, the low price in Hickson is $1.82. On the higher end, $1.87. $1.92 is the average price. That's still lower than the national average. On November the 17th, the Hamilton County School Board is going to consider naming Superintendent Kirk Kelly as the permanent superintendent of schools in Hamilton County. He was appointed as the interim after Rick Smith left following the Ottawa rape case. The school board appears to not be ruling out the option of using a search firm to find an outside source for superintendent of schools in Hamilton County. We here at Hot News Talk Radio want to remind you daylight savings time ends 2 a.m. on Sunday, so remember to turn your clocks back before you go to bed. Your smartphone should do that automatically. If it's going on the Test Valley, it's going on Hot 1240 Hot News Talk Radio.
Staying quite nice out there through your evening hours with fair skies. Still a little breezy tonight. Lows a little cooler into the mid-40s. For the weekend, looking great. Lots of sunshine. Still dry for the next several days, though, but comfortable with highs through Sunday into the lower to middle 70s. The halls are decked at Abba's House Bookstore and Cafe in Hickson. Get a meaningful gift and feel good that the proceeds go to missions. Come check us out in the front lobby of Abba's House. For discounts, abbashouse.com/coupon. And I'm Sworn 12 Chief Meteorologist Patrick Core.
On AM 1240, Hot News Talk Radio.
At Eye Your Optical, it's a well-known fact. When you buy one pair of glasses, you get a second pair absolutely free. But did you know Eye Your Optical has the largest eyeglass selection in the area, with top-name brands and styles in the latest trends? Schedule your appointment with one of the doctors today for a comprehensive eye exam. And remember, when you buy one pair of glasses, you get a second pair absolutely free. Visit EyeYourOptical.com for a location near you.
Eye Your Optical.
Don't punish your gun by leaving it in a corner. Shoot it, sell it, or just toss it. Okay. Don't toss it. Make money with it. Shooter Supply and Indoor Range, the hottest gun shop in town, finds buyers for your extra firearms. Put cash in your pocket today. Are ARs cluttering your closet? Rugers rusting in your rec room? Shooter's Supply and Indoor Range in Hickson will take your firearm and put it on consignment. To you, that means no money out of your pocket, with a small fee when the gun sells. Larry at Shooters has got an online store. He's licensed to ship anywhere. It's as if Shooter Supply were giving your billfold cover fire. Get the biggest number of bucks from the smallest Derringer to the longest Barrett. Maximum price, shortest time. What a great deal. Shooters-range.com. Shooters-range.com. That's shooters-range.com. Check with Larry. Do you feel better outside your home or business than in? Indoor air quality is important. Mildew, mold, smoke, water, and rodent damage are prime causes of poor indoor air quality. Ducts Indoor Air Professionals, better known as Duct Busters, cleans HVAC systems using 127 definable Duct Busters steps. Let Mark Thompson address the indoor air quality at your business to help reduce employee illnesses. Prevent fires by cleaning your dryer vents. Mark and his parents, Dick and Joan Thompson, have been building our local economy and helping local people with HVAC systems 16 years. Ducts Indoor Air Professionals. Call 876-9907. 876-9907. Ducks. Call now.
Finding just the right place to live can be a daunting task. Stop your search. In Chattanooga, the place to live is Cross Creek Villas for under $1,000 and available for immediate move-in. You can enjoy this 2-bedroom split layout, over 1,000 square feet, 9-foot ceilings, an extra-large patio or balcony. And don't forget to ask about their preferred employer program. Cross Creek Villas is a gated community, offering a 24-hour fitness facility, a beautiful pool and hot tub, and Cross Creek Villas is pet-friendly. Stroll the pet park with your best friend and enjoy the free use of their business center and clubhouse. Plus, if you mention you heard this on the radio, your application fee is free. Cross Creek Villas, close to downtown off of Highway 58. Go to crosscreekchattanooga.com. That's crosscreekchattanooga.com or call 894-0446. That's 894-0446. Redefine the way you live at Cross Creek Villas. Go to crosscreekchattanooga.com or call 894-0446. Cross Creek Villas.
If the South would have won, we'd have had it made. I'd probably run for president of the southern states. The day Elvis passed away would be our national holiday.
You give us 12 minutes and 40 seconds, we'll give you Chattanooga and the world.
WSDT Sunny Daisy.
Stop it. I'm Deb Carson.
Chattanooga.
Last hour on the Herd. Kevin Durant last night. If a city burns your jersey, you made the right move. Because they're burning that jersey because you're breaking their heart. And you don't break anybody's heart unless they love you. And you don't break anybody's heart unless they had the best time with you.
There's more to come right now in the Herd.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen.
You guys can laugh at me all you want.
This is the Herd.
The Herd.
With Colin Cowherd.
I'm setting the tone.
This show on radio.
This is the Herd.
Broadcasting live from Los Angeles. The Herd with Colin Cowherd starts now.
This is The Herd. Wherever you may be and however you may be listening, live in Los Angeles on iHeartRadio, Fox Sports Radio, and FS1 on a Friday. Christine Leahy joining me as always. We have a very good weekend of college football on Saturday night. Multiple good games. LSU, Alabama headlines that. Some really good Big Ten games, good Pac-10 games. Listen, I don't mean to bag on the Big 12. It's had a 2-year down cycle. The Big Ten had a down 10-year cycle. The Big 12 right now is down. The SEC and the Big Ten are up. Good college football weekend and I think a really, really good NFL weekend. Here's the games that I want to watch in the National Football League. I'll run down the 6 every weekend I want to watch. We start with Eagles at the Giants. That's a 1 o'clock Eastern, 10 Pacific on Fox. The Eagles have won 4 straight, but in this meeting, they've also allowed 11 sacks and given the ball away 7 times as they've gone 1-3 over their last 4. You can't win in this league when you're sloppy. I think Philadelphia offensive-defensive line combo is one of the top 4 or 5 teams in this league. They've got to get less sloppy. Giants on a bye and at home. Cowboys at the Browns. Listen, Dallas offensively is special. They've rushed and passed for at least 180 yards in 5 straight games. That hasn't happened in the NFL since 1950. Okay, this is an incredibly balanced offense. And Cleveland, do you know the quarterback of Cleveland the last time they won a game? Johnny Manziel. But the Cowboys are down Mo Claiborne, and they're down Barry Church, the safety. I think this game's as close. Panthers at the Rams is 4:05 Eastern on Fox. Listen, the Panthers, when they're sloppy, and they have been recently, are not a very good football team. But here's why I like Carolina. The Rams go 3 and out almost 29% of the time. So I think Carolina is going to get some momentum going after that win against Arizona. I think they're going to fly out west and beat the Rams this weekend. Carolina, to me, still has the personnel to be a playoff team. All right, Colts at the Packers. No team, Indianapolis stinks. No team has more drop passes than the Colts this season, 17. They're the fourth most penalized team in the NFL. The Colts lead the NFL with 27 points scored in the final 2 minutes of the fourth quarter. I just don't like anything about Indianapolis other than Andrew Luck late in games. They're a good catch-up team. They call it a backdoor cover team. Here's the thing, though. In the last 2 games, Green Bay's offense has clicked. 0 picks, Aaron Rodgers completing over 70% of his throws. I think it's close because I don't love the play calling late for Green Bay. I think they'll lead comfortably, and the Colts will roar back, but I like that game. Broncos at Raiders, 8:30 Sunday night game. Listen, the Broncos are 6-0 when they score 20 or more, and they're going to score over 20 points on the Raiders. The Broncos are also a tremendous team in division. The Raiders, though, are the best watch in the league right now. Oakland's the only team in the NFL to gain and allow 6 yards of play. Every Raider game goes to the end, and they're all fireworks shows. I like Denver here, though. And finally, I think we have a really interesting Monday Night Football on my former employer. I think it's a really good game. The Seahawks haven't reached 75 yards rushing 5 times this year already. Last year, that happened just once. Seattle has a very limited running game. Conversely, Buffalo not giving the ball up. They're not turning the ball over, and Buffalo's running the football very well. Buffalo leads the league with 14 runs of over 20 yards. So I get one of the better running games, Buffalo, against the team that can't figure out their running game, Seattle. I think this is close. Rex and Pete Carroll. I like Pete, the coach. I think Buffalo-Seattle, for the first time in a while, is a Monday Night Football game I can't wait to watch. There you go. All right. So who do the Warriors play tonight?
Lakers.
Okay.
Here.
What's the Lakers record?
What are they?
1-0.
No,
They
1-0.
beat
That's not even possible.
1-3, 1-4. What's the Lakers?
They're 2-3.
Let's make a bet
They're
right
2-3.
now. The Lakers are 2-3.
Yeah. Why are you
Who'd they get the second win over? They beat Houston. Who else did they beat? Was that an exhibition game you're counting? Oh, they beat the Hawks. They did beat the Hawks in that
big
game.
win.
I watched that game
in Atlanta.
I watched it with about 5 minutes to go, and I turned it off.
Yeah.
Well, how about that? Oh,
Don't count them out.
Oh, all right. That's fan.
You know those free tickets you were hoping to get for the Laker game today?
I can't believe they won that
game.
game. I don't like Atlanta's home unis, by the way. Those look so XFL. That's awful. Awful.
That was your
That's my takeaway. No, I watched that Laker game. I didn't know how many they'd won, so I want to watch tonight's game.
Okay.
I tell you, the last 2 or 3 weeks, last night was a great TV night.
Yeah.
I got 2 great NBA games. I got 2 college football games. UCLA is falling apart. Jim Moore's got to get that thing together. They're falling apart. I did not watch a ton of the NFL game. I watched probably 25 minutes of Atlanta and Tampa Bay, and I'll continue to say this. If the NFL's ratings are going down, I think most of it's Trump, and I think some of it's been bad matchups. The other thing is they're doing themselves no favor in the NFL. Those Sunday morning games, if you live out west, you wake up in the morning, they're at halftime. So you're doing yourself no favors in the NFL. I wake up on Sunday morning, and if I didn't have a show on Fox, I'd miss the first half of the game. And those Thursday games, you put all these qualifiers in, every team has to play in at least once, you end up getting Tampa Bay. If the Patriots played the Cowboys last night, I'd be all in. Cowboys played the Eagles, I'd be all in. If the Steelers played, Green Bay, I'd be all in. But the NFL, listen, the ratings the NFL has are down. They're still unbelievable. They're the envy of every other league. But I think most of it's Trump Clinton. That's most of the ratings drop off. I think another part of it is they've got what always made the NFL feel special was that one window on Sunday at 1 Eastern, and then the 4 o'clock Eastern. Then you had Monday Night Football. Now they've added a Sunday game, and they've added a Thursday game, and they've added a Sunday morning game. And I think it's losing, not entirely, but I think there's something to be said. They're losing a little bit of their, hey, the NFL's on. Let's rush to a TV set. It's on everywhere. I can stream it now. I got multiple channels. I have 6 different national windows where it's available. So I think it's losing a little bit of its special feel. Is my guest here yet? Okay. I think that's part of it. The Herd brought to you by TrueCar. Save time and money. Download TrueCar's mobile app. Configure the new car you want. See what others paid for it. Get guaranteed savings. TrueCar users, on average, save $3,000 off MSRP. Save time. Save money. Download the TrueCar app today. Well, the Warriors last night demolished Russell Westbrook. I know, much to the chagrin of Christine Leahy. But they demolished Oklahoma City. And the sideline reporter for the Warriors, who is a former Stanford basketball player, who covered Team USA, who has worked on the Olympics for NBC, is Roz Gold Onwude, and she is joining us. Where's Roz at? There she is. Come on in here, Roz. By the way, I had a conversation with Roz, I think years ago, about my daughter going to Stanford. Now, where do we have that conversation?
I'm not sure, but you were curious about Stanford, and she plays volleyball, and she was thinking about it. I said, go to the camps if she can.
That's right. So we have talked before. So your first year was covering the first championship year.
Yes, it was really fortunate timing.
Okay, so let's talk about you joined the team before they were American celebrities. Have the egos grown with the Warriors?
For the most part, no, not at all. I mean, the stardom, the attention, the money has grown. I also think confidence has grown in the Warriors. But these guys are people who are still at this point. It's 5 games into the season with now a new star, Kevin Durant, but everybody's still buying in. Everybody's committed to the team concepts of ball movement. Right now, lately, everybody's really working hard to buy in on better defense, their principles, letting it start there and then getting to the offense.
Draymond Green, there was a story that came out recently with Draymond Green and Steve Kerr that apparently got in a shouting match that was so ugly last year that security was called near the locker room. Like, we know it's the NBA. These guys are millionaires. There's a lot of egos. Like is Draymond, did you notice the Draymond Kerr discomfort ever?
Yeah, there's definitely, that's going to happen on any team, high school, college, pro. I think that there's a respect first. I think that Coach Kerr knows how to handle Draymond Green, and Draymond Green has figured out how to handle Coach Kerr as well. Coach Kerr is super smart. He's fierce. He's competitive. At times, he can really show fire too. And again, he also is hired really well within his staff. There's a great coaching staff that's helped with Draymond Green to bring the best out of Draymond, because this team is nothing without Draymond. He breathes fire into them. And last year it was Luke Walton. The past 2 years, Luke Walton had a really great relationship with Draymond Green. And also Luke Walton brought Theo Robertson with him to the Lakers. Theo worked out one-on-one with Draymond Green before games. And one of the things he took pride in was pushing Draymond's buttons before the game, getting him emotionally charged up. Draymond does a lot of emotionally charging everyone else, but who's charging up Draymond? So that was Theo. Now they're both gone with the Lakers now. So Mike Brown actually is really filling that role right now with Draymond Green. Mike Brown's bringing a lot to the coaching staff, but in particular, I would say it was the Phoenix game where I started to speak with Draymond about that. The second half of the Phoenix game, Draymond, it wasn't about points. He just completely took over with his energy, with his emotion, with his rebounding, with his sharp assist making. And it was a difference from the first half where there seemed to be just a lack of energy. And he said at halftime, it was Mike Brown who spoke to him. And he said Mike Brown's become a guy that he can vent problems to, that he can talk X's and O's with, that he can trust, that he can go to and talk about things. And it's an important relationship.
Do these guys hang on the road? Like they're like, you know, Russell Westbrook and KD got along socially, not on the court. When you're around this Warrior team, and they are the rock star tour of the NBA now. Like right. The NBA's always got a rock star tour. They are the rock star tour. What is it like traveling with them? It is
it's amazing. It is a real family atmosphere. First, I would separate it a little bit. The last 2 years, I mean, I would say the beauty of the Warriors organization was in the team dinners. Granted, this is my third year covering the NBA. My first year was the championship year. So I have people who have been covering the league for 20 years and our broadcast team 30 years who often put it into perspective for me. These team dinners that they have, the entire team will come out and eat and bring their family, and they'll stay into the wee hours of the morning talking, laughing, and it builds such great chemistry, and it translates on the court. And in other organizations, from what I've heard, sometimes teams can't do that because the players don't come. Maybe they don't like each other, or they're all millionaires. They got their own life together. They got their own crews. But this whole team does dinner together. And the last 2 years, that was really important. This year, they're still doing that. It's a huge financial investment too by the Warriors. I mean, these are lovely, nice places that not just the players but the staff are at. And as long as the players keep coming, I think they'll keep doing it. But it is different this year. That's to be expected with many different players, but it's still good.
It's multiple superstars. So is Durant's quiet in person, right? Like that's the rep on him?
You know what? Katie's really funny. He is quiet, but the Warriors are a team, and I think he said early he was getting used to, you know, just kind of how loose things are in the Warriors organization. Okay. The loud music, the jokes, video sessions with the Warriors can sometimes be, I mean, they're pointing out where you can be better, but there's a lot of poking fun at the players and stuff. And so he said, you know, that was new. And Coach Kerr and Steph has said, you know, he's getting his fair share of getting joked on and having fun things pointed out.
Despite being great and the pressure, it's a loose environment.
Yes. And also things can be loose when you're winning, right?
Do you ever see, like, when's the last time you covered this team? So during the finals last year, and you're covering the team, and they're up 3-1, and then it's 3-2, and then it's 3-3. Like, did you sense the stress?
Oh, yes. Yes, definitely. I saw the Cavs towards, and we're talking the finals, the Cavs, I saw a team that was narrowing in together. You know, you heard the stories of LeBron holding dinners and uplifting each player, telling them how they were important. I did sense in that finals. There were so many distractions for the Warriors, so many
interviews.
I mean, these are all things that come with it.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's bad. I just think it was extraness. I think there were interviews, there were covers, there were tweets, there were Twitter, there were all sorts of things.
Somebody once told me about Peyton Manning. He's a creature of habit. And people said the reason Peyton wasn't as good in the postseason, Peyton hated playoff interviews and playoff promos. And you have everything doubles and the halftime's longer. Mm-hmm. And I think like with the Warriors, they're such a rock star team that all the networks, they don't care about interviewing everybody else. It's LeBron or the Warriors. And you sensed that last year.
I did, but also game 6, I mean, the locker rooms were so quiet after some of those losses. Game 6, Steph threw the mouthpiece and all that. And it was just, I mean, it should be quiet, right? But it just felt like, gosh, this isn't something we've experienced before this season.
So last night you're at the game and it's a fundamental thrashing. It's sort of a referendum on KD did the right thing and Westbrook struggled. What was your takeaway, locker rooms, floor last night?
First of all, that is quite a response from Kevin Durant with the eyes of the entire sports world on him. It doesn't matter that it's the 5th game of the season. The entire sports world was watching that, and he dropped 29 in the first half. I think all the talk coming into the game, everybody, we're going to treat this like any other game. That's nonsense. It really was not. Everyone was talking. It felt like a Rucker Park game. It was like KD was talking, Russ was talking, OKC's bench was talking, Draymond was talking. It felt like Oracle Arena was talking, and it felt like Oracle was really informed, like an informed audience throughout the game. They really understood the moments that were pivotal, the moments that were highly emotional. Oracle chanted KD's name, KD. It was like he'd played for the team for years.
It's a great place to watch basketball. For years and years, the Warriors stunk. We're terrible.
Shout out to the fans who earned that Warriors championship.
I'm old enough. I remember the Rick Barry title, and I always said San Francisco reminds me of Philadelphia. The Sixers have been bad forever. Philadelphia is a great basketball town, high school basketball, college basketball. San Francisco, Bill Russell played for the Dons. Mm-hmm. San Francisco is it's a great sports city. It is a great basketball city. I guess they're building a new arena. Do you think, finally, at some point, Steph's going to shoot less. Clay's going to shoot less. Draymond may be ignored. Do you think at some point, Roz, they're going to go on a 2-game losing streak? There's going to be tension here, right? You can't have 4 superstars. They have 4 of the best 12 players in the league, right? Mm-hmm. This is going to implode at some point a little, right? There'll be fights, skirmishes, right?
I won't use the word implode. I think what's been really important in the team that Bob Myers has constructed alongside the executives of the Warriors, it's not just that the skill sets match, but that the personalities have matched. Again, it's early. The team's winning. It's easy for people to buy in, when like last year or anything, when you're 73-9, yeah, of course everybody's buying in. There might be more tension if things aren't going their way. However, I believe Draymond right now, Draymond Green, has taken a mentality. He's even said, my shot's not coming right now. My scoring's not coming. But people are saying we don't have a defensive anchor. I'll be that guy. He's working on being the quarterback, talking to people about what to do defensively. The biggest thing the Warriors have to do is figure out their defense. Draymond's taking accountability for that. KD is going to chip in more on the defensive end this season with his shot blocking. He's going to chip in down low on the interior. Stephen Curry helped bring KD here. I mean, these guys recruited him. They knew what it would be. And I think Klay Thompson will be just fine.
I know
he's going to be fine.
I think he's fairly low maintenance.
He's low maintenance. He can be hard on himself sometimes, but I think Klay is genuinely like, hey, we can play for some championships. I'm going to come out here. Klay has literally said to me, I said, what's your role on the team? Get buckets and play defense. Yeah. That's what he said. And even with the Olympic team this summer, Klay Thompson played amongst the best in the world and still found his offense. There were moments where he was cold, but he figured it out. And basically it was him and KD leading that Olympic team in scoring by the midway point and on in the Olympics.
Roz, good seeing you again. Appreciate you stopping by. You'll be at the game tonight. Good luck.
Thank you. And good luck to your daughter.
Yeah, I'm trying to talk her into Stanford.
Go Card.
Probably going to go to a vocational school. Third. Be prepared for winter, spring, summer, and fall with a Firestone FR710 all-season tires. Right now, 10% off at Firestone Complete Auto Care. Offer valid November 1st through November 30th. Sales price reflected at point of sale. Select sizes while supplies last. In-store installation required. Not to be combined with any other offer on the same product. No cash value. Offer void where prohibited. See store driveafirestone.com for full details. Whatever you drive a Firestone.
'Tis the season to save big right now at Lowe's. So hurry into your neighborhood store today for great Black Friday deals happening all month long. Now get a DeWalt 20-volt Max cordless drill for only $99. Plus get a DeWalt 20-volt Max 4-tool combo kit for only $299. Don't miss out on all of the great deals right now at Lowe's. Drill offer valid 11/2 through 12/24. Combo kit offer valid 10/31 through 12/13. While supplies last. Discount taken in time of purchase. See store for details. U.S. only.
Offer not valid in all states or where prohibited by law. See website for details.
Need some extra cash today? Do you have bad credit or maxed out credit cards? If so, turn your radio up. 35cash.com is one of the nation's largest personal loan networks with over 50 different lenders. Now you can get a personal loan for up to $5,000 with any type of credit discreetly from your computer or smartphone and with no paperwork to send in. That's right, no paperwork whatsoever. Your cash will hit your bank account as soon as tomorrow, as our lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history. Visit 35cash.com, and you can have up to $5,000 in no time. Just have a checking account and a regular source of income, and you can get the loan you need now, regardless of your credit. Go to 35cash.com from your smartphone or computer to get the cash you need. Visit 35cash.com. Type www.35cash.com directly into the address bar. That's 35cash.com. 35cash.com.
All over America, people are taking the National Radon Test. Have you?
I never thought about it. I don't know.
I think it's a secret killer or a silent killer.
Poison gas that seeps into the house.
It's one of the tests we did with the inspector before buying the home.
Why worry about it?
Why worry? Take the National Radon Test. True or false? Radon is the second leading cause of lung cancer.
True. I'd say false.
No, it's true.
I thought of cigarettes and then pollution. That's something new to me.
Radon can penetrate a concrete block.
False.
False? It's true.
I wouldn't know how they could protect you from that. It's scary.
The Office of the Surgeon General recommends all homes be tested for radon.
False.
It's true.
So that's bad. We should get our house tested. We must rid our house of radon.
R-A-D-O-N.
Call 1-800-693-5343 or visit learnmore.kstate.edu. Sponsored by KDHE and the Kansas Radon Program at K-State. 1-800-693-5343.
These are the words that come first.
Congress shall make no law respecting the establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof or abridging the freedom of speech or...
Words to live by, the cornerstone of freedom in America. The First Amendment to the Constitution, guaranteeing freedom of speech and the press. But those hard-won freedoms continue to be hard-fought. Freedom of information laws across the nation vary, but all seek to keep our government open. So the people's business remains the business of the people. Find out more on your freedom of information and how it's being threatened by visiting www.sunshineweek.org.
We hold these truths to be self-evident.
There's a reason why the right to know is the First Amendment, a public service of this station and the Radio Television News Directors Association.
The following commercial is sponsored by feedthepig.org, an organization devoted to helping you save money. We will not entice you with messages like
lowest prices in town, dealer approved, certified pre-owned.
Nor will we brag about our
huge selection, enormous variety.
We will offer no contingencies like
see store for details. Legal exclusions apply.
Because we simply want to help you spend smarter and save better. Log on to feedthepig.org. Find the benefits of saving for every stage of life. Brought to you by the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants and the Ad Council.
Wow, that's a lot of books. Little one at home?
Yeah.
Let's see. Childproofing your home, childproofing your yard, childproofing your in-laws' home and yard.
Of all the things you can read to keep your child safe, the most important is attached to their car seat. Read the instruction manual and use the latch system. It makes it easier to be sure your child's car seat is installed correctly. Learn more at safercar.gov. Anchor, tether, latch. The next generation of child safety. A message from the U.S. Department of Transportation and the Ad Council.
Some listen to iHeartRadio for the songs.
When the night is cold, I got that fire in my soul.
But others listen to iHeartRadio for the sports.
This is one of the coolest things that Fox does.
What do you want me to do? Just search FSR. That's FSR. Let me hit you with some knowledge. And listen to the best sports talk on iHeartRadio.
Raise it.
Who are we? We are Fox Sports Radio. What's good? What? This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd, broadcasting live from Los Angeles.
We'd just like to say thank you. The response has been overwhelming. It's been amazing, and people don't say that enough in our business.
And we're back now.
Good to have you in. Good stuff. NFL weekend's great. College football weekend is great. All fired up for it. You know, all these fans start squawking about they should be in the Final Four, and Colin put our team in the Final Four, and I'm like, just wait. You got like 5 more games. Just wait, you University of Washington Husky fans. Washington State's going to be tough. Cal's going to be tough. USC's going to be tough. Everybody's like, I can't believe we're not here. You got like a month and a half left of college football. Here's what we know. Alabama's the best team in the country. That's not arguable. We also know that Michigan's line play, their defensive line, may be the best unit. That's what we know. We also know Clemson's got a great quarterback and a good coach. After that, we don't know much. We don't know much about Washington. They almost lost at cruddy Arizona. They could have lost to Utah. We don't know much about Texas A&M. They've struggled with everybody. We know Louisville's got a really good coach and a really good quarterback. We don't know much. Here's all we know in college football. Jim Harbaugh's a really good coach, and that defensive line of Michigan is a beast. That's what we know. We know Alabama's great, and we know that Ohio State's talented but super, super young. We don't know anything after that. Bobby Petrino's a good coach, and Lamar Jackson's a really fun quarterback to watch. There's a lot more stuff in college football we don't know than stuff we do know. We don't know that much. I mean, we really don't. Washington's a really, really young football team that could have lost at Arizona. Really? You think Alabama would go to Arizona and almost lose? Clemson would? Michigan would? Michigan's crushing people. So I don't think we know a lot. I know about 5 things in college football. Alabama's great. Deshaun Watson's going to be the number 1 pick. Michigan's defensive line is nasty. Ohio State's super talented but really young. And that Louisville quarterback-coach combo is lethal. That's all I know. I don't know anything else. I don't think you know anything else. I don't know how good Washington is. They beat Utah, barely. How good's Utah? We don't know. There's a lot we don't know. I'll say this. I think Bama's going to beat LSU. But LSU is looking for a new coach. And everybody's hiring the young, handsome, slick, smooth guys. Why doesn't LSU give the job to Ed Orgeron, who's the world's best interim coach? He's 9-10. Ed Orgeron, if you take Nick Saban out of Alabama, you tell me Ed Orgeron can't match up with the other coaches in that conference? I think he can, because he can out-recruit them all. He sounds like LSU. He lives for LSU. He's part of LSU's fabric. Since Steve Spurrier joined the conference in 1990, the SEC has had 77 head coaches. Ed Orgeron's been one of them. He's probably the single best recruiter in the conference. And I think he's probably learned from his mistakes at Ole Miss, where he tried to dominate everything. I think he's now more willing to relinquish some of his power. But everybody's looking to hire the new guy and the Kirby Smart and the Will Muschamp and the Lane Kiffin and the hot coordinator and the guy who's good in front of a mic. And Ed Orgeron bleeds LSU. He's a very good defensive football coach. He's an unbelievable recruiter. And 77 coaches. Hell, Vandy's had 8 since 1990. You can do worse than Ed Orgeron, who I think is a perfect fit for LSU's program. Not for USC, not for Texas, not for Ohio State.
ill-fitting at Notre Dame, but for LSU, well, a pretty good fit. And again, Ed doesn't sound like your typical coach. When he was at Ole Miss, he did a commercial for Hummers, and it was classic Ed Orgeron.
I'm Coach O. I just love my Hummer. I believe the Hummer is the best vehicle on the road. Big, tough, aggressive, and it represents everything that we want at Ole Miss. I have my Hummer. You need a Hummer. Tell them about it, JoJo.
So perfect.
He is. I mean, everybody's looking for the slick, cool guy. And it's like Ed Orgeron is LSU. The conference has had almost 80 coaches in 26 years. If you take Nick Saban out in 3 or 4 years, you tell me Orgeron can't get a good offensive coordinator and can't compete with his recruiting? Whoever you coach or whoever you hire, you're going to fire him within 5 years anyway. Christine with the news.
No.
Turn on the news. This is the Herd Line News.
Dean Blandino says that replay review and potentially an extra official could be added to keep extra eyes on the quarterback and illegal hits. So right now, there's one official whose job it is to focus on the left tackle and the quarterback. So he's saying you can miss some things if you're watching the left tackle, say when the quarterback, someone's coming on a hit on him.
Right.
So they would add an 8th official whose job would essentially be to watch the quarterback the entire time. Do you like this?
Yeah, I think it makes sense. I mean, I don't know where he'd stand on the field, but I mean, when I watch an NFL game, it's kind of interesting. So I mean, there's obvious,
there's that many.
Yeah, I mean, so like I notice an umpire in baseball far more than or an NBA official or a hockey official or a soccer official. There's double the officials in the NFL. I never see them outside of calling a penalty. So I don't have a problem with that. I think a lot of Cam's issues are Cam, but yeah, that's a good idea.
What surprised me to this was to learn that there actually wasn't already an official whose job it was to just watch the quarterback. I feel like watching the left tackle and the quarterback is kind of a hard job, especially if the quarterback moves.
Well, a good point.
I don't know how you can watch both. Also, Steve Kerr was talking before the game last night about Kevin Durant and said that he actually feels bad for him. He said, quote, "I feel bad for Kevin because even though he hasn't said anything negative, it's been portrayed that he said a lot of negative things about Oklahoma City, about Russ. It's not true. He said something about he loves his new teammates. That was somehow construed that he didn't love his old teammates. It's almost like he has to qualify everything he says by making sure he doesn't insinuate anything." I think Steve Kerr has the best intentions here. I don't feel bad for Kevin Durant, not because I think he should just be able to deal with whatever, but because I think that Kevin Durant is a lot stronger than we think he is. I think he was strong enough to decide, I know I'm going to get a lot of hate for this, but I'm going to do what makes me happy.
Right. He knew he was going to be hated.
I think, you talk a lot about maybe he has rabbit ears. I think last night what we saw was that Russell Westbrook actually has the rabbit ears. He's the one who showed up with the funny outfit and he was saying things, but Kevin Durant stayed silent and proved what he needed to do on the court.
Yeah.
And finally, the Cubs parade is today. Lots of people are celebrating. And of course, it took 108 years for the Cubs to win a World Series. So there's some very old fans who have been waiting a long time to see what happened. And here is an example of one very cool couple.
Here's the 0-1. There it is.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. They really did.
Oh, he was about to get up out of his chair. They moved him to get up out of his chair. I just think that is so cute. I feel like he turned into a 10-year-old child.
That was a really good 3-week voyage with the Cubs. It was good, obviously good for our company, but that was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it.
And you look at some of the fans in the stands and they're crying. And I know a lot of people ask, why are you crying? It's a sport. But I think it's attached to a lot of nostalgia. I'm sure a lot of these people grew up with their parents going to Cubs games or watching Cubs games just to finally see them win. It brings back a lot of cool memories.
It was a lot of fun. It was 3 weeks of baseball fun. Christine with the news.
Well, that's the news.
And thanks for stopping by.
The Herd Line News.
It's funny when I was reading those stats, our guys here put together these great stats on the NFL. Let me read this again. This is an incredible stat. Dustin did this. I don't even know how the hell he found this.
Dustin, shout out.
And it's incredible.
The Dallas Cowboys have rushed and passed for at least 180 yards. Now think about that in 5 straight games. That hasn't happened since the 50s. Now, you think that's all on Dak Prescott? Like, I don't hate Dak Prescott. You do realize this offensive line has 4 potential Pro Bowlers. So people think, oh, you don't like Dak Prescott. Everybody in the league passed on him 3 times. Half the league passed on him 4 times. The Cowboys have rushed and passed for 180 yards in 5 straight games. That hasn't happened in like 66 years. You think that's all on Dak Prescott? Come on. It's the offensive line. Goulet, you're the biggest Cowboy homer in the world. When you watch this game, if I said to you, just give me your summation of Dak Prescott, and because you're pretty honest.
They keep it easy for him, I guess. He's good. He doesn't make mistakes, so I like him. But I remember last year and the backups that they had and how awful they were.
So is that playing into the unbridled love for Prescott, the depths of last year?
That plays into it, the fact that they're winning. Also, but if you look at what they do, like, he doesn't have to do a lot. Like they pointed out last week on Sunday Night Football, like they kind of tell him, like, here's your first read and here's your second one, and that's it. And I don't think that's been mentioned, that he's not really doing a ton.
Yeah, I mean, it's listen, when you have a stat like that, that's a fairly good indication that the horses up front are doing a lot of the work. Folks, Ezekiel Elliott's a good running back. He's going to break the rookie rushing record. Jason Garrett, who got nothing but criticism, now is going to get the coach of the year. Darren McFadden ran for over 1,000 yards. Tony Romo and Dak Prescott. What's the Cowboys' record right now? Is it 6-1? 6-1. So Tony Romo and Dak Prescott combined, when they start and are healthy, have the best combined winning percentage in the NFL in the last 3 years. What does that tell you? They're both amazing? No. Everybody around this Cowboy offensive line looks like a Hall of Famer. Jack Del Rio, Raiders coach, face the Broncos next. IRS tax collectors have more power than almost anybody in government. If you owe the IRS, it's not if, but when they'll find you. Every day is stressful because today may be the day the IRS seizes everything. Call my friends at Optima Tax Relief and mention the Fresh Start program. This is a rare opportunity the IRS is offering to help end your IRS tax problems. Call now for your free consultation and ask about their one-of-a-kind guarantee. Call 800-354-9295. 800-354-9295.
Hey, it's me, your house. If these walls could talk, which they can, they'd say it's time for a fresh coat of paint. Lowe's Paint Pledge guarantees that if you don't love it, they'll make it right. Do that for me, and I'll keep my floors quiet when you sneak down for your midnight snack.
Make your home happy with great deals at Lowe's, like 15% off select HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams Paint. Valid 11/2 through 11/16. Pledge valid on interior and exterior liquid paint purchases only. Restrictions apply. U.S. only.
Listen up, sales professionals. Are you a closer? Do you have what it takes to close the deal? If you are a talented sales professional and you are making less than 6 figures, then you have the wrong sales job, plain and simple. If you are ready to go pro and find a rewarding sales career, visit ProfinderUSA.com. That's ProfinderUSA.com. Say goodbye to cold calling for good. Instead, customer appointments will be scheduled for you. That's right. Pre-scheduled appointments will be scheduled daily. All you have to do is close the deal. ProFinder USA is seeking talented sales professionals. ProFinder USA is America's home improvement marketplace. Visit ProfinderUSA.com. That's ProfinderUSA.com. Create your account in just minutes and apply for free. Visit ProfinderUSA.com. That's ProfinderUSA.com. Apply now.
As one of the over 3 million healthcare professionals in America, do you worry about not communicating effectively with some patients?
May I help you?
Could differences in language and culture maybe mean you need to explain why a medicine or medical treatment is necessary?
Hey, you're right on time.
Being understood and accepted by people of different cultures and backgrounds is still a challenge. For example, Mrs. Hernandez, a 66-year-old Latina whose doctor recommends a mammogram.
The radiologist will be with you shortly.
Raised to think cancer always means death, she may skip the test and not even want to know. But her doctor understands family is important to Latino culture and points out that a mammogram could save her life so she could care for her family.
That wasn't so bad, now was it?
Millions of public health professionals face problems like this every day. For the latest research on these new healthcare communications challenges, the book Speaking of Health is free online at nap.edu, a free resource for any health professional looking to better serve the public. Speaking of Health at nap.edu.
Hi, I'm Tim McGraw. Every 2 seconds, someone in America needs blood. Accident victims, cancer patients, and individuals with blood disorders and other illnesses. They may live next door or up the block or across town. They're our neighbors. Yet only a small percentage of those who are eligible to give donate blood. A healthy blood supply comes from ordinary people, just like you and me. It's all about neighbors helping neighbors. Your gift of blood is needed now to help save lives. That's why I'm joining with my good neighbors at State Farm and the American Red Cross in the Neighbors Give Life campaign to raise awareness and to challenge you to donate blood. It only takes an hour of your time and can save the lives of up to 3 people. You can donate as many as 6 times a year, so make an appointment to donate at your local blood center and donate often. I want you to join me now in giving the gift of life. Be a hometown hero. Visit neighborsgivelife.com for more information about donating blood.
I knew I was stuck at this kid's house for the night, but those guys snuck up on me to try and pull the hand in a bowl of warm water trick. Well, that was enough for me. I went downstairs to sleep in the basement, even though it was pitch black. I left my sleeping bag upstairs, and that was a mistake, because it was freezing. I think it was probably the longest night of my life. To read more about the sleepover, check out Diary of a Wimpy Kid, The Last Straw by Jeff Kinney. Explore new worlds and check out more cool books at your local library, and visit read.gov. Brought to you by the Library of Congress and the Ad Council.
Hey parents, say hello to instant style with Fashion On. Just spray and look cool in an instant. What about my bifocals? Hey, I can't see. But your kids can see you, and trust me, they see fashion. Fashion On is not available in stores because it doesn't exist. But that's okay. You don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent, because kids in foster care don't need perfection. They need you. For more information on how you can adopt, go to adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt Us Kids, and the Ad Council.
Let's get it on. Yeah.
So how do you like it?
This is great. We're not in Kansas anymore.
You like it like this? Big news today out of the NFL. Or like this?
Great is great. It's the reality of sports.
And what about this?
We're going to bring you the funny. We're going to bring you the news.
Whatever it is that you like.
Sex, underwear, and bras.
We've got it covered. Yeah! It's sports the way you like it.
You know who this is? We are Fox Sports! Broadcasting live from Los Angeles.
And we're back. Back to the herd.
We'd just like to say thank you. The response has been overwhelming. It's been amazing, and people don't say that enough in our business.
Back to the herd with Colin Cowherd
from Los Angeles.
Welcome back. I'm bummed Bill Simmons' show got canceled on HBO. I tell all young broadcasters, root for others. Anytime any of us fail, it's bad for us. Always root for broadcasters. Because if you don't root for broadcasters and we don't matter, Christine Leahy, you and I will be working at Subway next week.
Subway smells really good.
I like Subway. Root for others' success. Maybe Bill comes on our show soon. Maybe. All right, so yesterday we interviewed Raiders coach Jack Del Rio, but we went off the air. We got knocked off for a backgammon tournament or something. So anyway, I wanted to run because I think the Raiders are on Sunday Night Football, which is the biggest Raider game forever. It's like a gigantic game. And so I wanted to give, I know my radio audience may have heard it, but I wanted to let our FS1 audience see the interview with Jack Del Rio. He was in a good mood yesterday as they get ready to face Denver. And we didn't get to air it, so I'm wearing a different shirt. But I began about asking Jack Del Rio about how he's trying to change the culture in Oakland.
I think first you have to start with, just making sure that you come in and it's an environment that guys want to be in, players and coaches, where they enjoy coming to work. It's such a grind. You create an environment where guys are excited to be there, and then you have a chance to develop your players, develop your staff, and create a real positive atmosphere.
Is there a fine line between wanting guys to come to work, have fun, and being too loose?
Oh yeah, no. There's definitely work that has to be done. There's a certain amount of effort and commitment, structure that has to be provided, and certainly no problem in doing that. But I think you want to create an environment where like the things that we did here to improve our fields, the things that we did to improve our performance center, the things that we did to improve the meals that we're having, just all of that stuff outside of football. A tremendous commitment by Mark Davis and the organization when I got here to really improve those things and bring them up to date.
Yeah. Jack Del Rio joining us, who was a great player, former Saint, Cowboy, Viking, USC Trojan, All-American. When I watch Derek Carr, I've said
Keep talking, Colin. I love it. Keep talking.
When I watch Derek Carr, I've said this on the air. It's not his arm. It's not his feet. He is so emotionally engaged during games. He didn't go sulk. Mm-hmm. He's in your face. He's in the coordinator's face. I mean, how much, like during a game, Jack, how much do you let him freelance? How much is scripted? How much is Derek? Does he audible a lot?
Well, yes, he has the ability to audible a lot. We want him to have control at the line of scrimmage to get us out of bad plays, get us into good plays. We trust the work that he puts in during the week to prepare, the knowledge that he has, the ability to communicate at the line, whether it be changing the call to a run, whether it be changing the call to a pass, and the execution of those. And that's part of what we've done of him being in the system. And him having that comfort zone and the number of reps and snaps that we've had of various plays and the communication that he's been able to have with his receivers and tight ends.
You've obviously had a long playing and coaching career. Where are you a better coach today than 10 years ago? Because players improve. Where are you a better coach today?
Sure. I think in every facet, my willingness to use the guy up top to help me make decisions on game day. I've got a guy up in the booth that, that's well coordinated. The way I work the staff, the demand of the staff, be involved with all phases, but let those guys do their jobs and let them work. The way we put the staff together, the way I treat the players. I think, not to overreact. If something goes on, a guy responds in a way that you don't like. He probably needs to be taught. Needs to be talked to. Needs to understand the why. And so I think a little more under control myself, a little more mature myself. So a lot of different ways that you go through life, you experience in life, and hopefully you're a little bit better as you go.
And Jack, players are different today. Not only you are different. I mean, they're more empowered. They've got social media. They make a lot of money. Right. Is it easier or is it more difficult to coach a player today?
Probably more difficult. I think, there's more, you have to recognize there's more individualism. There's more, cell phones. I mean, look, years ago when cell phones first came out, it was like if a phone ever went off in a meeting, it's like, oh my God, the meeting had to stop. That person had to be reprimanded. It's like the world was coming to an end, right? I mean, now it's like, okay, turn it off, call them later, it's just not a big deal, and it doesn't need to be a big deal. And so, I think there's certain things like that where you learn, in today's generation, if you want to get their attention and keep their attention, you've got to adjust.
Jack, you made a gutsy call against New Orleans early, and you have a very young football team. And I thought at the time, I'm like, okay, I totally get what Jack's doing. But as you become 7-2 or 8-2 or 9-2, and you become a favorite, will it change the way you potentially coach down the road?
I don't think our record is going to change how I coach. I think, for me, I think it's most important to have the courage to do the things that I believe are right for our football team and they give us the best chance to win. And, I understand if it doesn't go well, I understand I'm going to take the heat. So that's part of the deal. But I have to have the courage to stand up for what's right.
Jack, I was watching the Cubs last night, and I knew you were going to be on. You were a pitcher, right? Am I wrong on that? Didn't you pitch?
I pitched a little bit early, but I was a catcher at Southern Cal.
Okay, you were a catcher at Southern Cal. So do you still have a love of baseball?
I do.
Yeah.
The same love I had, years ago, but I still follow it. Yeah.
Okay, so you were a big guy, obviously. Could you hit a lick? Why'd you get out of baseball? Why'd you choose football?
You know what? I could hit, and I could play, but I love the intensity of football. I love the physicality of football. So there's something about, gearing up for these battles and the build up all week and the physical nature of the game, kind of the gladiator mentality. I'm really drawn to that. So I couldn't let it go.
So now here's the bad news. You had 23 penalties last week, and I know it's driving you crazy because coaches hate penalties. And now sometimes a guy's aggressive, it's okay, but it's the delay of game, it's that kind of stuff that drives. So what do you say to your team? They win the game, and on the flight home, you're thinking, good God, we had 23 penalties. So how do you address that to the team?
Just win, baby. Let's not focus on the negative. We're gonna make our corrections. Obviously, we're gonna do that. At the end of the day, it's about winning and losing in this league. We're gonna celebrate the wins, enjoy it. We correct everything. I mean, every Tuesday, we're gonna get together as a team. We're gonna talk about the things that went well and tell the truth about that. We're gonna take a look at the things that didn't go well and tell the truth about that. And then we put it behind us, and we're going forward with positive energy. Just win, baby, is a motto here, and we're gonna stick with it.
Jack, good talking to you. Thank you. Jack Del Rio of the Raiders, one of the really fun young teams in this league to watch with a franchise quarterback and a franchise head coach for a long time, I'm sure. Thank you, Jack.
Thank you, Colin. Appreciate it.
That is the biggest Raider game in a decade. I'm serious. Is Sunday the biggest Raider game in a decade? It's funny. I grew up, and the Raiders, can I tell you my Raiders story?
Of course you can. It's the herd.
So I grew up in the Seattle Seahawks. I didn't like the Raiders. And the Seattle Seahawks were my team. And so my best friend, his brother, Brad Jones, they had Kenny Stabler and Fred Biletnikoff, may have had Lyle Alzado, Ted Hendricks, they were Cliff Branch, Jack Tatum. I'm probably missing a lot of people. They were tough. Art Shell. And so my friend, Brad, won some contest or something, and I don't remember what it was, but he got to go into the Raiders locker room before the game. The Raiders' history is fascinating. And so he's going to go for the first time in an NFL locker room, and he walks in the NFL locker room. Kenny Stabler's smoking, the star quarterback, and they're in their jock straps playing cards on a table. Like, that's an NFL locker room. Clearly things have changed. But the Raiders were these bandits of the NFL. Even their owner, Al Davis, just yanked him out of cities, didn't get along with Pete Rozelle. And then Al Davis was considered a very smart owner and kind of contrarian to the market, feisty. And then as he aged, he got separated from kind of reality. And the Raiders went through a really dark, 10 to 12 years. And I get more hate mail from Raider fans through the years. But they were bad, poorly run. And if you're not well run, I don't care about your players. Then they get Reggie McKenzie a couple years ago. And Mark Davis is sort of hands off. And they get this Reggie McKenzie general manager from Green Bay, and they almost fired him. And he's just done a terrific job. Through free agency and the draft, he's built a terrific offensive line. Derek Carr, Amari Cooper, Khalil Mack, a couple of nice guys in the secondary, Reggie Nelson, free agency, the safety. They're a really fun team to watch. They're really as fun as any team to watch. They're not a Super Bowl team. They're too young, and their defense, they don't get consistent pass rushes. They're just not very good defensively. But that division now, wide open since Peyton Manning left. Wide open. It's a very, very interesting division. And Paxton Lynch will probably take over for Denver. He's going to be facing Phillip Rivers and Alex Smith and Derek Carr for a lot of years. So it's fun to watch. Monday, Chris Carter's on our show in studio. Colin was right, Colin was wrong. You can always check out theherdnow.com. Good college football Saturday night. Tomorrow, I am planting myself in front of a TV at about 4 Pacific for about 6 hours. It's also daylight savings time. So you can party a little harder Saturday. And you wake up Sunday, get an extra hour.
You going to party Saturday night?
Oh, until at least 9:15, yeah.
Oh, wow. With some soup.
Christine, by the way, is on Speak for Yourself today. So nice.
You give us 12 minutes and 40 seconds, we'll give you Chattanooga and the world.
News Talk 1240.
Hot 1240 Hot News Talk Radio with your Hot News Now update.
Colonial Pipeline is now saying repairs could be made to the exploded line as soon as Sunday afternoon. That's the goal that's been set by the company. That gas line exploded, causing the price of gas to shoot up 10 cents during the week. Right now, the low price in Hickson is $1.82. On the higher end, $1.87. $1.92 is the average price. That's still lower than the national average. On November the 17th, the Hamilton County School Board is going to consider naming Superintendent Kirk Kelly as the permanent superintendent of schools in Hamilton County. He was appointed as the interim after Rick Smith left following the Ottawa rape case. The school board appears to not be ruling out the option of using a search firm to find an outside source for superintendent of schools in Hamilton County. We here at Hot News Talk Radio want to remind you daylight savings time ends 2 a.m. on Sunday, so remember to turn your clocks back before you go to bed. Your smartphone should do that automatically. If it's going on in the Tennessee Valley, it's going on Hot 1240 Hot News Talk Radio.
Staying quite nice out there through your evening hours with fair skies. Still a little breezy tonight. Lows a little cooler into the mid-40s. For the weekend, looking great. Lots of sunshine. Still dry for the next several days, though, but comfortable with highs through Sunday into the lower to middle 70s. The halls are decked at Abba's House Bookstore and Cafe in Hickson. Get a meaningful gift and feel good that the proceeds go to missions. Come check us out in the front lobby of Abba's House. For discounts, abbashouse.com/coupon. And I'm Swarsheen 12 Chief Meteorologist Patrick Orr.
On AM 1240, Hot News Talk Radio.
At Eye Your Optical, it's a well-known fact. When you buy one pair of glasses, you get a second pair absolutely free. But did you know Eye Your Optical has the largest eyeglass selection in the area, with top-name brands and styles in the latest trends? Schedule your appointment with one of the doctors today for a comprehensive eye exam. And remember, when you buy one pair of glasses, you get a second pair absolutely free. Visit EyeYourOptical.com for a location near you.
Don't punish your gun by leaving it in a corner. Shoot it, sell it, or just toss it. Okay. Don't toss it. Make money with it. Shooter Supply at an Indoor Range, the hottest gun shop in town. Finds buyers for your extra firearms. Put cash in your pocket today. Are ARs cluttering your closet? Rugers rusting in your rec room? Shooter's Supply and Indoor Range in Hickson will take your firearm and put it on consignment. To you, that means no money out of your pocket with a small fee when the gun sells. Larry at Shooters has got an online store. He's licensed to ship anywhere. It's as if Shooter Supply were giving your billfold cover fire. Get the biggest number of bucks from the smallest Derringer to the longest Barrett. Maximum price, shortest time. What a great deal. Shooters-range.com. Shooters-range.com. That's shooters-range.com. Check with Larry. Do you feel better outside your home or business than in? Indoor air quality is important. Mildew, mold, smoke, water, and rodent damage are prime causes of poor indoor air quality. Ducts Indoor Air Professionals, better known as Duct Busters, cleans HVAC systems using 127 definable Duct Busters steps. Let Mark Thompson address the indoor air quality at your business to help reduce employee illnesses. Prevent fires by cleaning your dryer vents. Mark and his parents, Dick and Joan Thompson, have been building our local economy and helping local people with HVAC systems 16 years. Ducts Indoor Air Professionals. Call 876-9907. 876-9907. Ducks. Call now.
Finding just the right place to live can be a daunting task. Stop your search. In Chattanooga, the place to live is Cross Creek Villas for under $1,000 and available for immediate move-in. You can enjoy this 2-bedroom split layout, over 1,000 square feet, 9-foot ceilings, an extra large patio or balcony. And don't forget to ask about their preferred employer program. Cross Creek Villas is a gated community offering a 24-hour fitness facility, a beautiful pool and hot tub, and Cross Creek Villas is pet friendly. Stroll the pet park with your best friend and enjoy the free use of their business center and clubhouse. Plus, if you mention you heard this on the radio, your application fee is free. Cross Creek Villas, close to downtown off of Highway 58. Go to crosscreekchattanooga.com. That's crosscreekchattanooga.com or call 894-0446. That's 894-0446. Redefine the way you live at Cross Creek Villas. Go to crosscreekchattanooga.com or call 894-0446. Cross Creek Villas.
If the South would have won, we'd have had it made. I'd probably run for president of the southern states. The day Elvis passed away would be our national holiday.
You give us 12 minutes and 40 seconds, we'll give you Chattanooga and the world.
WSDT Sunny Daisy, Chattanooga.
CBS News, I'm Deborah Rodriguez. Rolling Stone magazine, its publisher, and a reporter have all been found guilty of defamation over a retracted story about a gang rape at a UVA fraternity. CBS's Jim Crisula.
University of Virginia Administrator Nicole Aramo claimed the explosive article in Rolling Stone magazine portrayed her as, quote, a villain who discouraged the woman identified only as Jackie from reporting an alleged gang rape at a UVA fraternity house to authorities. A police investigation failed to find any evidence to back up the claim, and Rolling Stone had to retract the story. Lawyers for the magazine said there was no evidence that the reporter knew what she was writing about the university administrator was false. Jim Crisula, CBS News.
Rolling Stone has just issued a statement saying it made journalistic mistakes and is committed to never making them again. Two former top aides to New Jersey Governor Chris Christie are promising to appeal after they were found guilty in the Bridgegate trial, scheming to generate huge traffic jams as political retribution. WCBS TV's Christine Sloan.
David Wildstein Christie's number 2 guy at the Port Authority, the government's key witness. He testified that all 3 of them schemed to shut down the local access lanes at the George Washington Bridge to punish the mayor of Fort Lee for not endorsing Governor Chris Christie in his re-election bid.
Christie has issued a statement again denying he knew about the plot. The FBI is responding to reports. It's gotten tips that Al-Qaeda is planning to stage terror attacks in New York, Virginia, and Texas on Monday.
I'm Dan Raviv in Washington. Offering some reassurance, the FBI has issued a statement that says the counterterrorism and homeland security communities remain vigilant and well-postured to defend against attacks here in the United States. The FBI says it works with police sharing intelligence to identify and disrupt any potential threat to public safety.
The final unemployment rate before Election Day Tuesday shows the jobless rate dipped to 4.9% last month. CBS News business analyst Jill Schlesinger.
This is a perfect report for the Federal Reserve. It makes the case that not only is there job creation, we are seeing some more people flow into the labor force, which, it's not a huge number, but it's pretty good. And we also are seeing wages rise.
On Wall Street, the Dow ahead fractionally. White House spokesman Josh Earnest says the administration wants to get to the bottom of the deaths of 3 American military trainers in Jordan. The Pentagon says they were shot after their vehicle failed to stop at the gate of a Jordanian military base. At Chicago's Grant Park,
Go Cubs, go!
The World Series champions break out in song after manager Joe Madden carries their long-sought-after trophy onto the stage. Series MVP Ben Zobrist.
This is a team full of MVPs, and we're in a city of MVPs.
This is CBS News.
I'm Wayne LaPierre with the NRA. During World War II, our greatest generation held medal drives to support our soldiers. In that same spirit, I'm here to enlist you in NRA Cars for Freedom. If you have an unwanted car, tractor, boat, or motorcycle, we'll pick it up for free in nearly any condition. Donations are tax deductible and will be used to educate our country and protect our freedom. Visit NRACarsForFreedom.com or call 1-866-NRA-GIFT.
This is Charles Osgood. Auto Owners Insurance has been in business since 1916, 3 years before the pop-up toaster was invented. You wouldn't run a breakfast joint without a toaster, so you should never run your business without Auto Owners Insurance. Our independent local agents have been helping their fellow small businesses choose the right coverage. Find your agent at AutoOwners.com. Auto Owners Insurance, doing the right thing since 1916. Find your local independent agent at AutoOwners.com. That's AutoOwners.com.
A famous face is going home.
A Pakistan court has ruled the refugee known as the Afghan girl will be deported decades after her face with piercing green eyes was immortalized on a National Geographic cover. Sharbat Gula gained global recognition when she was 12 years old. Her haunting photo has been likened to the portrait of Mona Lisa. Now a mother of 4, Sharbat Gula was charged last week with living in Pakistan on false identity papers. Afghanistan says she'll be welcomed back as a national icon. Larry Miller, CBS News.
Michael Bublé is putting his career on hold. On his Facebook page, the Canadian singer says his 3-year-old son Noah has been diagnosed with cancer, Bublé says he and his wife will devote all of their time and attention to helping the boy get well. He says Noah is currently undergoing treatment in the US.
Hot News Talk 1240 AM 1240 Hot News Talk Radio with your chance to win $124 in cash and $124 in food every week with a Hot News Talk Radio 1, 2, 3 NASCAR contest. Hot News Talk 1240. All you have to do is guess who's going to be first, second, and third place in the upcoming NASCAR Sprint Cup race. If you guess it, you'll hear your name live Monday morning at 11:30. Then call AM 1240 Hot News Talk Radio to win. Enter your guess right now at Rick Davis Gold and Diamonds, 5301 Brainerd Road, Chattanooga. Diesel Off-Road Technologies, Soddy Daisy. For your four-wheel drive and truck needs. Stuff and upholstery with premium rubber foam. Amigos Mexican Restaurant next to Staples and Hickson. Drink specials during the race. Cell Surgeon, the Broken Screen Doc. And Shooter's Supply, 4824 Hickson Pike in Hickson. Hot News Talk 1240. Enter your guesses now and then listen to the race live to win $124 in cash and $124 in food from Chattanooga's official NASCAR radio station. Hot News Talk 1240.
I love NASCAR. This is how we roll. We light it up with our hands up. This is how we roll.
ISIS, is funded by Saudi Arabia and Qatar.
ISIL or ISIS
Is created largely with money from the very people who are giving money to the Clinton Foundation.
The countdown to saving America is on. T-minus 4 days until Election Day. Freedom is back in style. Welcome to the revolution.
We burning down the night, shooting bullets at the moon, baby. This is how we roll.
Sean Hannity. The new Sean Hannity Show. More behind-the-scenes information on breaking news and more bold, inspired solutions for America.
All right, glad you're with us. 4 days to go. Hang on. Project Veritas is just breaking this news. They have an undercover video that exposes early Clinton email witness who was never interviewed by the FBI. All right, you just got it? All right, we'll get to that when I get time to actually dig down deep into it because it's very hard to do new information. I like to actually be able to create a synopsis for my audience, the abbreviated, the abridged version so that I can make more sense and not waste valuable airtime. Anyway, 4 days till Election Day. Puts chills in you. You're feeling a little goosebumpy, aren't you? 4 days. It has been a long, hard election season. By the way, you know I want to give props to today? Senator Ted Cruz. He's been out on the trail with Mike Pence, and God bless him. Unlike some of these other people, I'm so disappointed in Mitt Romney, the Bushes, John Kasich. So disappointed. And in 5 days from now, we are going to deal with those saboteurs and others that consider themselves to be conservative that haven't factored in the importance of the Supreme Court and the type of justices that Hillary would put on. They haven't factored in the importance of a president that recognizes radical Islam. They haven't factored in the importance. This is what this election is about. This is as big a choice election as you'll see in your lifetime. They haven't factored in the need to vet refugees and limit the numbers of refugees from countries whose values and culture are the antithesis of our constitutional values. And whether they want to come here and create a theocracy, whether they want to proselytize, whether they believe in radicalism, convert or die, how do we ascertain that and keep the American people safe? Unlike others, I'm not willing to gamble with the lives of Americans. Neither is Donald Trump. That's what's at stake at this election. You know, what's at stake? We got news out today. Let's see. Labor force participation rate. There are 94,609. Hang on. 94,609,000 of your fellow Americans not in the labor force. The labor force participation rate has dropped again. But don't worry, the unemployment rate is still at 4.9%. Which means nothing because they don't count the chronically unemployed that are counted in the labor force participation rate. And that's also what this is about, too, this election. You know, we've had 8 years of Obama. Now we're on the verge of potentially getting out of this mess. I warned all of you about Obama. I did my best. I told you who he was, where he came from. Frank Marshall Davis, the great influencer of his life. Alinsky. He's an Alinskyite, a disciple of Alinsky. An Acorn organizer. That really prepares one for the presidency. You know, he hangs out in the church of G.D. America, whose sermon the day after, the Sunday after 9/11 is America's chickens coming home roost.
White America, U.S. of KKKA, America's chickens.
Coming home.
Coming home to roost. No. Not God bless America. God America. God America.
By the way, I'm watching on TV now, Bill Clinton speaking on Melania Trump. I never felt so bad for anybody in my life. Bill, is this like cognitive dissonance here? Because you screwed over Hillary and put her in a position to protect you and smear and slander and besmirch. That was her choice, really. So I kind of feel bad for you. But this election is about deep and profound differences in the direction of this country. It starts with the Supreme Court. It starts with vetting refugees. It starts with acknowledging a sworn enemy that wants to kill you and your children. It starts with an economy that by every single measure, 13 million more Americans on food stamps, 8 million more Americans in poverty, 1 in 5 American families, not a single family member in the labor force. 1 in 6 American men, 18 to 34, their prime working years. Guess what? They're either in jail or home in mommy and daddy's basement. Thank you, Hillary. Thank you, Barack Obama. And then you can add to that the accumulation of more debt than all 43 presidents before him combined. How's, Black America came out in force for Barack Obama. I could kind of sort of understand 2008, benefit of the doubt, lofty rhetoric, hope and change, the system's corrupt, blah, blah, blah. Okay, what do you get out of it? Well, there's a 58% increase Black Americans on food stamps. There's a 20% increase Black Americans out of the labor force, and nearly 60% of Black teenagers can't get a summer job. You go back in Sean Hannity's teenage years, you take away my summer jobs, and let me tell you, you have one kid that is getting in major trouble with his dopey friends. That's what I would have done, but I worked, and I always had money in my pocket, and I learned a thing or two about responsibility, and I learned a thing or two about how to deal with people, and it kept me out of trouble, and it was the best thing I ever did in my life because it prepared me, in ways that I can't even begin to explain to you for what life's about. There's a lot at stake here, and it's in your hands. And there are very specific states that I'm focused on like a laser beam today. And I'm going to tell you what they are. But and the first thing I want to tell you today is, and I'm going to contradict myself 5 seconds later, so stick with me. Don't pay attention to the polls. Finally, you're beginning to see all the poll numbers now consolidate, and everybody's maps are changing last minute. After the colluding, we now know the media colludes with the Clinton campaign. We know the Justice Department under Loretta Lynch has been colluding with the Clinton campaign. We know that the guy that kept John Podesta out of jail, Kadzig, well, he's colluding with the Clinton campaign. We know the State Department has colluded with the Clinton campaign. We know Obama's colluding with the Clinton campaign. Very interesting how both Barack Obama yesterday and Hillary Clinton today are trying to tie Donald Trump to the KKK.
Same character.
Don't even play it. He's not worthy of our time. The guy that hung out with Bernadine Dorn and Bill Ayers, unrepentant domestic terrorists. We're going to get lectures from him. Hillary Clinton, who said that the former Klansman, Robert KKK Byrd, is her mentor. We're going to take lectures from her. And her husband, J. William Fulbright, the segregationist, is his mentor. And the former Klansman, Robert Byrd, is her mentor, who not that long ago, before he died, actually used the N-word on Tony Snow's Fox News Sunday show.
A white
Yeah, that's Hillary's mentor.
I've seen a lot of white.
That's how desperate they are. What did I tell you at the beginning of the week? What did I warn everybody, Linda? By the end of the week, Donald Trump is either going to be a drug dealer, a murderer, a rapist, or a racist, and everything in between. And this is when they go high, when they go low, we go high. Oh, really? Oh, okay. Save me the lectures when desperation and your desire for power kicks in, you go low. And you always have, and you always will. You know, the biggest thing I fear with all these states that are now in play is I hope people fully and completely understand the severity of what is going on with our FBI. You know, the only reason we are where we are today is because brave, rank and file FBI agents defied a corrupt justice system and that was ordered to stand down on the Clinton probe to protect Hillary. If, God forbid, Hillary Clinton is elected, let me make my prediction to you. And for those of you who doubt it, I kind of have a pretty good track record in predicting how bad Obama's not only economy would be, Obamacare would be, his foreign policy would be. I think we kind of nailed it. If anything, maybe I didn't go far enough in warning you about Obama. There's no difference between Obama and Hillary. The only difference is going to be, because of brave FBI agents, is that this country politically is going to be paralyzed, and it's going to be in the midst of a constitutional crisis, and all of her time, energy, and waking hours are going to be spent trying to keep herself from getting arrested and being put in jail. As I sit here today, 4 days out of Election Day, I can tell you with a certainty there are going to be arrests as it relates to the Clinton email server. Anybody that tells you any different just doesn't know what they're talking about because they don't know the law and they don't know the facts. And former prosecutor, former mayor of New York, Rudy Giuliani, and I have identified 16 specific laws and violations that have been committed. Uma Abedin is likely either going to flip or she's going to jail. Anthony Weiner is probably either going to flip or he's going to jail. Hillary Clinton, I can say with a certainty, has committed crimes. Mishandling classified information is a crime. Destroying electronic devices that had classified, that's a crime. Lying, obstructing justice is a crime. We just don't know how far. But, you know, they spend 8.5 hours grilling, you know, Christian Sausier's mother on one particular time. 4 hours, the FBI grills, what's her name, Angelina Jolie, and Hillary only gets grilled for, 3.5 hours. The media has broken their necks to try and suppress what's going on here, just like they did in Benghazi and what actually happened on September 11, 2012. We all know the story. 600 requests for security denied. You have brave security contractors defied multiple stand-down orders. They risked their lives. 2 of them lost their lives to save their fellow Americans that are being attacked. We know Hillary was arguing whether or not we should send anybody in, whether we need the Libyans' permission, whether or not our brave men and women that rescue can wear their uniforms. It was amazing. The order they got then to shut down their investigation was the exact same stand-down order the guys who wanted to rescue Ambassador Stevens and others, they were given. Very typical Hillary stand-down order. We have a handful of brave FBI agents stood their ground, defied their superiors, refused to go along with the Obama Justice Department's cover-up of this massive corruption that they have uncovered at the Clinton Foundation and the Hillary Clinton email server scandal. I've never seen any greater example of bribery, pay to play. The Uranium One deal, you know, tens and tens of millions of dollars go to Hillary Clinton through one donor. And then he gets others to donate millions to the Clinton Foundation. And then he's expanding his company, and he needs the U.S. government to sign off on the right for Russia to have control of 20% of our uranium, which, of course, is used to build the bomb. And Hillary Clinton signs off. How, you know, if you donate $50 million, you get whatever you want from Hillary. Or the Friends of Bill or the Clinton Foundation donor list so that Contractors can benefit if they donated to the foundation to rebuild Haiti. Then they can funnel money back to the foundation. And then you got the whole Moroccan, which is a clear pay-to-play bribery scandal as well. She will spend her entire presidency, if we're stupid enough as a country to elect her, paralyzed, fighting for her dear life to not be indicted or put in jail. Or we're going to watch more corruption, and Barack Hussein Obama will pardon her. And then she could just go with immunity and just start all over again, enriching herself even more. You know, and through the leaks, off the record interviews, anything we can think of, brave FBI agents probably now we'll find out in the years to come have put their careers at risk to tell you, the American people, just how severe this is. Do you understand these guys are probably risking their pensions to get the truth out to you because they believe in law and order and they don't want a two-tier justice system? And if Donald Trump wins 4 days from now, not long after he takes office, he has to, 2 side-by-side ceremonies in the West Wing, one to give the heroes of Benghazi the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the other to give these FBI heroes, they ought to get the exact same award because they're trying to save you from the what is known to them as the biggest liar, the most corrupt and self-enriching person ever to seek the office. You got these honor-bound FBI investigators. They're now the only thing standing between us and our country becoming a full-blown third-world-style banana republic where cronyism and corruption and the swamp rule the day. And the people who play by the rules get trampled. But if you pay, you play. That's what the Clinton world looks like. Headline, New York Post front page today, mutiny in FBI over Clinton probes. FBI agents, federal prosecutors got into a bitter feud over whether to pursue the pay-to-play probe at the Clinton Foundation, and the fight went public Thursday when some of the combatants went rogue and leaked the information to the media. That's Brett Baer, who broke that wide open. And New York agents were determined to proceed after hearing secret recordings of an unidentified suspect in a public corruption probe talking about the cash flowing into the foundation from foreign donors seeking favors from the State Department, which, by the way, they all got, which we've been chronicling since his book came out, Clinton Cash. All right, we've got a whole array of guests. I'm going to go through these poll numbers in the next half hour. I know you want to hear them. Relax. I'll get to it. We also have Newt coming on. Mike Pence is coming on today. What else do I have? Oh, the Kathy Shelton case. A sheriff is so disgusted. This is the case where Hillary's bragging on tape that she knows that her client's guilty, raping a 12-year-old girl. Well, we have an update on that case for you today. I know the mainstream media has ignored it. Starting November 9th, there's unfinished business with the news media in this country, which is so corrupt, and with Republicans that they too are so corrupt. It's either a new Republican Party or the highway for me. I'll explain all after November 8th. Hey, it's projected 20 million jobs could be created in the U.S. in the next 10 years. A lot of it probably depends on whether Trump gets elected. Anyway, they have trending industries, industrial jobs, commercial truck drivers, clerical jobs, bookkeepers, data entry, customer service, healthcare jobs, medical billing clerks, technology jobs, software engineers, support positions.
AM 1240 Hot News Talk Radio with your chance to win $124 in cash and $124 in food every week with the Hot News Talk Radio 1, 2, 3 NASCAR contest. Hot News Talk 1240. All you have to do is guess who's going to be first, second, and third place in the upcoming NASCAR Sprint Cup race. If you guess it, you'll hear your name live Monday morning at 11:30. Then call AM 1240 Hot News Talk Radio to win. Enter your guess right now at Rick Davis Golden Diamonds, 5301 Brainerd Road, Chattanooga. Diesel Off-Road Technology Solid Daisy for your four-wheel drive and truck needs. Stuff and upholstery with premium rubber foam. Amigos Mexican Restaurant next to Staples and Hickson. Drink specials during the race. Cell Surgeon, the Broken Screen Doc. And Shooter's Supply, 4824 Hickson Pike in Hickson. Hot News Talk 1240. Enter your guesses now and listen to the race live to win $124 in cash and $124 in food from Chattanooga's official NASCAR radio station. Hot News Talk 1240.
I love NASCAR. Staying quite nice out there through your evening hours with fair skies. Still a little breezy tonight. Lows a little cooler into the mid-40s. For the weekend, looking great. Lots of sunshine. Still dry for the next several days, though, but comfortable with highs through Sunday into the lower to middle 70s. The halls are decked at Abba's House Bookstore and Cafe in Hickson. Get a meaningful gift and feel good that the proceeds go to missions. Come check us out in the front lobby of Abba's House for discounts. abbashouse.com/coupon. And I'm Swarm Machine 12 Chief Meteorologist Patrick Core.
On AM 1240, Hot News Talk Radio.
Hot News Talk 1240.
I'm blowing everything up. We're starting over. I'm doing a new show. I want guys who push it to the middle of the table and go over the top. Take a risk, fail miserably. I'm right, and I'm not wrong, and I'll never back down. Conflict works. Allow it.
It's The Herd with Colin Cowherd. Right here and everywhere. Noon Eastern.
You give us 12 minutes and 40 seconds, we'll give you Chattanooga and the world.
Hot News Talk 1240.
Explore the world, or maybe just the Caribbean, from the sunny deck of a cruise ship. You're cooled by iced drinks and dozing off amid quiet chit-chat by the pool. Lynn Holcomb runs Expedia Cruise Ship Centers on Gun Barrel near the mall. She'll hold the door for you. One-of-a-kind offers from among 11 cruise ship lines. Through October 22, one cruise line is offering $100 onboard cash credit, another a $500 cash credit. Maybe there's a good fit for you. Expedia is a full-service travel agency. Land, sea, hotels, rental cars. How about an upscale Mekong Delta river trip? Expedia Cruise Ship Centers, Chattanooga. Expedia.
Cash, 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 and more cash. Rick Davis has the cash when you sell gold, silver, diamonds, rings, and jewelry. Sell Rick your precious metals today and lock in your price. Hey, Rick Davis will trade your cash for shiny, brilliant, and heavy gold. Gold cheaper now by $100 an ounce. Join the Rick Davis Silver Bonanza too. Prices so low, the Lone Ranger is bound to gallop in, Kimosabe.
Hey-ho, silver, away!
The markets are changing, so buy now. Cash, 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 and more cash for your silver and gold, gold, gold. Rick Davis, 5301 Brainerd Road. That's 5301 Brainerd Road. Rick Davis Gold and Diamonds. Oh, and cash, cash, cash. You know where it is.
Hey-ho, silver, away!
We're at the Cantina at Amigos Mexican Restaurant. Yes, ma'am. 2 orders of nachos with beef and beans and 2 beers. Chattanooga loves its Amigos restaurants, but the Amigos in Hickson has something extra. NCAA, the week's big game. How about a house wine? Really good. Big name beers. Just tell Maria what you want. And here at Amigos, margaritas are popular. And it's only $3 a day. If you come here on a game day, Saturday, a Natty Light is only $2.25. Here at Amigos, just during NCAA, Natty Light, $2.25. Amigos Mexican Restaurant in Hickson. The happy hour is 3 to 9 today and every day. I'd say the atmosphere is festive. Look at that huge TV. It's like being amid the fans under a bright sun, but without all the heat. Stay cool. Quench your thirst. Amigos, between the Staples and Hobby Lobby. Take the table next to mine and enjoy the great NCAA game with friend or family here at the Cantina at Amigos Mexican Restaurant. Okay, shh, it's starting.
My pipe's encrusted. My sink is busted. A floor rots soft that once we trusted. A plague of drips in shower stall. Raise the one, our beam of sun. 421-6341. Your pride shrinks low or your need of care. Ray is gracious, manly. He has some to spare. Call Ray's now. 421-6341. 421-6341.
You give us 12 minutes and 40 seconds, we'll give you Chattanooga and the world.
News Talk 1240.
I've always listened to, plus a lot more I never knew were there. The coolest part? I bought an HD radio for just $50, and I pay no monthly subscription fees. So if you like radio, you'll love HD radio.
More stations, no monthly fees. HD radio, a good deal more.
I know this sounds so hypocritical. I almost sound like one of the swamp politicians that need to be drained, but don't trust or believe the polls anymore. And I see they're all getting closer and closer. But with that said, I'm going to explain where we are in the polls when we get back. I know, relax. Mike Pence today, Newt Gingrich today. We have an update in the Kathy Schelt. Remember, she was the 12-year-old rape victim. Hillary bragging and laughing that she got the rapist off. We'll get to all of that and your calls, 800-941-SEAN.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lillian Wu. Donald Trump bashing the October jobs report, saying our economy isn't growing quickly enough.
Nobody even knows, and nobody believes the numbers anyway. The numbers they put out are phony as far as I'm concerned.
Speaking in New Hampshire, Hillary Clinton telling voters in Pittsburgh Trump would create an economy that benefits the richest Americans.
Imagine what it would mean for our economy to have someone who built his career exploiting workers, stiffing small businesses.
Also saying she believes the economy is poised to really take off and thrive. In Chicago, millions of Cubs fans cheering the World Series champs as they're honored with a parade, and Rolling Stone magazine and a writer both found liable in a $7.5 million defamation lawsuit over a now retracted campus rape story. Fox News, we report, you decide.
Hot 1240 Hot News Talk Radio with your Hot News Now update. Colonial Pipeline is now saying repairs could be made to the exploded line as soon as Sunday afternoon. That's the goal that's been set by the company. That gas line exploded, causing the price of gas to shoot up 10 cents during the week. Right now, the low price in Hickson is $1.82. On the higher end, $1.87. $1.92 is the average price. That's still lower than the national average. On November the 17th, the Hamilton County School Board is going to consider naming Superintendent Kirk Kelly as the permanent superintendent of schools in Hamilton County. He was appointed as the interim after Rick Smith left following the Ottawa rape case. The school board appears to not be ruling out the option of using a search firm to find an outside source for superintendent of schools in Hamilton County. We here at Hot News Talk Radio want to remind you daylight savings time ends 2 a.m. on Sunday, so remember to turn your clocks back before you go to bed. Your smartphone should do that automatically. If it's going on in the Tennessee Valley, it's going on Hot 1240 Hot News Talk Radio.
A $500 gift card.
$500? What?
That's right, Bunky. A $500 gift card from a store of your choice. The agents at Exit Realty Scenic City are confident they can sell your house. They can do it in 99 days or less. If your listing proves a slowpoke, they will give you a $500 gift card. No one works harder for you than agents at Exit Realty Scenic City. Licensed in Tennessee and Georgia. Exit sells quickly all types of commercial and residential properties and vacant land. Looking for a dream home, or maybe you're just a first-time home buyer? Let an agent get you started today on your house search. If you're a real estate agent looking for a change, see what Exit can do for you. Training, technology, branding, culture, and financial freedom. Again, Exit Realty Scenic City. Call 423-551-EXIT to learn more. Call 423-551-EXIT and learn more.
Terms and restrictions may apply.
At Eye Your Optical, it's a well-known fact. When you buy one pair of glasses, you get a second pair absolutely free. But did you know Eye Your Optical has the largest eyeglass selection in the area, with top-name brands and styles in the latest trends? Schedule your appointment with one of the doctors today for a comprehensive eye exam. And remember, when you buy one pair of glasses, you get a second pair absolutely free. Visit EyeYourOptical.com for a location near you.
Eye Your Optical.
We're at the Cantina at Amigos Mexican Restaurant. Yes, ma'am. 2 orders of nachos with beef and beans and 2 beers. Chattanooga loves its Amigos restaurants, but the Amigos in Hickson has something extra. NCAA, the week's big game. How about a house wine? Really good. Big name beers. Just tell Maria what you want. And here at Amigos, margaritas are popular. And well, it's only $3 a day. If you come here on a game day, Saturday, a Natty Light is only $2.25. Here at Amigos, just during NCAA, Natty Light, $2.25. Amigos Mexican Restaurant in Hickson. The happy hour is 3 to 9 today and every day. I'd say the atmosphere is festive. Look at that huge TV. It's like being amid the fans under a bright sun, but without all the heat. Stay cool. Quench your thirst. Amigos, between the Staples and Hobby Lobby. Take the table next to mine and enjoy the great NCAA game with friend or family here at the Cantina at Amigos Mexican Restaurant. Okay, it's starting. What is the ministry industrial complex? Do God's people follow false prophets today? Why is the church filled with lifelong baby Christians? Get answers now. Reconstructionist Radio, every Lord's Day, 7 a.m. Reconstructionist Radio, Sunday, 7 a.m.
Here's what advertisers are saying about AM 1240. HotNewsTalkRadio.com.
Radio station, they really care. They're always calling me probably once a week, checking on me, seeing how things going, see if they want to change any of the ads or do anything different, seeing what my needs are. I've gotten business off the ads that you do for me, and seems to be working well at this point.
Prices were very fair. Areas in this town that we aren't able to get other ways, your radio station is able to help us out, and I really appreciate that.
We've been very pleased with the services we've got. It seems like everybody over there cares about what they're going to do, how it's going to work for us on this end. And we've been very impressed with the creativity of the ads that we've heard. And they always seem to be right on point, even without us having to come up with what's going to be said.
Been doing business with News Talk Radio for quite some time. It's the best place and the best value you can get for your advertisement. The commercials are great. They're very professional. I was actually blown away.
The commercial that they put together was awesome. It was way far above all the other radio stations we've dealt with. The best we've had yet, guarantee you, by far.
AM 1240, HotNewsTalkRadio.com gets results. Let us get results for your business. For no obligation free consultation, call General Sales Manager Steve Johnson. Call 423-240-5459. That's 240-5459. Or you can always email Steve at NoogaRadiosteve@gmail.com. That's NoogaRadiosteve@gmail.com. AM 1240, Hot News Talk Radio. We get results.
Would like to indict both Uma and Hillary as we speak. I think he's in a position where he's being forced to triple time make a case of what would otherwise be what they call a slam dunk, referring to James Comey, who had previously told the Senate Judiciary Committee he would conduct a competent, honest, independent probe into Clinton's handling of classified information during her tenure as Secretary of State. You said that back in January. Boy, were you right.
Well, you always wish that things were less wrong when you start an investigation, but you follow the facts. And the facts are that Hillary Clinton and a host of her, if you will, collaborators, including the President of the United States, helped her keep a secret, which was that she had a private email server, no government email server, and that she left government with every single one of those emails and then destroyed at least 30,000 of them.
Listen, I know they have spent, Nancy Pelosi and Democratic special interest, as I've read in your district, have dumped more than $5 million in coordinated spending against you. And the president personally campaigned for your opponent 2 weeks ago, and he held a pricey fundraiser for him. And that was really because you had the unmitigated goal to try and find the truth about Benghazi, the IRS, Fast and Furious, and the email scandal. So I'm sorry you have to go through a tough campaign. What can people do to help you?
Well, they can certainly go to IC for Congress and contribute, because I have been outspent and continue to be outspent. As you know, when you raise money, a chunk of what it costs to raise it goes to raising it. When people simply give you money in coordinated expenses, it all goes straight to advertising. So my opponent is a couple of $1 million ahead of me in actual on air. But I do have one thing going for me, which is what you mentioned, and that is that the president came out and he said there wasn't a single major scandal in his administration, and that effectively I made them all up, and he called it chutzpah. Now, I grew up in a Jewish neighborhood, so I don't necessarily have a problem with somebody saying that I have the kind of chutzpah, the kind of tenacity to go where the facts lead you, whether it's President Bush or President Obama or whoever the next president is. So we now have a referendum on President Obama's statement that there hasn't been a single major scandal. I can tell you that Brian Terry's family, the Border Patrol agent killed in Fast and Furious, would disagree. The families of the victims at Benghazi would disagree. And the thousands of members of Tea Party and conservative Jewish groups that were targeted by Lois Lerner and the IRS would disagree. But it's a referendum on that. Who do you believe, the president or the facts that we brought to light?
No, I believe the facts that you courageously brought to light. There's very few people in Washington that I'm supporting, Congressman Issa. I really am. I'm not going to bat for a lot of people because I feel the Republicans have been weak and timid and ineffective and lacking vision and spine and backbone. So I'm very aggravated But I'll deal with that on November 9th. But you're one of the good guys. Jim Jordan, Mark Meadows, all these guys that are part of the Freedom Caucus I admire a lot. Louis Gohmert, Congressman Steve King is another one. I'm going to miss some people, so I'll stop here. But I appreciate your courage. And I ask people that are in the 49th District, which I guess is where? In the...
It's southern Orange County, including the old Nixon White House, all the way down to La Jolla, where the president came in and did that $10,000 a plate fundraiser.
Yeah. Well, we wish you the best, but if you're in that district, and I know we have a big audience either listening on our Los Angeles affiliate, KEIB, or KOGO, AM 600, both are powerful signals. I ask that they go out and take care of somebody who went to bat for us. Thank you, sir.
Well, the vote matters. Thanks a lot, Sean.
Definitely does. 800-941-SEAN, our number. By the way, Hillary's really keeping it together. She was asking her crowd in Winterville, North Carolina, are you ready to elect Ray Cooper your governor? Whoops. Sorry, the guy's name is Roy, Hillary. Roy Cooper. Ray Cooper is not going to get elected, I hope. Look, let me go over this and with this caveat. And I know it sounds like I'm speaking out of both sides of my mouth, but I'm not. I'm trying to give you some information. Polls don't matter when you vote. I have never been polled my entire life. Now you're going to say, some of you who listen regularly, Hannity, you said to Nate Silver at 538 that you believe in polls, not the online polls that you cited after debate. Oh, it's just an interest of where the enthusiasm was, but I do believe in polling, actually. To a point. I also believe, and I've given more examples. I read Rowan Scarborough's Facebook page to you one day, and we pointed out all the times polls have been wrong. Brexit is the most recent example. Matt Bevin in Kentucky, a recent example. You know, even the poll numbers going into 2012 is a recent example of the polls being wrong in very key, important swing states. I cannot tell you with any certainty what's going to happen Tuesday. I want to be straight up about it. On paper, this is the tightest, closest election I've seen in my life. On paper, meaning polling paper. So, you know, Nate Silver can interpret it. Let me tell you what's happening. All of these polling organizations that have been trying to deflate your enthusiasm, they're all now tightening up because the last thing they want is on election day to be proven so wrong and laughed at. So the polls begin to get a little bit more accurate as we move forward. But as I look at the electoral map, let me just tell you what's really important. If Donald Trump is going to be elected by you, the people, it's very important if you are in any state that voted for Mitt Romney in 2012. Any state. I can go through the list of them. If you want me to go through the list of them, that's all important. But you know who you are. I mean, I've been naming them. Why don't you give me all the leans and all that stuff and pull that off of Real Clear Politics, and I'll go through that in a minute. But then you've got to win if you're Donald Trump. Nevada, Utah, I think he'll win. Arizona, I think he'll win. Then you win Florida, flip Florida. That is Florida I always worry about. I have to, because no Republican's going to win without winning Florida. Ohio, we've got to win Ohio. That's standard fare. People got to get out to the polls. If you don't want this country paralyzed for the next 4 years or less, depending if she can survive not getting arrested, indicted, and put in jail, but certainly a constitutional crisis, certainly a divided country, far worse than what it is today. North Carolina, if you're in North Carolina, you've got to get out and vote. Donald Trump needs to hold North Carolina. If you're in Pennsylvania, I have a poll right here in front of me. It is the Gravis poll, and it has it 46-46. New Hampshire, every poll shows it now pretty much dead even. This one has Trump up by 2. It has Trump winning in Georgia. It has Trump winning in Arizona. But the states that are so important and so key here are the following states: Florida, Ohio, North Carolina. I wish we could put Virginia in play. It doesn't look like it, but it's possible. Maine 2nd Congressional District. Yes, I'm talking to you in Maine 2nd Congressional District. Very important for Donald Trump. New Hampshire, New Hampshire, live free or die. I can't think of a more fitting motto for this time of where we are. Then we've got to win Iowa. Iowa's got to flip back red. Then Nevada's got to flip back red. Then Utah's got to hold. Arizona's got to hold. And then I'd like to see New Mexico, Colorado, Pennsylvania, and heck, even Michigan is in play now. It's a 3-point race in Michigan. Otherwise, you're going to get the corrupt government that you deserve. You know, people say to me, Hannity, you were more right about Obama. How many people have called this show, Linda, and said, Hannity, you were more right than I ever thought you were? By the way, I'll never get credit in the news media. We predicted with pinpoint accuracy how bad he'd be. I keep going over what is at stake here. I keep going over the urgency. I can't express the sense of urgency that I have any more than this. When you're talking about a Supreme Court, maybe as many as 4 justices replaced, it will impact this country, this constitutional republic, for generations. If Hillary picks more activist, leftist justices that have no fidelity to the Constitution, that don't believe in separation of powers, that think they can legislate from the bench, that, they don't believe in co-equal branches of government, they'll cite foreign constitution to justify their judicial activism, you can say goodbye to your constitutional republic. Hannity, you're overstating the case. No, I'm not. If we don't identify radical Islam and have somebody they fear, it's not going to be good. And we're going to be reporting on a lot of instances in the United States and around the world of ISIS activism and murder and terrorism. That's what's at stake here. Bringing in refugees. By the way, Michigan is now tied. We've got the Drudge blaring headline. He got the siren up. You know what it means when the siren goes up on Drudge? That means it's big news. By the way, the stock's longest losing streak since 1980. But if we don't vet refugees and we take in people, I'm all for setting up a safe zone for victims of a civil war and militarily providing support with other countries and providing food and water and medicine and beds and cots and blankets and supplies and baby formula. We can help out our fellow man. But we don't have to risk taking in people that grew up in countries and cultures that believe that women are told how to dress, women can't drive, gays and lesbians are killed, women can't go to school or work without a man's permission. You know, you coming here, keep bringing those values, or you coming here because you want to be an American? That's what Hillary's going to increase the refugees 650%. We can't vet that. This is about raising taxes, raising spending as Hillary will do, or lowering taxes as Donald Trump will do, and eliminating burdensome regulation, incentivizing multinational corporations to bring back their money so we can get the 95 million Americans back in the labor force, the 13 additional million Americans on food stamps off of food stamps, so that we can get Americans in poverty back in the labor force again, all of which is important, all of which matters. And then there's Obamacare, and then eliminate it or keep it, energy independence or energy dependence, education back to the states and municipalities and towns and parents and choice, or there's top-down NEA Common Core. It's immigration, build a wall to protect jobs and protect the country from enemies of this country. You know, right now, Arizona 4 points up for Trump, real clear politics average. Colorado, Donald Trump desperately needs Colorado. Clinton has a 2-point advantage, real clear politics average. We got Florida right now is Clinton 1.2. I'm just telling you the truth. And I'm hoping you get out and vote and understand the severity. Donald Trump up 5 in Georgia. Donald Trump up nearly 3 in Iowa. Missouri's up 11.8. New Hampshire, Trump is up 1.6. New Hampshire is critical at this point. Nevada, Trump is up 2. Minnesota, Clinton's up 6. Michigan, we have a poll out today. It's tied, but Hillary's up 4. Maine? Well, that doesn't really matter. I'm just appealing to all of you. If you're in Nevada, Utah, Arizona, Colorado, New Mexico, and again, I'm not ignoring any of you other states. I'm telling you, these are the states that are going to decide this election. East Florida, Southwest Florida, get out. Get your neighbors out. Ohio, Iowa, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Maine, New Hampshire. Your country needs you. If I could beg, I would beg. You know why? Because I don't. Well, Hannity, it's better if a liberal gets elected, then you have somebody to beat up on for the next 2 or 4 years. I'm like, no. I love my country so much more. I love my country. I'll take lower ratings and Trump in office. Well, that probably wouldn't happen anyway, because they're going to try and undermine him from day one. Don't put this country through a constitutional crisis. Don't put this country through paralysis, all of which will happen if you elect her. There's only so much I can do. Tried to warn you. Please tell your friends and neighbors. Those states I mentioned are key, crucial, pivotal. Have the sense of urgency that you need for your children and your grandchildren. Dollar Shave Club. We all love it. Linda, Ethan, even Jason with his mohawk. Lauren loves it. She says it's the best shave she's ever had. It's the best shave I've ever had. We all decided we like the executive blade the best. Great thing about Dollar Shave Club, well, you get the best blade you've ever used. You get it at a third of the price you'd pay at any store, and you have the convenience it's delivered right to your house. Then you have Dr. Carver shave butter, and they have all these other great, amazing products, grooming products, and they've got stuff for your hair, your face, even your underparts, for crying out loud. What are the stuff for your underparts? I don't even know what that means. Anyway, for everywhere you want to feel and look fresh. That's what the copy says. I'm reading it. Anyway, but they have it all. I do like... Ethan, shut up in there. Just stop it. There are women in there. Behave yourself. Calm down. Anyway, you're going to love the Dollar Shave Club. And by the way, if you've never joined, you don't pay to be a member. And if you've never joined, now's the time, because you'll get your first month of razors free. You only pay shipping, only a couple of bucks. Just go to dollarshaveclub.com/Hannity. dollarshaveclub.com/Hannity. I work with really sick people. Quick break, right back. We'll continue. Mike Pence next.
Sean Hannity.
You know, the traditional Thanksgiving dinner is made new with deep-fried turkey in the Butterball Indoor Electric Turkey Fryer, of course, by our friends at Master Built. Now, there's no need to set a 3 a.m. alarm like Grandma had to. You're going to have the juiciest turkey in about an hour. It's the Butterball Indoor Electric Turkey Fryer. It's the easy and safe way to enjoy turkey all year long. It's available at Lowe's, Home Depot, Sam's Club, Walmart, Academy Sports, Bass Pro Shops, and Cabela's. Just visit masterbuilt.com for more retailers.
Have you heard about the new home storage IRA from Capital Gold Group? It offers all the normal benefits of a traditional IRA, but the big advantage is that you get to keep your gold in your possession. That's right, store your gold and silver IRA at home. Call now for your free gold IRA brochure and learn how to claim a gold storage free safe. Call now, 800-200-GOLD, 800-200-GOLD. That's 800-200-GOLD.
Hands can do incredible things. This is the sound of 326 hands playing Mozart. This is the sound of 10,942 hands showing appreciation. 64 hands building a house for the homeless. 142 hands swimming a triathlon. 18 hands winning the big game. And this is the sound of 2 hands helping to save a life. It's called hands-only CPR, and it's recommended by the American Heart Association. If an adult suddenly collapses, call 911.
You give us 12 minutes and 40 seconds, we'll give you Chattanooga and the world.
News Talk 1240.
Is your career taking you where you want to go? If not, talk to Covenant Group Insurance, especially if you like helping people. Call and learn how you can work for yourself, but not by yourself. Intense but free training, plus a fantastic lead program, plus office support equals your success, your prosperity. Gross at least $75,000 your first year selling insurance. Call Steve or Jada for a confidential interview. That's 855-8484. Maybe the most important call you'll make all year.
You used to call me on my cell phone.
When you crack your screen, mess up your charge port, you get soaked in a rainstorm, what do? Save money, save big, fix it, get surgery. There's a cell phone hospital near you. It's the Cell Surgeon. Adam Disbro, the man in white, he replaces your screen, fixes your buttons, gives you back Twitter, Facebook, your online universe. Walk-in patients go to Cell Surgeon in Ottawa. Cell Surgeon is new in Ottawa, next to Zaxby's. Other docs in the cell repair business are just lab coats. The doc at Cell Surgeon is the best. He wants you to be happy, fix your phone, save money, and save time. Every minute is valuable, and Cell Surgeon doesn't want to waste a second. Your wireless MD, the Cell Surgeon, quick and precise with your device. Takes an hour or less. Northgate Mall, Cell Surgeon next to Old Chicago Pizza, 900-8263, thecellsurgeon.com. Like him on Facebook.
You used to call me on my... You used to.
What is the ministry industrial complex? Do God's people follow false prophets today? Why is the church filled with lifelong baby Christians? Get answers now. Reconstructionist Radio, every Lord's Day, 7 a.m. Reconstructionist Radio, Sunday, 7 a.m.
All systems go!
Got a printing project on deadline? Advantage Printing in Brainerd offers the highest quality one-stop service in Chattanooga. Graphic design, printing, addressing. Don't create a mailer unless you first check with Alan about the latest postal hassle. He'll handle the whole thing for you. Advantage Printing. Your advantage is in our name. 4031 Brainerd Road next to the Bilo. Print digital or offset, wide format, engineering drawings, start to finish. Advantage Printing. Check the details with Alan. 629-1800. That's 629-1800.
All systems go!
You want more business. You want to increase your bottom line. You want to spend less on advertising, imaging your business, and general expenses. You need Trade Bank. Trade Bank of Chattanooga. Trade Bank. Call now to get access to nearly 400 local businesses. Trade Bank. Call 877-2202. 877-2202. Trade Bank. You want to increase your cash flow, your competitive edge, attract new customers, and build a loyal customer base. You need Trade Bank of Chattanooga. Call right now. 877-2202. When you join Trade Bank, you'll get the benefit of free advertising in our monthly magazine, tradebank.com, emails, and mailouts. Join Trade Bank now and receive your Trade Bank debit card with trade credits to spend any way you want with our wide variety of Trade Bank partners. For almost 30 years, Trade Bank has been your voice for small business, a member of the American Bankers Association, and in good standing with you. Trade Bank of Chattanooga. Call now for a free consultation, 877-2202. That's 877-2202. Trade Bank of Chattanooga.
Hi, this is Eric Pelton, tax services, accounting, cash flow. We're small business specialists. I've been helping families and businesses for 35 years. E.J. Pelton & Company, 332-3339. We make life less taxing.
Wars come and go, but my soldiers stay eternal.
Now you can listen to Hot News Talk Radio anywhere, streaming live at NoogaRadio.com. That's NoogaRadio.com.
Hot News Talk 1240.
If the South would have won, we'd have had it made. I'd probably run for president of the southern states. The day Elvis passed away would be our national holiday. If the South would have won, we'd have had it made.
NASCAR, David Tulis, Coast to Coast AM, and CBS Radio News. Chattanooga's news, talk, and sports leader.
Hot News Talk 1240.
Think of markets falling so rapidly that there are no buyers. When the debt bubble pops, that's what'll happen. The good people, as I call them, will tumble down into their own trap. Join me, David Tulis, each weekday at 9. Together, let's consider solutions to national breakdown. Where do you fit in? Can you preserve capital? Increase it even among family members and small businesses here in Chattanooga. 9 o'clock, David Tulis, Hot News Talk Radio. Can we wring opportunity from calamity? Will Chattanoogans prosper amid the death of centralization and its legacy system with its Yankee presidents, 1040 forms, foreign wars, death mills, soul-killing schools, and it's grinding the poor court systems. Nooga centrists such as I say yes. We say near is better than far, small better than big, personal than corporate, physical than abstract. Could these claims possibly be true? Are they seeds for future plantings and harvests? Let's find out. David Tulis, 9 weekdays.
You give us 12 minutes and 40 seconds, we'll give you Chattanooga and the world.
WSDT Sunny Daisy, Chattanooga.
CBS News, I'm Deborah Rodriguez. Rolling Stone magazine and one of its writers found guilty of defamation in connection with an article later retracted about a gang rape at a fraternity at the University of Virginia. CBS News senior legal analyst Andrew Cohen says the verdict is rare.
The law makes it hard for plaintiffs to win these cases. It allows for journalists to make mistakes, even in some cases serious mistakes, but there is a line beyond which the law allows for plaintiffs like these to sue and to win, and this jury found that line. The journalists involved here weren't just negligent, the panel found. They were recklessly in error about a story they knew or they should have known was not what it seemed.
A former Vanderbilt football player who encouraged his teammates to rape an unconscious female student has been sentenced to 17 years in prison. Under Tennessee law, 23-year-old Brandon Vandenberg is required to serve 100% of that time. Surveillance video showed Vandenberg helping to carry the woman into his dorm room, where testimony showed he handed out condoms to 3 young men, then took cell phone videos and emailed them to friends while the attack was still going on. 2 former top aides to New Jersey Governor Chris Christie have been convicted in the Bridgegate trial. Both Bill Baroni and Bridget Kelly say they will appeal the ruling that found them guilty of orchestrating a scheme to close lanes to the George Washington Bridge after a local mayor refused to endorse Christie for re-election. CBS News legal analyst Ricky Kleeman.
Not only did the 2 defendants use a defense that, in essence, we were just following orders, the prosecution used Christie's name in vain. Christie became the central focus of this trial.
Christie denies any prior knowledge of the plan. The presidential election is 4 days away. Live to CBS's Stephen Portnoy.
Today, President Obama has flown to Fayetteville, North Carolina for a Clinton rally at one of the state's historically black colleges. Moments ago, the audience erupted when an older white man in the crowd held up a Trump sign. Mr. Obama tried to get things under control.
Listen up. Hey, I told you to be focused, and you're not focused right now. Listen to what I'm saying. Hold up.
The man was escorted out, and the president urged the crowd.
Don't boo. Oh.
Democrats are nervously eyeing lower turnout in the early voting among African Americans as compared to the past 2 elections when Mr. Obama himself was on the ballot. Deborah?
Donald Trump is campaigning today in Ohio, New Hampshire, and Pennsylvania. The Chicago River runs blue today, Cubs blue, as fans join the team for their first World Series celebration in more than 100 years. Catcher David Ross at a rally at Hutchinson Field in Grant Park does something they couldn't do back in 1908.
Hey, wait, how about a quick selfie? All right, everybody's hands up. Love you, Chicago. Thank you. Thank you, fans.
Dow down 41 points. This is CBS News.
I'm Wayne LaPierre with the NRA. During World War II, our greatest generation held medal drives to support our soldiers. In that same spirit, I'm here to enlist you in NRA Cars for Freedom. If you have an unwanted car, tractor, boat, or motorcycle, we'll pick it up for free in nearly any condition. Donations are tax deductible and will be used to educate our country and protect our freedom. Visit NRACarsforFreedom.com or call 1-866-NRA-GIFT.
This is Charles Osgood. Since auto owners insurance began in 1916, the world has entered the information age of computers, email, and smartphones. While technology continues to advance, we believe people help people best. That's why you'll only find auto owners insurance from your local independent agent, a real person who protects your life, family, and business. Auto owners insurance, 100 years of putting people first. Find your local independent agent at autoowners.com. That's autoowners.com.
Scandal means it's all over for 2016 for the Harvard men's soccer team. CBS's Barry Bagnato explains.
The rest of its season has been canceled after the student-run newspaper, the Harvard Crimson, uncovered a document showing players rated women's team members by appearance and sexual appeal, sometimes lewdly. Crimson president Mariel Klein.
It was a publicly available document on the internet. It was actually taken down after we contacted members of the soccer team for comment.
6 of the women penned an op-ed that said the sad reality is that we have come to expect this kind of behavior from so many men.
It's not just the Galaxy Note 7 smartphone that Samsung has to worry about now. The company is voluntarily recalling 2.8 million top-loading washing machines after 9 injuries were reported, one of them a broken jaw. Consumer Product Safety Commission says excessive vibration can cause the tops of the washing machines to come off.
News Talk 1240 AM 1240 Hot News Talk Radio with your chance to win $124 in cash and $124 in food every week with the Hot News Talk Radio 1, 2, 3 NASCAR contest. Hot News Talk 1240. All you have to do is guess who's going to be first, second, and third place in the upcoming NASCAR Sprint Cup race. If you guess it, you'll hear your name live Monday morning at 11:30. Then call AM 1240 Hot News Talk Radio to win. Enter your guess right now at Rick Davis Gold and Diamonds, 5301 Brainerd Road, Chattanooga. Diesel off-road technology Saudi Daisy for your four-wheel drive and truck needs. Stuff and upholstery with premium rubber foam. Amigos Mexican Restaurant next to Staples and Hickson. Drink specials during the race. Cell Surgeon, the Broken Screen Doc. And Shooter's Supply, 4824 Hickson Pike in Hickson. Hot News Talk 1240. Enter your guesses now and listen to the race live to win $124 in cash and $124 in food from Chattanooga's official NASCAR radio station. Hot News Talk 1240.
I love NASCAR. This is how we roll. We light it up with our hands up. This is how we roll.
ISIS, is funded by Saudi Arabia and Qatar.
ISIL or ISIS is created largely with money from the very people who are giving money to the Clinton Foundation.
The countdown to saving America is on. T-minus 4 days until Election Day. Freedom is back in style. Welcome to the revolution.
We burning down the night, shooting bullets at the moon, baby. This is how we roll.
Sean Hannity, the new Sean Hannity Show. More behind-the-scenes information on breaking news and more bold, inspired solutions for America.
We're going to bring back our jobs that form the backbone of the American middle class and our country as a whole. Our jobs are being stolen. Pennsylvania has lost almost 40% of its manufacturing jobs since NAFTA, a deal signed by Bill Clinton and supported by Hillary Clinton. The city of Philadelphia has lost more than 1/3 of its manufacturing jobs since China joined the World Trade Organization, another Bill and Hillary-backed disaster. A Trump administration will renegotiate NAFTA, believe me. And we have the greatest negotiators in the world. We will use our great negotiators. We'll have a fair deal, but we'll have a deal that goes in 2 directions, not one direction, right into Mexico and these other places. And stand up to foreign product dumping, currency manipulation, and unfair subsidy behavior. We are going to bring manufacturing jobs, lots of jobs, back to Pennsylvania. We're going to do it, and it won't even be difficult. We're going to open modern mines and take care of our great miners. Our miners have been mistreated horribly. We will be producing clean coal, oil, natural gas, and shale energy. We're also bringing back our steel workers who have been so badly hurt, whose jobs have been stolen by the dumping of steel all over this state and, frankly, all over this country by China and other countries. Nobody has been treated worse than these workers, but that will change on January 20th of next year, believe me. It will change.
The Clintons. From dead broke to worth hundreds of millions. So how did Hillary end up filthy rich? Pay-to-play politics. Staggering amounts of cash poured into the Clinton Foundation from criminals, dictators, countries that hate America. Hillary cut deals for donors, sold out American workers, exploited Haitians in need. She even handed over American uranium rights to the Russians. Hillary Clinton only cares about power, money, and herself.
I'm Donald Trump, and I approve this message.
Decades of lies, cover-ups, and scandal have finally caught up with Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton is under FBI investigation again after her emails were found on pervert Anthony Weiner's laptop. Think about that. America's most sensitive secrets, unlawfully sent, received, and exposed by Hillary Clinton, her staff, and Anthony Weiner. Hillary cannot lead a nation while crippled by a criminal investigation. Hillary Clinton, unfit to serve.
Unfit to serve. Here we are, 4 days till Election Day. A lot of voting going on now around the country. So far, early voting numbers show increases for Republicans by and large, decreases for Democrats by and large. If you look at the Real Clear Politics average, this is about as close an election on paper that we'll ever see in our lifetime. Joining us now is the Indiana governor and the vice presidential candidate for the Republicans, Governor Mike Pence. Governor, how are you?
I'm great, Sean. Great to be with you from Greenville, North Carolina. We just had another rousing rally here.
By the way, you're doing so much.
Yesterday.
You're just doing so much better than Tim Kaine. I think he gets about 30 people at his rallies, and you get thousands.
Well, Donald Trump gets thousands, and I'll tell you what, it's the people are coming out because Donald Trump has given voice to the frustrations and the aspirations of the American people like no one in my lifetime since our hero Ronald Reagan. I mean, these people are coming out about 1,000 a day in North Carolina, and I was in Michigan earlier, and seeing the tens of thousands that come out for Donald Trump is, I think it's a testament to the fact that Donald Trump's vision to make America great again, to rebuild our military, revive our economy through tax relief, to make appointments to the Supreme Court of the United States that'll uphold our Constitution and the liberties that are enshrined there. I think it's resonating with people all across America, and I think we're 4 days away from a great victory for the American people, Sean.
What do you think of the early voting, absentee voting numbers as they're coming in a lot of these key swing states? So I'm sure you get these numbers every day like I do.
Yeah, right. Well, I think it's number one. We celebrate when any American exercises their cherished franchise of voting. But I think some of the early voting numbers some of the conclusions people are drawing don't take into effect that while we're grateful for the overwhelming and virtually unanimous support of Republicans around the country. It's growing every day as Republicans come home. But also, these people don't realize that Donald Trump is getting a lot of Democrat votes. I mean, he's getting a lot of independents across the country. And so we're just going to keep, we'll just keep working our hearts out, carrying our message to the four corners of North Carolina, four corners of the United States of America. And I think it's the message, and frankly, it's Donald Trump's brand of leadership that is inspiring this incredible movement across the country.
Yeah, I agree totally. Look, I've gone over this electoral map as closely as anybody on a daily basis. For your path to victory with Donald Trump is this: you've got to win every state that Mitt Romney won. You've got to win, and that includes holding North Carolina, which polls show is tight or dead even. You've got to win Florida. You've got to win Ohio. You've got to win Iowa. And then you've got to pull in Maine 2nd Congressional District in New Hampshire, or pull in Pennsylvania, or pull in Michigan, or pull in New Mexico, or pull in Colorado. As you look at that map, how confident are you that you get those states?
Well, I'll tell you, I was just in Colorado, just in New Mexico. The enthusiasm is just palpable on the ground. I mean, it's one of the things Donald Trump says to me more than anything else when he and I are campaigning together. We'll be pulling in and see these enormous lines, the enthusiasm, and you can always see he's moved emotionally by it. He'll poke me in the shoulder. You know him well. It's just the way he does.
By the way, he's funny. He's like, "Did you see the crowd? Did you see the crowd?" I mean, it's true. These crowds are massive.
No, he's always very moved by it every single time, and he'll poke me in the shoulder and he'll say, "This is not about me, Mike. It's not about our ticket. It's not about our party. This is a movement of the American people, and the American people have decided to make America great again." And I'm just telling you, to answer your question, I'm just seeing it everywhere. I saw it this morning in Michigan. I mean, the tens of thousands that are coming out to rallies for Donald Trump across the country. I just think, as people are looking state by state and trends state by state, I promise you, we're going to be heading to these battleground states. I'm in Florida before the end of the day today. We're going to work our hearts out. But I really do think that what we are witnessing is simply it's a movement of people in this country who are just tired of being told. They're tired of being told this is as good as it gets. They're tired of being told that Washington, D.C. will get around to solving these big problems someday, just not today. And, I really think they're tired of being told, like Ronald Reagan used to say, that, quote, a little intellectual elite in a far distant capital can plan our lives better for us than we can plan them ourselves. I mean, I just think what you have is the American people saying enough is enough. And I literally, the map, you got to look at that map, Sean, that's your line of work. Discuss it every which way from Sunday between now and Election Day. But
it's not going to matter. I know.
Everywhere I go, I see enthusiasm for Donald Trump's vision to make America great again. I just hope your listeners understand this election is in their hands. And if they can cast an early vote in their state, they ought to take advantage to do that. But as I said today at the rally, it's so important. This is a movement of the American people. So people just got to keep going out there talking to your neighbors and friends and tell them we can make America great again. But that happens only when Donald Trump becomes president of the United States.
I keep telling everybody, ignore the polls. I'm giving them the information because that's part of my job. But I think that everybody's got to see the danger. I mean, make America great, drain the swamp. What are your thoughts on all the recent revelations as it relates to Hillary Clinton, these recovered emails that have been deleted, the emails that they're finding on Uma Abedin's server and or laptop and Anthony Weiner's laptop? They're not duplicates. These are new emails. Right. I have made the case that I believe this is real. I think that clearly the FBI agents have decided to come forward and inform the American people. There is great severity in what they are disclosing. It seems to, if God forbid she won this election, I argue that she will spend the next number of years, fighting to prevent herself from getting arrested and going to trial. It is that severe because I've identified with Rudy Giuliani and others all the laws that we know are broken. It's not a matter of if, they were broken. Mishandling classified information is against the law. Destroying devices that had such information on it is against the law. Saying they're not going to hand over certain emails because the president and the secretary are implicated, well, that's obstruction of justice in any court that I know of. So I would argue that the country will be paralyzed, no progress will be made, and we will be facing a constitutional crisis worse than Watergate.
Well, Sean, I have to tell you, I mean, I'm just grateful that the director of the FBI kept his word to the Congress and to the American people. He said that after that really incomprehensible decision this summer, that, like you said, they found that she had mishandled classified information on a private server, that they concluded only that she was extremely careless. But he told the Congress, he told the American people, if more evidence came forward, that they would reopen the investigation. They have. We commend them for that. Confident that they'll process that in a professional and timely way. But, I truly do believe what you said is right, as facts and information come out from this new investigation. What we already know about Hillary Clinton's years as Secretary of State, the pay-to-play politics, the outright corruption, what many in the national media even call a circle of enrichment, I just think the American people have had enough. They've had enough of the fast and loose ethics of the Clintons. They've had enough of pay-to-play politics. And all of that comes to an end the day that Donald Trump becomes president of the United States, because his only special interest will be the American people. And we're going to pass ethics reform in the first 100 days that's going to change this revolving door that exists between the Congress and the White House and lobbying firms in Washington, D.C. In a word, we're going to drain the swamp.
I couldn't agree more. This is a big a choice election. I know you're a fan of Reagan. I've always been a fan of President Reagan. But, this is as big a choice election as I've seen in my adult lifetime. And my first vote actually was for Reagan in 1980. But I look at this election, and this is what I see. The Supreme Court, which will impact this country for generations, now is in play. It's either going to be originalist or activist justices. I see that we need a president that can say radical Islam, or one who refuses to, one that will vet refugees that come from countries whose values and culture directly contradicts our constitutional values. That's in play. Cutting taxes, raising spending. That's in play. Keeping Obamacare or doubling down on it or eliminating it and offering free market solutions like healthcare savings accounts. firing coal miners and putting coal companies out of business, or becoming energy independent. Education back to municipalities and states, or top-down NEA Common Core. Immigration, you build a border wall or you don't build the wall, and that means we have more competition for 95 million Americans out of work and the possibility that our enemies cross that border. It's as profound a difference as I've ever seen.
Well, Sean, I honestly can't improve on that. That's as good a summary of, I think I've ever heard. I would just tell you, I told the crowd here in North Carolina today, this election can be summed up to, as Reagan said in the 1960s, it's not so much even between left and right or Republican and Democrat. It's up and down for everything that you said is whether are we going to continue to go down the hill to a weaker America at home and abroad, a more stifled economy, walking away from our most cherished constitutional liberties? Are we going to stop, turn around, and march back up the hill to a stronger America at home and abroad, a more vibrant American economy promoting free market principles, and a Supreme Court that upholds our Constitution? To me, that's the choice for all the issues that you just so eloquently described. The American people have a clear choice in this election. A stronger and more prosperous America comes when we make Donald Trump the 45th president of the United States.
What do you make of the president and Hillary Clinton both now going, Hillary bragged in the debate, they go low, we go high. Now both Hillary and Obama are bringing up the KKK. That's pretty low to me.
Yeah, I remember that they go low, we go high. Donald Trump is continuing to carry forward a message about a stronger, more prosperous America. Certainly, he's saying that no one is above the law in the United States, and we're speaking with strong words of accountability for all their pay-to-play politics. But, for 3 months now, Donald Trump has been canvassing this country, laying out a plan to rebuild our military, revive our economy through repealing Obamacare, reducing taxes, having better and smarter trade deals, making appointments to the Supreme Court that will uphold our Constitution. And what we've gotten from them, frankly, not just recently, Sean, but it's just an avalanche of insults. It's in my vice presidential debate there, we had Senator Tim Kaine say that we had a campaign of insults, and I couldn't help but chuckle in the debate because it's all, I don't know what their agenda really is other than this avalanche of insults against my running mate. But the American people see through it. They know Hillary Clinton essentially, offers a continuation of the policies that have weakened America's place in the world, stifled America's economy. They know we can be stronger. They know we can be more prosperous. And more Americans every hour are concluding that their clear choice in this election is Donald Trump for president.
I said this to you when I first interviewed you. I kind of was lobbying a little bit for Newt Gingrich because I've known him since 1990, but you have been a phenomenal choice for Donald Trump, and the right choice, I think, for him in terms of, who you are and your value system and your belief, and getting to know you and your family has been actually a real honor for me. And you have done a phenomenal job in the debate on the campaign trail. Our fingers are crossed. We're all, you're in our prayers, and we really wish you the best come Tuesday. There's a lot at stake here, Governor, and it's a little nerve-wracking at this point for my taste.
Thank you, Sean. Great to be with you.
All right, Governor, we appreciate it. 800-941-SEAN is our toll-free telephone number. Listen, I sleep better than ever, although I'm not really sleeping great these days. I got to be honest. I probably need more My Pillows because there's so much on my mind. Anyway, Mike Lindell, good friend of mine, he invented My Pillow. It's the best thing that happened in my life in terms of sleep. I fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer. Now you can, too. Just go to MyPillow.com or call 800-919-6090. If you use the promo code Hannity, you'll get 2 My Pillows for the price of 1. My Pillow is the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. It's made in the USA. It has a 60-day unconditional money-back guarantee and a 10-year warranty. Or you can spend more sleepless nights on a pillow that will not work for you. Or go to MyPillow.com or call 800-919-6090. Promo code Hannity, 2 for the price of 1. And from that day, those pillows arrive, you'll start getting the kind of peaceful, restful, comfortable, deep healing, recuperative sleep you've been craving and you deserve. MyPillow.com. Promo code Hannity. Quick break. Right back. We'll continue.
America's presidential election.
AM 1240 Hot News Talk Radio, with your chance to win $124 in cash and $124 in food every week with the Hot News Talk Radio 1, 2, 3 NASCAR contest. Hot News Talk 1240. All you have to do is guess who's going to be first, second, and third place in the upcoming NASCAR Sprint Cup race. If you guess it, you'll hear your name live Monday morning at 11:30. Then call AM 1240 Hot News Talk Radio to win. Enter your guess right now at Rick Davis Golden Diamonds, 5301 Brainerd Road, Chattanooga. Diesel off-road technology Saudi Daisy for your four-wheel drive and truck needs. Stuff and upholstery with premium rubber foam. Amigos Mexican Restaurant next to Staples and Hickson. Drink specials during the race. Cell Surgeon, the Broken Screen Doc. And Shooter's Supply, 4824 Hickson Pike in Hickson. Hot News Talk 1240. Enter your guesses now and listen to the race live to win $124 in cash and $124 in food from Chattanooga's official NASCAR radio station. Hot News Talk 1240.
I love NASCAR. Staying quite nice out there through your evening hours with fair skies. Still a little breezy tonight. Lows a little cooler into the mid-40s. For the weekend, looking great. Lots of sunshine. Still dry for the next several days, though, but comfortable with highs through Sunday into the lower to middle 70s. The halls are decked at Abba's House Bookstore and Cafe in Hickson. Get a meaningful gift and feel good that the proceeds go to missions. Come check us out in the front lobby of Abba's House for discounts. abbashouse.com/coupon. And I'm Sworn Machine 12 Chief Meteorologist Patrick Orr. On AM 1240, Hot News Talk Radio.
Hot News Talk 1240.
I'm blowing everything up. We're starting over. I'm doing a new show. I want guys who push it to the middle of the table and go over the top. Take a risk, fail miserably. I'm right, and I'm not wrong, and I'll never back down. Conflict works. Allow it.
It's The Herd with Colin Cowherd. Right here and everywhere. Noon Eastern.
You give us 12 minutes and 40 seconds, we'll give you Chattanooga and the world.
Hot News Talk 1240.
Explore the world, or maybe just the Caribbean, from the sunny deck of a cruise ship. You're cooled by iced drinks and dozing off amid quiet chit-chat by the pool. Lynn Holcomb runs Expedia Cruise Ship Centers on Gun Barrel near the mall. She'll hold the door for you. One-of-a-kind offers from among 11 cruise ship lines. Through October 22, one cruise line is offering $100 onboard cash credit, another a $500 cash credit. Maybe there's a good fit for you. Expedia is a full-service travel agency. Land, sea, hotels, rental cars. How about an upscale Mekong Delta river trip? Expedia Cruise Ship Centers, Chattanooga. Expedia.
Cash, 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 and more cash. Rick Davis has the cash when you sell gold, silver, diamonds, rings, and jewelry. Sell Rick your precious metals today and lock in your price. Hey, Rick Davis will trade your cash for shiny, brilliant, and heavy gold. Gold cheaper now by $100 an ounce. Join the Rick Davis Silver Bonanza too. Prices so low, the Lone Ranger is bound to gallop in, Kimosabi.
Hey-ho, silver, away!
The markets are changing, so buy now. Cash, 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 and more cash for your silver and gold, gold, gold. Rick Davis, 5301 Brainerd Road. That's 5301 Brainerd Road. Rick Davis Gold and Diamonds. Oh, and cash, cash, cash. You know where it is.
Hey-ho, silver, away!
We're at the Cantina at Amigos Mexican Restaurant. Yes, ma'am. 2 orders of nachos with beef and beans and 2 beers. Chattanooga loves its Amigos restaurants, but the Amigos in Hickson has something extra. NCAA, the week's big game. How about a house wine? Really good. Big name beers. Just tell Maria what you want. And here at Amigos, margaritas are popular. And it's only $3 a day. If you come here on a game day, Saturday, a Natty Light is only $2.25. Here at Amigos, just during NCAA, Natty Light, $2.25. Amigos Mexican Restaurant in Hickson. The happy hour is 3 to 9 today and every day. I'd say the atmosphere is festive. Look at that huge TV. It's like being amid the fans under a bright sun, but without all the heat. Stay cool. Quench your thirst. Amigos, between the Staples and Hobby Lobby. Take the table next to mine and enjoy the great NCAA game with friend or family here at the Cantina at Amigos Mexican Restaurant. Okay, shh, it's starting.
My pipe's encrusted. My sink is busted. A floor rots soft that once we trusted. A plague of drips in shower stall. Raise the one, our beam of sun. 421-6341. Your pride shrinks low or your need of care? Ray is gracious, manly. He has some to spare. Call Ray's now. 421-6341. 421-6341.
You give us 12 minutes and 40 seconds, we'll give you Chattanooga and the world.
News Talk 1240.
Kathy Shelton story. Remember, she was raped when she was 12 years old, never able to have children after this violent rape. Anyway, it was Hillary Clinton that got the rapist off, bragging about it, laughing about it, admitting that she thought he was guilty. We have an update to that story coming up. Also, we'll check in with our pollsters at the top of the next hour. Can you trust them? Do you believe them? Which way do they think this is going to play out? Also, Nuke Gingrich in our final hour today. Hannity tonight. We're going to have the very latest on Clinton corruption. Clinton versus Trump, the latest poll numbers. We have the WikiLeaks document dump. We have new stuff to share with you tonight. Governor Huckabee's checking in tonight. I mean, we've got Sheriff Clark, AJ Delgado. We got everybody. 10 Eastern. Set your DVR. 4 days till Election Day. Only 2 more TV shows. Quick break, right back.
Fox News Radio, I'm Karen McHugh. The weekend before the election and Hillary Clinton stumping across Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Michigan. In Pittsburgh, she asked attendees to intervene on her behalf.
If you know anybody here in Pittsburgh or in Western PA who's thinking about voting for Trump, please stage an intervention before it's too late.
Donald Trump's in Ohio and Pennsylvania and New Hampshire. The GOP VP nominees in Michigan, where he paraphrased a former president as he spoke out against Obamacare.
It really is amazing that even former President Bill Clinton the other day said, costs are going up, coverage is going down, it's the craziest thing in the world. I guess even with the Clintons, sometimes truth just happens.
Mike Pence in Lansing. A Virginia jury finds Rolling Stone magazine guilty of defaming the University of Virginia after publishing a bogus story of gang rape at a frat house. The magazine's apologized. Fox News, we report, you decide.
Hot 1240 Hot News Talk Radio with your Hot News Now update. Colonial Pipeline is now saying repairs could be made to the exploded line as soon as Sunday afternoon. That's the goal that's been set by the company. That gas line exploded, causing the price of gas to shoot up 10 cents during the week. Right now, the low price in Hickson is $1.82. On the higher end, $1.87. $1.92 is the average price. That's still lower than the national average. On November the 17th, the Hamilton County School Board is going to consider naming Superintendent Kirk Kelly as the permanent superintendent of schools in Hamilton County. He was appointed as the interim after Rick Smith left following the Ottawa rape case. The school board appears to not be ruling out the option of using a search firm to find an outside source for superintendent of schools in Hamilton County. We here at Hot News Talk Radio want to remind you daylight savings time ends 2 a.m. on Sunday, so remember to turn your clocks back before you go to bed. Your smartphone should do that automatically. If it's going on in the Tennessee Valley, it's going on Hot 1240 Hot News Talk Radio.
A $500 gift card.
$500? What?
That's right, Bunky. A $500 gift card from a store of your choice. The agents at Exit Realty Scenic City are confident they can sell your house. They can do it in 99 days or less. If your listing proves a slowpoke, they will give you a $500 gift card. No one works harder for you than agents at Exit Realty Scenic City. Licensed in Tennessee and Georgia. Exit sells quickly all types of commercial and residential properties and vacant land. Looking for a dream home, or maybe you're just a first-time home buyer? Let an agent get you started today on your house search. If you're a real estate agent looking for a change, see what Exit can do for you. Training, technology, branding, culture, and financial freedom. Again, Exit Realty Scenic City. Call 423-551-EXIT to learn more. Call 423-551-EXIT and learn more.
Terms and restrictions may apply.
At Eye Your Optical, it's a well-known fact. When you buy one pair of glasses, you get a second pair absolutely free. But did you know Eye Your Optical has the largest eyeglass selection in the area, with top-name brands and styles in the latest trends? Schedule your appointment with one of the doctors today for a comprehensive eye exam. And remember, when you buy one pair of glasses, you get a second pair absolutely free. Visit EyeYourOptical.com for a location near you.
Eye Your Optical.
We're at the Cantina at Amigos Mexican Restaurant. Yes, ma'am. 2 orders of nachos with beef and beans and 2 beers. Chattanooga loves its Amigos restaurants, but the Amigos in Hickson has something extra. NCAA, the week's big game. How about a house wine? Really good. Big name beers. Just tell Maria what you want. And here at Amigos, margaritas are popular. And it's only $3 a day. If you come here on a game day, Saturday, a Natty Light is only $2.25. Here at Amigos, just during NCAA, Natty Light, $2.25. Amigos Mexican Restaurant in Hickson. The happy hour is 3 to 9 today and every day. I'd say the atmosphere is festive. Look at that huge TV. It's like being amid the fans under a bright sun, but without all the heat. Stay cool. Quench your thirst. Amigos, between the Staples and Hobby Lobby. Take the table next to mine and enjoy the great NCAA game with friend or family here at the Cantina at Amigos Mexican Restaurant. Okay, it's starting. What is the ministry industrial complex? Do God's people follow false prophets today? Why is the church filled with lifelong baby Christians? Get answers now. Reconstructionist Radio, every Lord's Day, 7 a.m. Reconstructionist Radio, Sunday, 7 a.m.
Here's what advertisers are saying about AM 1240. HotNewsTalkRadio.com.
Radio station, they really care. They're always calling me probably once a week, checking on me, seeing how things going, see if they want to change any of the ads or do anything different, seeing what my needs are. Gotten business off the ads that you do for me, and seems to be working well at this point.
Prices were very fair. Areas in this town that we aren't able to get other ways, your radio station is able to help us out, and I really appreciate that.
We've been very pleased with the services we've got. It seems like everybody over there cares about what they're going to do, how it's going to work for us on this end. And we've been very impressed with the creativity of the ads that we've heard. And they always seem to be right on point, even without us having to come up with what's going to be said.
I've been doing business with News Talk Radio for quite some time. It's the best place and the best value you can get for your advertisement. The commercials are great. They're very professional. I was actually blown away.
The commercial that they put together was awesome. It was way far above all the other radio stations we've dealt with. The best we've had yet, guaranteed, by far.
AM 1240, HotNewsTalkRadio.com gets results. Let us get results for your business. For no obligation free consultation, call General Sales Manager Steve Johnson. Call 423-240-5459. That's 240-5459. Or you can always email Steve at NougaRadioSteve@gmail.com. That's NougaRadioSteve@gmail.com. AM 1240, Hot News Talk Radio. We get results.
Protecting them with Carbonite. I recommend you try it for free. No credit card required at Carbonite.com. By the way, for an individual, less than $60 a year. And for corporations, way, way less. Now, these are troubling times. Ransomware hackers attacking our schools, our hospitals, your business, your home. Now, the data and files on your computers are highly valuable, so you need to back them up with Carbonite Backup, the easiest way to keep them safe. So join me and millions of others in America who have visited Carbonite.com and have signed up for peace of mind.
Hillary Clinton on crime. Hillary Clinton supports criminal justice reform. But what's her idea of justice? Fewer criminals behind bars, allowing violent predators back on our streets. One criminal Hillary freed was Tommy Taylor. He beat 12-year-old Kathy Shelton unconscious and raped her so violently she could never have children. As a favor to the judge, a Clinton donor, Hillary volunteered to defend Tommy Taylor. She lied about the evidence, blamed the young victim, and struck a backroom deal. Taylor served just 2 months in jail, setting child rapists free. Hillary Clinton on crime.
That's really awesome. Remember that case where I represented that guy? It was a fascinating case. It was a really interesting case. This guy was grade 12. He was the daughter of a family he was living in Springwood, outside of the track. And the guy was from Green Forest. His family still had a little farm. He was one of the ruthless folks who wasn't going to make a living on the land. He was kind of around. Ended up in Springdale working for the federal government. Of course, he claimed that he did all this stuff. He took a lot of different tests. I had to polygraph, which he passed. Forever described my polygraphs. I went back and told Maynard Gibson that I had. Well, I probably can't remember his name, but I cut out who's who, and I've done all this stuff. And I handed it to Maynard Gibson. I said, "Well, this guy's ready to come from New York for this miscarriage of justice." So we were going to plea bargain. So I went before Moffitt Cummings presented the plea, and Moffitt said, "What is this?" So it was first degree rape. But he's dropping the charges, dropping. I can't remember. So Moffitt had to, I didn't know he was supposed to determine whether the plea was factually supported. Moffitt asked me to leave the room while he examined my client. So the client was factually supported. Judge, I can't leave. I'm a lawyer. I know, but I want to talk about this. Oh, yeah. Really? Yeah, that was my a lot of fun.
An arrogant Hillary Clinton bragging how she got the rapist, the child rapist, off, and how good an attorney she is, and forever lost my faith in lie detector tests. He actually passed the stupid thing. Oh my gosh. Well, this guy raped this poor woman who I've gotten to know and really like and admire a lot, Kathy Shelton. This rape was so vicious. This rape was so violent at the age of, 12, that she was no longer able to have children. And Hillary got this man off, time served, and you hear her laughing and bragging and acknowledging that she believed he was guilty. That's how sad an individual this is. But of course, your compliant, colluding media has spent little to no time on this subject in this election season. Joining us now is Candace Jackson. She's an advocate and an attorney for Kathy Shelton. Kathy Shelton is the rape victim. And also joining us, Sheriff Herbert Marshall. He was the law enforcement official directly involved with the arrest of this guy, Taylor, the man who raped Kathy at the age of 12. And today the sheriff is speaking out for the first time. Thank you all for being with us. Kathy, how are you holding up?
Oh, pretty good. How are you, man?
Okay, it's good to talk to you again. Candace, good to talk to you again. Let me start with you, though, Sheriff. This is the first time you have decided to speak out. Tell us why and tell us what you know about the case.
Thanks for having me, Sean. I just watched Hillary's giving a speech in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, when she says, "I have spent my entire life fighting for kids and families." This was a vicious, cruel, heinous crime that Thomas Taylor did to a little 12-year-old girl. When Hillary was appointed by Judge Cummins to be his defense, she plea bargained him to 5 years, of which the judge written off 4 years of suspended. And it's just something that went through me. When she gets up and talks and gives these fighting for the kids and fighting for the women, she went around in Northwest Arkansas amongst her friends here and bragged about getting him off. And
admitting that he's guilty.
Well, she knew he was guilty of sin.
And by the way, there was DNA in this case that actually corroborated, and Candace, I'll go to you because you are actively, you know this case inside and out, but they had found on Kathy's underwear semen that matched this man, and they had found blood that matched Kathy on the underwear. Is that true?
Well, one of the things that's most fascinating about this case, and now just recently with Sheriff Marshall being willing to talk more about it, is that there was underwear from the defendant that even before DNA tests, you could match up the semen being consistent with the defendant and the blood being consistent with the victim. But one thing the sheriff has pointed out now is that even if that underwear evidence of the defendant somehow was not enough to do independent testing on or wasn't conclusive enough to show the rape, what happened to all the other evidence? There was a rape kit collected at the hospital on Kathy Shelton. There had to have been clothing, etc., from the victim. There was enough evidence, the sheriff has now pointed out, to mean that even if the evidence of the rape was somehow compromised, and whether or not Hillary Clinton had anything to do with that, there should have still been enough evidence for the prosecutor to get this guy nailed down 5 to 10 years on pure aggravated assault, much less the rape.
Unbelievable. Sheriff, where did that evidence go?
Well, I don't have a clue.
One thing that's become clear is that the prosecutor in this case truly was colluding with Hillary Clinton. He rolled over at every stage of this case.
Unbelievable. Kathy, I've now interviewed you enough to know that, I know you're a strong person. I know you have gone on with your life, but there is lasting damage. You cannot go through or be victimized in such an evil, violent, horrific way like this and not have residual trauma the rest of your life. And of course, finding out that you couldn't have children was also devastating to you. What are your thoughts on her? And when you hear her laugh and hear her know that this guy was guilty, what do you think, number one, and what do you think about the news media that has been so reluctant to tell your story, except for people like me?
I'm really happy that it's getting out there, the truth, because she made everything I said or done, even with proof of it, like I was a liar, that I asked for it, said that she'd known me for 6 months. We'd only lived here for 2 at the time, so it came from Fort Smith. She will, to get where she wants to be in life, I feel she will lie, cheat, steal, and lie under oath to get it, just so that she can get where she wants to be in life.
You know, yeah, go ahead.
I've had lots of problems, and lately I've been dreaming and stuff. And I even told my cousin yesterday I'm going to have to start going back to counseling, since we've been talking about this a lot, because it's been I've kind of broke down a few times, and it's been really hard, and my life has never been the same, and it won't be. That's something you just don't ever forget when something like that happens.
I totally understand that. Totally understand that. Candace, one of the things that Kathy did bring up here in her filings, I mean, Hillary Clinton was brutal to Kathy Shelton, and they're talking about, well, young girls from families like her could be subject to a lot of fantasizing, sexualizing, imagination. I mean, really, really dug at her hard. And actually, there are rape shield laws that would prevent that today.
That's absolutely right. I mean, the level of blame the victim mentality that Hillary Clinton threw at Kathy Shelton, this 6th grade girl, is just appalling. And it really struck me. Ask Sheriff Marshall his impressions of Hillary Clinton, because they're exactly the same as the coldness that Hillary Clinton demonstrated in trying to blame a little girl for her rape.
Sheriff, I'll give you that question.
Yeah, she practically threw this child in the trash, to put it bluntly. This was a case where just the assault alone, not the rape, just the assault alone should have gotten him 5 years. And then the rape on top of that, this man should have been sent to prison for 30 years. When I got the call, when I received the court order to release him, I couldn't believe it. I immediately called the prosecutor's office to find out what was going on, because here I had a man for a heinous crime and was ordered by the court to release him. I was told that they had changed the attorneys, and the attorney that was originally his defense, Taylor's defense attorney, was replaced by Hillary Rodham. And I said, well, who is Hillary Rodham? I didn't really know her at that time. And they said, well, she's an attorney out of New York. And at the same time, unbeknownst to me, the judge had suspended 4 years of a 5-year plea bargain. And this was just totally out of context, even for for Arkansas here on something like this. This was totally out of context. Had this man went before a jury in Washington County, Arkansas, he would have went down for 30 years to life.
Unbelievable. Sheriff, I admire you speaking out. Candace, you've been such a great advocate and friend for Kathy. Thanks for what you do. Kathy, it's an honor to get to know you. I'm so sorry you've been through so much, and I know it's been painful to have to relive this, but you felt compelled to tell your story, and we appreciate it, and we wish you all the best. By the way, I just followed you on Twitter the other night, Kathy, so I found your account. Anyway, so thank you, guys. I really appreciate you telling your story here.
I've got one more thing to say here.
Yes, sir.
Sean, Hillary just said it in Pittsburgh in her speech to hold me accountable. Well, Hillary, we're holding you accountable.
Well, you know what? The voters will decide Tuesday. Tuesday night we'll know, and I hope they do. Thank you all. Appreciate it. Christina is in Austin, Texas. Christina, hi. How are you? We're glad you called.
Good. How are you doing?
Oh, we're hanging in there. What's going on?
I'm a little bit in shock out of what I just heard discussed about this poor woman. A candidate that says that she is for children advocacy, that she's Hillary Rodham. I just watched a commercial right now I'm for the children, and yet you put a 12-year-old child through what she's been through and have no responsibility towards it. Laughing, I read the transcript, doing these things, it's a child, and a child failed a polygraph test, but yet it's a 12-year-old child. How could you put someone through that as a small child, and yet you say that you're for women and children? First of all, you've negated those two aspects simply by doing this to a 12-year-old female.
Like everything else, though, Christina, everything about her is a lie. Everything she says can't be trusted. Everything she does is self-enriching. She is more dishonest, more corrupt than anybody to ever seek the presidency. God help this country if she wins on Tuesday.
I'm a woman. I have a 5-year-old daughter, and if this woman gets elected, I'm not going to live here anymore. My husband and I have already decided this is probably for a liar and someone who vanquishes the law at her whim.
Yeah. By the way, George Stephanopoulos, his wife, says if Trump wins, by the way, what a great motivation. We'll put all these people on a plane. I'll pay for it. Promise never to come back.
I'm with you. I'll contribute to that fund in a heartbeat.
All right.
I just can't believe that someone who puts commercials on that I'm for women and children, and again, she doesn't even respond to it. And I don't know why the American public has no accountability for her. Why is it not? How could you do this to a woman? I know it's a story that's been buried for quite some time, but it's in writing. It is clear in front of the American public's face. But for some reason, everybody puts their blinders on, and they're less. I don't know if the stigma around her is just so charged up. But for some reason, Democrats will follow a Democratic nominee blindly. But Republicans, we actually ask questions. We ask questions. We want answers. But it's like the blind leading the blind with the Democrats. It's a bunch of sheep following the most corrupt criminal human being that ever walked the face of the earth.
All right, I got to run. Listen, I appreciate your input. Thank you so much for being here. All right, we got a news roundup, information overload, our pollsters at the top of the hour. What did I say at the beginning of the show today? Do not believe the polls. You have got to act. I am all of these, the corrupt, colluding media, all the polling organizations have been hedging their bets to deflate your enthusiasm. You go to the polls because you want to save your country. That's why you go. 800-941-SEAN. We'll get to that coming up straight ahead. By the way, if you don't have a Liberty Safe, you need to get one. I own 5. I have a big one, a middle-sized one, and then I have a number of smaller ones, a fingerprint safe, so I can keep my firearms loaded, protected, and ready to go, and literally have it right by my side anytime, God forbid, I'd ever need it. And the amazing thing is, look, you have alarm systems. You think that keeps you safe, but, thieves are brazen these days. Even if you own an alarm system, they're still busting in, alarm blaring away. Police reports indicate when a thief breaks into a house like that and sees a heavy-duty safe like a Liberty Safe, they leave without taking anything of value. Now, where are you going to put your valuables, your jewelry, your gold, your papers, your birth certificates, your passport? Where are you going to put them? You need a safe, and LibertySafe.com is the place to go. Mention my name, Hannity, and they'll give you up to $250 off your purchase. It's made here in the USA. You get a lifetime warranty. They'll deliver it right to your home. Nothing like owning a Liberty Safe. LibertySafe.com, promo code Hannity.
The final hour of the Sean Hannity Show is up next. Hang on for Sean's Conservative Solutions.
They've stormed beaches and freed countries. Protected the weak and defeated the strong. Shown courage and compassion. They've raised our flag and our hope. They've been called leathernecks. They've been called devil dogs. But above all, they're called Marines.
As a veteran of Iraq or Afghanistan, joining IAVA.org really helps in the transition home. It's a network of OIF and OEF vets like me who've got your back here, just like we did over there. That means when you need help navigating the GI Bill, we've got your back. And when you're dealing with the transition home, we've got your back. Or when you just want someone to share stories with, we've got your back. Iraq and Afghanistan Veterans of America is there for you. Join our community at IAVA.org. We've got your back.
Brought to you by IAVA. You give us 12 minutes and 40 seconds, we'll give you Chattanooga and the world.
News Talk 1240.
Is your career taking you where you want to go? If not, talk to Covenant Group Insurance, especially if you like helping people. Call and learn how you can work for yourself, but not by yourself. Intense but free training, plus a fantastic lead program, plus office support equals your success, your prosperity. Gross at least $75,000 your first year selling insurance. Call Steve or Jada for a confidential interview. That's 855-8484. Maybe the most important call you'll make all year.
You used to call me on my cell phone.
When you crack your screen, mess up your charge port, you get soaked in a rainstorm, what do? Save money, save big, fix it, get surgery. There's a cell phone hospital near you. It's the Cell Surgeon. Adam Disbro, the man in white, he replaces your screen, fixes your buttons, gives you back Twitter, Facebook, your online universe. Walk-in patients go to Cell Surgeon in Ottawa. Cell Surgeon is new in Ottawa, next to Zaxby's. Other docs in the cell repair business are just lab coats. The doc at Cell Surgeon is the best. He wants you to be happy, fix your phone, save money, and save time. Every minute is valuable, and Cell Surgeon doesn't want to waste a second. Your wireless MD, the Cell Surgeon, quick and precise with your device. Takes an hour or less. Northgate Mall, Cell Surgeon next to Old Chicago Pizza, 900-8263, thecellsurgeon.com. Like him on Facebook.
You used to call me on my... You used to.
What is the ministry industrial complex? Do God's people follow false prophets today? Why is the church filled with lifelong baby Christians? Get answers now. Reconstructionist Radio, every Lord's Day, 7 a.m. Reconstructionist Radio, Sunday, 7 a.m.
All systems go.
Got a printing project on deadline? Advantage Printing in Brainerd offers the highest quality one-stop service in Chattanooga. Graphic design, printing, addressing. Don't create a mailer unless you first check with Alan about the latest postal hassle. He'll handle the whole thing for you. Advantage Printing. Your advantage is in our name. 4031 Brainerd Road next to the Bilo. Print digital or offset, wide format, engineering drawings, start to finish. Advantage Printing. Check the details with Alan. 629-1800. That's 629-1800.
All systems go.
You want more business. You want to increase your bottom line. You want to spend less on advertising, imaging your business, and general expenses. You need Trade Bank. Trade Bank of Chattanooga. Trade Bank. Call now to get access to nearly 400 local businesses. Trade Bank. Call 877-2202. 877-2202. Trade Bank. You want to increase your cash flow, your competitive edge, attract new customers, and build a loyal customer base. You need Trade Bank of Chattanooga. Call right now. 877-2202. When you join Trade Bank, you'll get the benefit of free advertising in our monthly magazine, tradebank.com, emails, and mailouts. Join Trade Bank now and receive your Trade Bank debit card with trade credits to spend any way you want with our wide variety of Trade Bank partners. For almost 30 years, Trade Bank has been your voice for small business, a member of the American Bankers Association, and in good standing with you. Trade Bank of Chattanooga. Call now for a free consultation, 877-2202. That's 877-2202. Trade Bank of Chattanooga.
Hi, this is Eric Pelton, tax services, accounting, cash flow. We're small business specialists. I've been helping families and businesses for 35 years. E.J. Pelton Company, 332-3339. We make life less taxing.
Wars come and go, but my soldiers stay eternal.
Now you can listen to Hot News Talk Radio anywhere, streaming live at Noogaradio.com. That's Noogaradio.com. Hot News Talk 1240.
If the South would have won, we'd have had it made. I'd probably run for president of the southern states. The day Elvis passed away would be our national holiday. If the South would have won, we'd have had it made.
NASCAR, David Tulis, Coast to Coast AM, and CBS Radio News. Chattanooga's news, talk, and sports leader.
Hot News Talk
1240.
Think of markets falling so rapidly that there are no buyers. When the debt bubble pops, that's what'll happen. The good people, as I call them, will tumble down into their own trap. Join me, David Tulis, each weekday at 9. Together, let's consider solutions to national breakdown. Where do you fit in? Can you preserve capital? Increase it even among family members and small businesses here in Chattanooga. 9 o'clock, David Tulis, Hot News Talk Radio. Can we wring opportunity from calamity? Will Chattanoogans prosper amid the death of centralization and its legacy system with its Yankee presidents, 1040 forms, foreign wars, death mills, soul-killing schools, and its grinding the poor court systems? Nooga centrists such as I say yes. We say near is better than far, small better than big, personal than corporate, physical than abstract. Could these claims possibly be true? Are they seeds for future plantings and harvests? Let's find out. David Tulis, 9 weekdays.
You give us 12 minutes and 40 seconds, we'll give you Chattanooga and the world.
WSDT Sunny Daisy, Chattanooga.
CBS News, I'm Deborah Rodriguez. With just 4 days to go, the presidential candidates and their surrogates heat up the campaign trail in a last-ditch effort to sway voters in a race that polls show is close as can be. President Obama for Hillary Clinton in Fayetteville, North Carolina.
Don't choose fear. Choose hope. Don't choose fear. Choose hope. Go out there and vote.
More from CBS's Stephen Portnoy.
Boy, are we getting close? Now we're getting close, right?
With 4 days remaining, Donald Trump told a crowd in New Hampshire,
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Between now and Tuesday, he'll be crisscrossing the country with as many as 5 stops each day. Hillary Clinton will focus intensely on shoring up battlegrounds Barack Obama won twice.
We are on track right now to having the biggest turnout in American history.
Clinton in Pittsburgh. She's planning repeat stops in Pennsylvania between now and Election Day. Stephen Portnoy, CBS News.
2 former top aides to New Jersey Governor Chris Christie say they will appeal. Bill Baroni and Bridget Kelly were found guilty today in the Bridgegate trial in a scheme to jam up traffic during rush hour after a local mayor refused to endorse their boss for re-election. U.S. Attorney Paul Fishman.
What disturbs me about cases like this is that it tarnishes the reputation and the integrity of those people because people get cynical about the way people in government behave.
In a statement today, Christie again denies any prior knowledge of the plan. A jury in Charlotte, North Carolina has found Rolling Stone magazine and one of its reporters liable for defamation after publishing a story about a gang rape at a University of Virginia fraternity. Turned out the report was false. A former school administrator sued, claiming the article portrayed her as a villain. Nicole Ramos' attorney, Libby Locke.
Nicole was vindicated. We've said this all along, that Rolling Stone published a false and defamatory article, and the jury concluded that that was the case.
The jury will determine damages next. A former Vanderbilt University football player has been sentenced to 17 years in prison for encouraging teammates to rape an unconscious female student. Details from CBS's Allison Keys.
Surveillance video showed Brandon Vandenberg helping to carry the woman into his dorm room, where testimony showed he handed out condoms to 3 teammates and egged them on. The former football player also took cell phone video of the June 2013 rape and emailed them to friends in California during the crime. A prosecutor read a statement from the victim asking that Vandenberg get the full sentence allowed under the law.
Chicago celebrates its World Series champs at a rally at Grant Park. MVP Ben Zobrist.
This is a team full of MVPs, and we're in a city of MVPs.
The Dow closed down 42 points. S&P ended lower for the 9th day in a row, down 3 for its longest losing streak since 1980. This is CBS News.
I'm Wayne LaPierre with the NRA. During World War II, our greatest generation held medal drives to support our soldiers. In that same spirit, I'm here to enlist you in NRA Cars for Freedom. If you have an unwanted car, tractor, boat, or motorcycle, we'll pick it up for free in nearly any condition. Donations are tax deductible and will be used to educate our country and protect our freedom. Visit NRACarsForFreedom.com or call 1-866-NRA-GIFT.
This is Charles Osgood. Auto Owners Insurance was founded in 1916.
3 years before cars had automatic windshield wipers. You wouldn't want to drive a car today without wipers, so you should never drive without auto owners by your side. Let our independent local agents help you with all your auto, home, life, or business insurance needs. Find your agent at autoowners.com. Auto Owners Insurance, 100 years of putting people first. Find your local independent agent at autoowners.com. That's autoowners.com.
We are saluting a CBS News great today.
100 years ago today, Walter Cronkite was born in St. Joseph, Missouri. From humble beginnings, he grew to be the most trusted person in America, and often its conscience when the Vietnam War tore the nation apart.
It is increasingly clear to this reporter that the only rational way out then will be to negotiate.
Tom Johnson was an aide to President Johnson then.
LBJ said to many of us that if I've lost Walter Cronkite, I've lost the war.
Cronkite not only reported history, he shaped it. Barry Bagnotto, CBS News, Washington.
A popular animated TV show will make history. The Simpsons has been renewed for 2 more seasons on Fox, its 29th and 30th. That means it'll hit 669 episodes, breaking the record held by Gunsmoke of 635. Simpsons broadcast its first episode in
1240 AM 1240 Hot News Talk Radio with your chance to win $124 in cash and $124 in food every week with the Hot News Talk Radio 1, 2, 3 NASCAR contest. Hot News Talk 1240. All you have to do is guess who's going to be first, second, and third place in the upcoming NASCAR Sprint Cup race. If you guess it, you'll hear your name live Monday morning at 11:30. Then call AM 1240 Hot News Talk Radio to win. Enter your guess right now at Rick Davis Golden Diamonds, 5301 Brainerd Road, Chattanooga. Diesel Off-Road Technology Saudi Daisy for your four-wheel drive and truck needs. Stuff and upholstery with premium rubber foam. Amigos Mexican Restaurant next to Staples and Hickson. Drink specials during the race. Cell Surgeon, the Broken Screen Doc. And Shooter's Supply, 4824 Hickson Pike in Hickson. Hot News Talk 1240. Enter your guesses now and then listen to the race live to win $124 in cash and $124 in food from Chattanooga's official NASCAR radio station. Hot News Talk 1240.
I love NASCAR. This is how we roll. We light it up with our hands up. This is how we roll.
ISIS, is funded by Saudi Arabia and Qatar.
ISIL or ISIS is created largely with money from the very people who are giving money to the Clinton Foundation.
The countdown to saving America is on. T-minus 4 days until Election Day. Freedom is back in style. Welcome to the revolution.
We burning down the night, shooting bullets at the moon, baby. This is how we roll.
Sean Hannity, the new Sean Hannity Show. More behind-the-scenes information on breaking news and more bold, inspired solutions for America. Coming up next, our final news roundup and information overload hour.
All right, news roundup, information overload, 2016 election edition of the Sean Hannity Show, 800-941-SEAN, if you want to be a part of this extravaganza. Here is, as I said at the beginning of the program, you know, it's very interesting to watch pollsters who, for pretty much most of the election, were trying to deflate, in my opinion, the enthusiasm of Trump supporters by, oh, Hillary's going to run away. Oh, Hillary. Well, they all know that if they come out the day before and they show it was close, then they won't look as ugly and bad as they've been throughout the entire campaign. But if you look at these polls, Iowa, probably Trump, he's up. North Carolina, I'd say slight advantage Trump, but very, very close. Florida, as always, is a pain in the neck. Very, very close. Ohio's looking better for Trump, but still, Ohio's Ohio, still close. Arizona, it's a close race. Georgia now has solidly moved into the Trump column, thank God. Georgia's come home. Nevada, close, too close for comfort. Then you've got New Hampshire is close. Colorado is close. Virginia's within 3. Michigan is within 3. And, Michigan's actually even. Pennsylvania's within 3. And Wisconsin is within 4. I don't know what to make of this. The only thing, my advice, in spite of bringing our friends and pollsters on here, because they've got their life experience that we can rely on here, I have no idea what is going to happen on Tuesday. And if you have a sense of urgency about the direction of your country, if you're worried about being paralyzed for the next number of years because Hillary Clinton is going to be battling and spending all her time and attention trying to stay out of jail and sneak out of an indictment, if you're worried about whether or not you want a president that can say radical Islam, if you're worried about bringing in refugees from countries that have values that are contradicting our constitutional values, if the Supreme Court, which will impact this country for generations, matters to you, and you want originalists like Thomas and Scalia back on the bench, if rather than judicial activists that Hillary will certainly put on the bench, if you want lower taxes to stimulate economic growth, if you want multinational corporations incentivized to bring back trillions of dollars, if you want a lower business tax rate, and you don't want Hillary's $1.2 trillion in tax increases, $1.4 trillion in spending increases, then this election matters. If you're tired of losing your doctor, losing your plan, already you're paying $4,100 more per family per year since Obamacare has been in effect, and we have the projections for 2017, and on average, it's anywhere between 50 and 100% rate increases next year alone. Well, the president says it's an isolated incident. If you'd rather replace it with free market competition and individual health savings accounts, vote for Trump. If you want coal miners to get fired and coal companies to go out of business, vote for Hillary. If you want to become energy independent, instead of relying on the lifeblood of our economy from countries that hate us, and vote for Trump. If you want education sent back to the states, rather than top-down NEA Common Core supported Hillary education, vote for her or vote for Trump. If you want a border wall built so that people aren't coming here and taking American jobs and the enemies of this country don't have free access anytime they want, vote for Trump to build the wall. That's how profound Tuesday is for the future of this country. John McLaughlin, pollster, founder, McLaughlin and Associates. Doug Schoen, pollster, political analyst at the Fox News channel. Welcome both of you back.
Thank you.
You guys want to make predictions on this? Because I can't. I have no idea.
Absolutely, I do. I believe, despite the fact that it is a very close race, that I think there is still a slight, and I underscore slight advantage for the Secretary of State. And Sean, I'm not voting for her, no bias, no spin. I think there are more ways for her to win than Donald Trump.
100%. There's absolutely no doubt. The electoral map starts out that way, though.
Yep, that is true. There's a but here, Sean, and it's something you and I have talked about, but I think it deserves to be said on air. What Donald Trump has yet to do is close the deal to reassure those Clinton-hating undecideds that he will offer a new direction, a new vision, but most of all, unity, conciliation, and a sense that America can, as it was under Ronald Reagan, be great again. Not with rhetoric, hectoring, yelling, screaming, and defiling.
Did you see him today? I watched his speech earlier today, and I thought it was his pitch, his tone, his cadence. He did exactly what you're saying.
And he's got to do it nationally. He needs a national broadcast, a national audience to deliver that message. Otherwise, Sean, only those of us who are professional politicians and groupies will get it. He needs to reassure a core, not his core constituency, Sean, but those out there who hate the secretary, who feel as you do, but have not yet been convinced that Donald Trump is fit for the job.
John McLaughlin, I don't think... Look, I could see what Doug just said playing out on Tuesday night, that Hillary wins by a hair. Unfortunately, I don't want to scare my audience, but I could see that playing out. Yeah. I could also see playing out Donald Trump winning by more than a hair. Yeah. I can't put a finger on it. Listen, guys, I've been doing this my whole life. This is the only time in my life I didn't know. I don't know what's going to happen Tuesday.
Yeah. I don't think it's going to be a hair. I think Donald Trump's going to win decisively because I think he's taken Doug's advice about change. And his message has been to end the corruption, drain the swamp, bring change to Washington. And as you said, Trump is really busting butt going around the country, hitting 3 or 4 cities a day, and his speeches are getting coverage, and his tone is reasoned, his tone is smart. Now, I do agree with Doug is you can buy 2 minutes of roadblock time on a Sunday night or Monday night. I've done it before for other candidates where you run the same ad across, you film it that day or you go live and you do a national address. It just takes 2 minutes. That's too long these days for a lot of voters. And you can get your message up and people will realize that we don't have to have another 4 years of corruption. We don't have to have continued flat, stagnant economy, no jobs, be insecure about our national security at home and abroad. He can get that change message out. And the reason I'm saying this is even as we were speaking today or right now and projecting what the votes are, on that Real Clear Politics average of polls, their website, Clinton has gone way down from over 300 electoral votes assured to 208. And you've had Trump rise up to 164, and you have 13 states that 166 electoral votes totally moved into toss-ups. Now, I disagree with a lot of them in there because I think the difference is Trump has momentum where he's moved even or ahead in the average of those polls, the most recent polls in those states. Like they do have North Carolina in there, and he's going to win. North Carolina, what's amazing is President Obama was in North Carolina telling people to go vote. And yesterday in North Carolina, there were 42,000 voters more so on that one day than in 2012. There was no increase in white Democrats. There was 4,000 more African-American voters, but Republicans went up 15,000, and the independents went up another 24,000. They are Trump voters. We should get Obama back into North Carolina every day this weekend, and Trump will win North Carolina by a landslide. Because that is going on everywhere else. You had 129 million voters vote 4 years ago for president. You're going to have over 140 million this time. And Trump is making the difference. He's bringing those new voters in.
Almost every pollster has North Carolina either tied or in Clinton's column. Now, there have been polls. There was one poll this week that had Trump up by 7, so that was a little confusing to me. Look, let's look at the absolute reality of what Trump has to do. He has to hold every state, including North Carolina, that Mitt Romney won. Mitt Romney won it by 2.5 points. He has to add to his column Nevada, Iowa, Ohio, and Florida. Will he do that, John?
Yes.
Okay. Then he's
going to win every one of those states. They're giving him now, and all these states are giving him Ohio, and he's ahead in Nevada.
Okay, so now that means he has to win Maine Congressional 2 and either New Hampshire, New Mexico, Colorado, Pennsylvania, or Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota. Can he win those states?
Yes. They're all like on the margin of error right now. They're all close. In fact, he's got the momentum tied in New Hampshire. He was up there today.
I'm playing devil's advocate here. Look, I'm a reality-based individual. I'm not Pollyanna. Mm-hmm. What do you say? Yeah, go ahead.
We have a good weekend. Trump's going to win those. And the one thing I will tell you is, remember 4 years ago, Obama was losing the average of the polls or tied until Sunday before the election. It really matters in an electronic age of Facebook and digital and social and texting. You have to keep running hard until all those polls close in those states on Tuesday. Because people will change their minds on Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday during the day.
It's unbelievable. I mean, we live, eat, and breathe this. It's amazing to me that people are still making up their mind, but you're right. That happens every election year, and I'd say momentum Trump. I expected all week a bomb to drop on Trump. And
Sean, I don't want to say it on air because it would be scurrilous and salacious, but there was a bomb that was averted, I think it was yesterday, or 2 days ago.
About the Jeffrey Epstein thing.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, well, how do they go there with Bill's connection to Epstein?
You know, I don't know how. I'm not part of it. I don't know. But let's just say the biggest development today that I don't think anyone other than perhaps the three of us are aware of is the fact that the FBI has confirmed or leaked that there are emails on Huma and Anthony's laptop that are relevant to the secretary that were not in the original batch given over to the government. Yeah. That, to me, is a potentially huge development that has gotten very little attention.
Right? What do you think, John?
No, the mainstream media is extremely biased because we've heard rumors that Huma has been told not to leave the area. They consider her a possible flight risk. And the only time the FBI tells somebody like that is when they're possibly going to be indicted pretty quick or charged with something.
Look, we don't have an extradition.
Listen, she signed her separation agreement. Are you saying that Huma Abedin could get arrested before Monday?
I don't think so, but I don't think that's going to happen. But in the near future, I think it's likely that when they talk about,
we know she committed a crime. She signed a separation agreement saying all those emails, anything having to do with state was returned, and she had nothing on any of her electronic devices. Not not to return it is in and of itself a crime. And also mishandling is a crime. And destruction of evidence is a crime. I mean, literally every email would represent a separate count, Doug Schoen.
Look, I understand that. And the other thing I've been telling people is that if the secretary is elected, and I still believe, as I said, greater chance she wins than loses, we're going to be a totally polarized nation.
The country's going to be, Doug, you and I talk about moving the country forward and getting 95 million Americans back to work and getting people out of poverty and off of food stamps and having a sensible foreign policy that doesn't undermine Israel, as we're now learning from WikiLeaks. And our country, if she gets elected, we're paralyzed. This country's going nowhere. It'll be nothing but a contentious fight and until she probably is removed from office.
Well, there's always the possibility, if that happens, and it's a big if, the president decides, Obama, to pardon her.
Oh, he'll pardon her. That fixes it.
You're just begging for Doug's change message for Tuesday. It's like, we don't want any of this stuff.
Well, listen, I'm giving everybody the truth. If she wins, if she wins, this country is going to be paralyzed. There'll be no improvement anywhere. Nothing is going to happen. She will be incapable of doing her job. Her full-time job will be keeping herself out of jail. Am I wrong?
Sean, I worry. The other thing that's part of this.
Well, that doesn't answer the question if I'm wrong.
You're not wrong. And that answers your question. But I worry about something else. If she governs on her platform, which is far left, there'll be even more paralysis.
There'll be more paralysis. Then the country will accumulate that much more debt, that many more millions of people in poverty and on food stamps. And we'll see the rise of Vladimir Putin, Iran, and God knows who else.
Right.
You'll see the territorial ambitions of China take place right under our eye. Nobody will stop them.
Sean, I don't know who's going to win on Tuesday. I do know that the big winner of the election is Vladimir Putin and President Xi of China.
Give me your odds. What is the odds that Trump wins, John McLaughlin?
Oh, I think 60-40. He's got the momentum. A lot of these states are moving the same, they're moving in that direction. Even states like New Hampshire, where the polls have him tied right now or one ahead. New Hampshire, on Tuesday, they have same-day voter registration. So the Trump people that really want to vote for change, that you made this case, you're getting me depressed about Hillary getting elected. But if you want change and you want to go in a different direction, the early voting is going up over the weekend. It's breaking all kinds of records, and people are going to show up on Tuesday that they didn't expect to be there. We'll have over 140 million people out. It'll be.
Give me the odds you think Hillary wins, Doug.
60-40 for the secretary.
Wow.
Donald was down at 20. He's up to 40 in a week. Hillary's gone from 80 to 60, and she's falling rapidly.
All right. I'm not trying to split hairs, but I am going to tell you my prediction.
50-50. You're going to cut us in half.
I'm cutting you in half. It's 50-50. It is 50-50. Look, I'll just give you the numbers. I mean, it's every state that I mentioned at the beginning of this is close.
Yes.
And the biggest hope that I have, John, is that they're going to break. There's no late decider that's going to break towards Hillary.
That is for sure.
Guys, it's going to be interesting. I hope my audience is listening. I tried to warn everybody before Obama. And Doug, even you'll admit I was more right than you ever thought.
You were more right than I was about Obama. I conceded it, sadly, but clearly.
I'm just as right about her. All right, thank you.
I'm not with her. I disavow.
No, listen, I admire you. I do. I just wish you were at 60-40 Trump. Anyway, 800-941-SEAN is our number. All right, attention to detail is key when you run a business. You can't afford to take your eye off the prize even for a second in this day and age. Don't let things like legal questions become a distraction. Use LegalZoom.com instead. Now, LegalZoom was created 15 years ago by the best, brightest minds in law and technology as a way for you, everyday Americans, to simply and easily and affordably and confidently navigate this complicated legal system of ours. And since LegalZoom is not a law firm, you don't have to worry about your attorney's, quote, billable hours, which pile up and up and up and cost you a fortune. Because with LegalZoom, you get no surprises, no surprise pricing. You get customer reviews, complete transparency. You have peace of mind. You get to work with LegalZoom's network of independent attorneys, now available in 48 states. They answer your questions start to finish, and it's all at a reasonable flat fee instead of a billable hour. So focus your time and energy on growing your business. Use LegalZoom.com for the legal stuff. LegalZoom.com. Legal help is here. Just enter my last name, Hannity, in the referral box when you check out. You'll save more. LegalZoom.com. That's LegalZoom.com. Quick break. Right back. We'll get to your calls, wrap things up here, and a lot more to come. 4 days to go, and we will continue.
Exposing terrorism and supporting America's
AM 1240 Hot News Talk Radio, with your chance to win $124 in cash and $124 in food every week with the Hot News Talk Radio 1, 2, 3 NASCAR contest. Hot News Talk 1240. All you have to do is guess who's going to be first, second, and third place in the upcoming NASCAR Sprint Cup race. If you guess it, you'll hear your name live Monday morning at 11:30. Then call AM 1240 Hot News Talk Radio to win. Enter your guess right now at Rick Davis Gold and Diamonds, 5301 Brainerd Road, Chattanooga. Diesel Off-Road Technology Saudi Daisy for your four-wheel drive and truck needs. Stuff and upholstery with premium rubber foam. Amigos Mexican Restaurant next to Staples and Hickson. Drink specials during the race. Seltzer.
As Sunday afternoon, that's the goal that's been set by the company. That gas line exploded, causing the price of gas to shoot up 10 cents during the week. Right now, the low price in Hickson is $1.82. On the higher end, $1.87. $1.92 is the average price. That's still lower than the national average. On November the 17th, the Hamilton County School Board is going to consider naming Superintendent Kirk Kelly as the permanent superintendent of schools in Hamilton County. He was appointed as the interim after Rick Smith left following the Ottawa rape case. The school board appears to not be ruling out the option of using a search firm to find an outside source for superintendent of schools in Hamilton County. We here at Hot News Talk Radio want to remind you daylight savings time ends 2 a.m. on Sunday, so remember to turn your clocks back before you go to bed. Your smartphones should do that automatically. If it's going on the Tennessee Valley, it's going on Hot 1240 Hot News Talk Radio.
A $500 gift card.
$500? What?
That's right, Bunky. A $500 gift card from a store of your choice. The agents at Exit Realty Scenic City are confident they can sell your house. They can do it in 99 days or less. If your listing proves a slowpoke, they will give you a $500 gift card. No one works harder for you than agents at Exit Realty Scenic City. Licensed in Tennessee and Georgia. Exit sells quickly all types of commercial and residential properties and vacant land. Looking for a dream home, or maybe you're just a first-time home buyer? Let an agent get you started today on your house search. If you're a real estate agent looking for a change, see what Exit can do for you. Training, technology, branding, culture, and financial freedom. Again, Exit Realty Scenic City. Call 423-551-EXIT to learn more. Call 423-551-EXIT and learn more.
Terms and restrictions may apply.
At Eye Your Optical, it's a well-known fact. When you buy one pair of glasses, you get a second pair absolutely free. But did you know Eye Your Optical has the largest eyeglass selection in the area, with top-name brands and styles in the latest trends? Schedule your appointment with one of the doctors today for a comprehensive eye exam. And remember, when you buy one pair of glasses, you get a second pair absolutely free. Visit EyeYourOptical.com for a location near you.
Eye Your Optical.
We're at the Cantina at Amigos Mexican Restaurant. Yes, ma'am. 2 orders of nachos with beef and beans and 2 beers. Chattanooga loves its Amigos restaurants, but the Amigos in Hickson has something extra. NCAA, the week's big game. How about a house wine? Really good. Big name beers. Just tell Maria what you want. And here at Amigos, margaritas are popular. And well, it's only $3 a day. If you come here on a game day, Saturday, a Natty Light is only $2.25. Here at Amigos, just during NCAA, Natty Light, $2.25. Amigos Mexican Restaurant in Hickson. The happy hour is 3 to 9 today and every day. I'd say the atmosphere is festive. Look at that huge TV. It's like being amid the fans under a bright sun, but without all the heat. Stay cool. Quench your thirst. Amigos, between the Staples and Hobby Lobby. Take the table next to mine and enjoy the great NCAA game with friend or family here at the Cantina at Amigos Mexican Restaurant. Okay, it's starting. What is the ministry industrial complex? Do God's people follow false prophets today? Why is the church filled with lifelong baby Christians? Get answers now. Reconstructionist Radio every Lord's Day, 7 a.m. Reconstructionist Radio, Sunday, 7 a.m.
Here's what advertisers are saying about AM 1240. HotNewsTalkRadio.com.
Radio station, they really care. They're always calling me probably once a week, checking on me, seeing how things going, see if they want to change any of the ads or do anything different, seeing what my needs are. I've gotten business off the ads that you do for me, and seems to be working well at this point.
Prices were very fair. Areas in this town that we aren't able to get other ways, your radio station is able to help us out, and I really appreciate that.
We've been very pleased with the services we've got. It seems like everybody over there cares about what they're going to do, how it's going to work for us on this end, and we've been very impressed with the creativity of the ads that we've heard, and they always seem to be right on point, even without us having to come up with what's going to be said.
I've been doing business with News Talk Radio for quite some time. It's the best place and the best value you can get for your advertisement. The commercials are great. They're very professional. I was actually blown away.
The commercial that they put together was awesome. It was way far above all the other radio stations we've dealt with. The best we've had yet, guarantee you, by far.
AM 1240, HotNewsTalkRadio.com gets results. Let us get results for your business. For no obligation free consultation, call General Sales Manager Steve Johnson. Call 423-240-5459. That's 240-5459. Or you can always email Steve at NoogaRadioSteve@gmail.com. That's NoogaRadioSteve@gmail.com. AM 1240 Hot News Talk Radio. We get results.
Perhaps because Saudi and Qatari money is spread all over the place, including into many media institutions. All serious analysts know, even the US government has mentioned or agreed with, that some Saudi figures have been supporting ISIS, funding ISIS. But the dodge has always been it's just some rogue princes using their cut of the oil money to do what they like, but actually the government disapproves. But that email says that no, it is the governments of Saudi and the government and Qatar that have been funding ISIS.
The Saudis, the Qataris, the Moroccans, the Bahrainis, particularly the Saudis and the Qataris, are giving all this money to the Clinton Foundation, while Hillary Clinton is Secretary of State, and the State Department is approving massive arms sales, particularly to Saudi Arabia.
Under Hillary Clinton, and our Clinton emails reveal significant discussion about it, the largest ever arms deal in the world was made with Saudi Arabia, more than $80 billion. In fact, during her tenure as Secretary of State, total arms exports from the United States in terms of the dollar value doubled.
And of course, the consequence of that is that this notorious terrorist jihadist group called ISIL or ISIS is created largely with money from the very people who are giving money to the Clinton Foundation.
Yes.
That's extraordinary.
All right, that cut that you just heard is Julian Assange in his most recent interview. How banks, intelligence, arms companies, the media, all are aligned now with Hillary Clinton. 2014 email says that ISIS is being funded by Saudi Arabia and Qatari governments who are also giving money to the Clinton Foundation. Joining us now, he's been with us all week. He's been amazing, is former Speaker of the House, Newt Gingrich. I just got a look at the latest Fox poll coming out tonight. It's a 1-point race. The IBD poll has it tied. Rasmussen has it tied. I have a list of states here in front of me, and I'll read them to you, where all are in play. And literally, well, Ohio's leaning very heavily Trump. Arizona, it's Trump plus 2 or 3. Nevada, it's close and tied. New Hampshire, almost tied. New Mexico, he's down a little bit. Colorado's even. He's down 3 in Virginia, up 9 in Missouri. Michigan is now even. I have no idea what's going to happen on Tuesday, and I'm hoping you do.
No, look, I mean, I have a hunch, but let's start with the fact nobody knows what's going to happen. If you took all the polls of the last 3 weeks and you plotted them on a board, and 1 week you're saying Michigan's out of play, now Michigan's back in play.
By the way, I forgot to tell you, the Gravis poll has Pennsylvania dead tied even 46-46.
Right, and I saw a second poll that came out in Pennsylvania that showed both Toomey and Trump exactly tied. My belief is anywhere that he is either tied or down 1, he will win.
And in New Hampshire, Gravis has him up by 2.
Yeah, and I think it has Ayotte up now by 6 or 7.
And then in Georgia, I was a little worried about Georgia. It's Trump by 4, but it's better than nothing. Fox 5 Atlanta has him up by 4.
Matt Towery sent me a note and said he had that's his poll. he said he thinks it's over in Georgia, that we carry it, that the consolidation over the weekend, the margin will be much bigger than +4.
But for Trump to win, Mr. Speaker, and I've gone through this, look, I understand totally what you're saying. I understand the model that you're following. You're basically saying none of these models are real. And you've been saying it for a long time, and I believe you. But until I actually hear the words, Fox News projects Donald J. Trump will be the 45th president of the United States, I'm not going to believe it.
Well, look, I'm in the same boat. I talked to Trump a little while ago, and you know, he has the same sense that we're on the road, we're doing well. I've been in Georgia, Missouri, Colorado, Nevada. I'm actually talking to you from Chicago, where there are an amazing number of Cubs fans. All of them very happy. And by the way, proof. Look, a year when a 108-year drought ends for the Cubs, maybe a year when the underdog just wins decisively. You know?
Yeah.
So how's that for a straw to grab at? But my view is that all of the news, despite every effort of people like CNN to avoid it, all of the news has been bad for Hillary. It all keeps getting worse. You just played Julian Assange saying something which is devastating. My newsletter that'll come out later on today really talks about the cesspool of the establishment, and that we have to recognize that this is a direct mortal. We now know enough that we know that this is a direct mortal threat to the survival of constitutional self-government and the rule of law.
I think this country is going to...
It's not just Hillary, by the way. It's the whole system of corruption.
Well, if you look at, I would argue, God forbid she wins. And this is my take. I'll give you my words, my thoughts, and you share yours. I think we will be facing a constitutional crisis that will paralyze and divide this country in a way we do not need at this point. I don't think any progress will be made on any issue of significance. And I actually think that it'll put us in greater danger as a country because we will not have our eye on the prize, and that we'll have a president whose full-time job will be to prevent getting indicted.
Look, at a minimum, you're going to have 2 or 3 years of an embattled presidency. But it goes deeper than that. John Dean said that the Watergate cover-up was a cancer on the presidency. We now know from all of these various emails, many of which, remember, were legally released by the U.S. government under court order. I mean, so it's not all just WikiLeaks. We now know that we are faced with a cancer on the entire system. That you have all these big companies, these lobbyists, you have foreign governments. And one of the things we did today, Vince and Ross were helping me do research. And you go back, there's a specific provision in the Constitution that you can't take money from foreigners if you are in public office. And there's a specific law which says that means your spouse can't take money either. So I'm going to argue, and I'll put together in the next few weeks, every single foreign donation while she was in the Senate or she was in the State Department was by definition illegal.
Unbelievable.
That's how sick this is. And this goes all the way back to the Founding Fathers, who understood that corruption was the greatest threat to a republic. And Hamilton actually writes this in the Federalist Papers, that the greatest threat is foreign governments trying to corrupt the presidency. It's
happened. She's invited all of this. You know, it really, when you put it all together, who's going to delete 33,000 emails, but not just delete them? We're going to acid wash them and bleach bit them clean so that, as Trey Gowdy said, God can't recover them. Why would one go to that length? Why would you go to the length of circumventing the State Department secure email server for a private server in a mom and pop shop in a bathroom if there wasn't some real desire to get away from Freedom of Information Act requests and congressional oversight, which, by the way, is illegal? And then you're sending classified information. Then you got the series of lies that she told about it. And then you've got the connections that we now put the dots together, that all of it was about self-enrichment. And the Clinton Foundation, the Uranium One deal, where Hillary Clinton had to literally come in and help out a guy that had donated $32 million and got others to donate tens of millions of dollars. And this guy had this company and he started merging, and she personally had to sign off for one of her big donors that Russia has control of 20% of our uranium resources. You wouldn't do that for anybody that didn't give you $50 million, would you?
Oh, and then you go to more and more stuff keeps coming out. And what people have to recognize is, the Doug Band's 12-page memo really is the Rosetta Stone that opens up everything. This was a conscious, deliberate, systematic conspiracy to enrich the Clintons at the expense of the United States of America, at the expense of the rule of law, and to do it in a way which they knew was illegal, and so they were trying to hide it. I mean, there's no other practical explanation of what we're living through.
Mm-hmm. Do you trust the polls, Mr. Speaker? What are your general feelings about polls? Because, look, I remember back in 94, and we've been friends for a number of years up to that point, and I had the honor of being your MC the night you became the Speaker of the House, one of the greatest nights of my life, to be honest, and one of the great honors of my life. And I was there, and I got to watch this history unfold before my eyes. But, you knew weeks in advance you were winning because you kept telling me, no, we got it. We got it. For the first time in 40 years, you're going to take over Congress, and you had that confidence.
Well, and I think you have to look at a lot of factors. It's not just polling. It's also what's the turnout like. I mean, I don't know any place where Hillary Clinton is going to attract African-American votes at the size that Obama did. And yet that was a very big part of his key to being able to win. And so you go down those kind of things, and you look around and you begin to realize there also is going to be a very intense Republican turnout, because people are not only voting against Hillary, they're voting against the media, they're voting against the whole way this has been set up, they're voting against the corruption. I can just tell you from traveling around now, and then people walking up to me on the street, people walking up to me in airports, there is an intensity among Trump supporters that has zero parallel with Clinton supporters.
What is going to happen if Donald Trump wins with all of these establishment Republican people that have sabotaged him every step of the way? And what if, God forbid, he lost by a tiny margin? How angry will Trump supporters be? I know I'm angry already.
Well, I have shocked several reporters by saying, he's not going away.
Well, I agree with that.
So there will be a Trump movement, and the Trump movement will be definitive, and Republicans will get to define themselves as pro and anti-Trump, and the anti-Trumpers will get beaten in the primaries in 2018.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not complicated. It's because what's happening is this is one of those things you can never go back. We will never, ever again see America the way we did before this campaign, because we've seen so much stench, such a swamp, to use Trump's words, such a cesspool, to use the word I use in my newsletter today. This is so bad that we're not going to turn back and say, oh, let's just be friends and go forward. We also now understand how much we, the American people, are sold out to multinational corporations in ways that are totally inappropriate and that threaten the very survival of our system. So I think you're going to see a much more aggressive and militant conservatism coming out of this. And then, I don't think of them as anti-Trump anymore. The pro-Clinton Republicans are going to have to make a decision. I mean, they can either come back and join the party again, or they can stay out there as a remnant, as a fossilized remnant, and just disappear and become irrelevant.
The Republican Party, there either needs to be a new party, a revitalized party, a party that is focused on the suffering of 95 million Americans out of the labor force. I get the distinct impression, when have Republicans ever gone into black neighborhoods and bang their hand on a table or a desk and say, we're fighting to fix your educational system, which is a disaster, and we owe that to you, and we believe in the God-given talent of your children, and we're going to do it? I mean, I don't see the fight in these people that we need to transform this country and get it on the right track.
Well, I do think there's a new generation of Republicans coming along, and I think there's a lot more energized senses. Remember, I believe this is the beginning of a 20-year cycle where it will get more and more and more intense the more people learn about how sick the system has been.
Oh, boy, we learned that. By the way, Julian Assange showed us how sick it is. Showed us how evil and corrupt it is, and we owe him a debt of gratitude, and people get mad when I say that. But listen, I got to let you go, but I want to remind people, you're in Illinois tonight at Anderson's Bookshop. What is that, in Naperville?
That's in Naperville. We'll be there at 7, and tomorrow We're going to be at Barnes & Noble in La Crosse at 2 in the afternoon. And
That's Wisconsin, La Crosse, Wisconsin. Yeah.
We look forward very much to seeing your many fans.
All right, so it's going to be tonight at 7 in Naperville, Illinois, Anderson's Bookshop, and then tomorrow, 2 p.m., Barnes & Noble, Valley View Mall, La Crosse, Wisconsin. All right,
Great.
Mr. Speaker, we'll talk on Monday with only one day to go. Thank you. 800-941-SEAN, our toll-free telephone number. You want to be a part of the program. Hey, but first I want to tell you about how much I hate credit card debt. It's the worst debt to have. But look, I understand, for years and years of my life, more than I want to remember, I was living paycheck to paycheck. It totally sucks. And I was glad to have the option of being able to put something on a credit card if I needed it in an emergency, and I did. Anyway, carrying a credit card balance, look, if you have it, you want to get out of it, but also you don't want to pay more in interest than you have to. And that's where TRYSOFI.com comes in. Try SoFi.com. They have now revolutionized the student loan industry. On average, if you refinance your student loan with TrySoFi.com, you're saving over $19,000 over the course of your loan. They now have personal loans that will substantially lower your interest rate. You can consolidate your monthly bills. It's going to save you money. That belongs in your pocket. And one of the big reasons TrySoFi.com is so successful, it's simple, fast, and easy, the process. You apply online, and in just 2 minutes, if it makes sense to do a personal loan. That's it. No obligation fee, no fee whatsoever. Won't impact your credit score. All you have to do is find out your new rate at TRYSOFI.com. TrySoFi.com. Consolidate your credit card debt. Save money. Put it in your pocket. And you know what? You'll be glad you did. TRYSOFI.com. Quick break. Right back. We'll continue.
A daily heat-seeking missile of information that you won't get anywhere else. Hannity's on now.
Hey, by now you've heard me talking about the most fun and clever party game my family's ever played. It's called Wits and Wagers Party Game. Well, now there's a reason I keep talking about it, because it's just fun. Now, no game will bring a family together like Wits and Wagers. One reason why is that anybody, any age can play and can win. So play the game that we all love. It's called Wits and Wagers. You can buy it at Target, Toys R Us, Barnes & Noble stores. It is the best game you've ever played. Wits and Wagers. The name, Wits and Wagers.
Have you heard about the new home storage IRA from Capital Gold Group? It offers all the traditional benefits of a traditional IRA, but the big advantage is that you get to keep your gold in your possession. That's right. Store your gold and silver IRA at home. Call now for your free gold IRA brochure and learn how to claim a free gold storage safe. Call now. 800-200-GOLD. 800-200-GOLD. That's 800-200-GOLD.
They've stormed beaches and freed countries. Protected the weak and defeated the strong. Shown courage and compassion. They've raised our flag and our hope. They've been called leathernecks. They've been called devil dogs. But above all, they're called Marines.
When I was little, we could talk about anything.
I still want you to talk to me.
When I was little, you taught me to follow rules.
I still want you to guide my life.
When I was little, we laughed and played.
I still want us to have fun together.
When I was little, you gave me hugs.
I still could use a hug once in a while.
When I was little, you told me you loved me every day.
I still want to hear those words.
You give us 12 minutes and 40 seconds, we'll give you Chattanooga and the world.
News Talk 1240.
Is your career taking you where you want to go? If not, talk to Covenant Group Insurance, especially if you like helping people. Call and learn how you can work for yourself, but not by yourself. intense but free training, plus a fantastic lead program, plus office support equals your success, your prosperity. Gross at least $75,000 your first year selling insurance. Call Steve or Jada for a confidential interview. That's 855-8484. Maybe the most important call you'll make all year.
You used to call me on my cell phone.
When you crack your screen, mess up your charge port, you get soaked in a rainstorm, what do? Save money, save big. Fix it. Get surgery. There's a cell phone hospital near you. It's the Cell Surgeon. Adam Disbrow, the man in white, he replaces your screen, fixes your buttons, gives you back Twitter, Facebook, your online universe. Walk-in patients go to Cell Surgeon in Ottawa. Cell Surgeon is new in Ottawa, next to Zaxby's. Other docs in the cell repair business are just lab coats. The doc at Cell Surgeon is the best. Do you want